Welcome all to the return of the Virtual Endurance Championship. We head into 2017 and with 5 rounds left on the calendar, we are here at the legendary Suzuka circuit. A figure of 8 track and one that will be very interesting through the tight and twisty sections for the traffic. We've got mixed conditions out here at the moment heading into the qualifying sessions. It's Lewis McGlade on commentary with Rachel Whiteford and Jonathan Prevost alongside me, and what an interesting round we have in prospect at the moment.
Yeah, we certainly do today, Lewis. It's fantastic. The weather is tricky. We've had rain. It seems to have stopped for now, but the track is still very, very wet, which is going to definitely dictate qualifying and most likely the start of this race.
Absolutely. Of course, we've got a 20-minute session ahead of us for the qualifying for each category. We've got LMGT up first, and then we'll have the P2 and P1 qualifying sessions in one, as I'm sure you're all aware. And this session will it's been raining throughout most of this this longer practice session that we've had just before qualifying, but it started to stop towards the end of that session. So we've had a slightly drying circuit. Now, what implications does that have, of course, on this qualifying session? What if it rains later on?
Of course, what that means is these guys are going to have to cope with that drying track. Do you go out on slicks towards the end of the session? Do you wait for the end of the session, of course? Do you get a banker lap in early on intermediates? Of course, but the rain has stopped, so water is drying now. We'll have to see what the guys are mostly coming out on. What we're seeing the GT cars and the LMP cars at the moment on is those blue wet tyres, the full wet tyres. So guys are going to go out there, put those laps in first and see what happens. It does look as though the actual GT cars are heading out for this first stint, as we just mentioned. And of course, they want to make sure those cars get those laps in. If it is drying towards the end, though, we might see them come out on inters. We might see them swap that. That's something these teams will have to keep their eye on.
How would you play this one, Jonathan? I mean, looking at the track, we've got a wet one. It's going to dry at the moment. The clouds seem to be dissipating and we seem to have a drying circuit. So how would you play this 20-minute session? It's a lot of time ahead of these drivers.
Well, through qualifying, I would probably, for the first few minutes, try out the wet tyres in case in the race it does get wet. Make sure you get the first laps in and get to the top of the leaderboard as soon as you can. So if it does dry, you've still got chance. If no one else you got on that strategy, then change to the dry tyres. If the line appears and trying to get the fastest lap you can if there's any time left in the dry session. But that switch between the wets and dries will probably be the crucial moment between getting pole and not.
Absolutely. In these kind of conditions, it's all about being on track at the right time. You've got to be on the track when it's drying, when it's wet, just whenever. You've just got to be out on track. That's how I found these sessions go. You just be out on track at all times because you never know when it's going to go your way. Gugly Barros, I believe, will be the first person who's just going around Spoon Corner at the moment. He looks to be the first person to start a lap. So this will be an interesting one to watch, to take us on board with. And as I say, very difficult circuit. And one when the conditions are like this, you just never really know where the limit is.
Yeah, certainly not. And Suzuka's a tricky circuit at the best at times, of course. That first sector with these Suzuka S's, of course, really difficult through there with the traction in this wet conditions. So that's a one to watch out for. Dunlop as well. Dunlop curve is very tricky in the wet. It's off camber. That makes it very difficult for these cars to keep that grip going. That's what they need to keep these cars on track. And that's going to be a tricky one, of course. The final chicane as well seems innocuous, but down there at the pyramid, of course, that's something you have to keep your eyes on, of course. When you're changing direction so rapidly, that can really upset the car.
Absolutely. For the GTs, LMP2 and LMP1s that we've got coming up later on, it's going to be very tricky around the circuit. But if it keeps drying, that LMP1 and LMP2 session could actually be dry overall, which will help some of the cars, and that we'll get to those when that session begins. But through this S section at the moment with Barros, he's throwing it one way, throwing it the other, and the weight is just sliding the car all over the place. It's very tricky out there. It's quite neat at the moment. And the way it is at the moment, they've got to stay on that racing line, because as soon as they start touching the wet bits, they'll just go flying off the track. There is no grip on those bits. As you say, through Dunlop, he's just a little bit offline, coming down to the first Degner, probably one of the trickiest corner complexes on the calendar. Dry, wet, doesn't matter. This section of track is extremely complicated. And up towards the hairpin, throws it in. And is it going to stick? Is he going to lock a brake? It looks all right at the moment. And through the corner he goes, and onto this back bit. I say, this is all going to be so difficult through the traffic, where you've got these long corners where you're going out to the outside of the track and then coming back to the apex and stuff like that. It's going to be very tricky for the GTs and the LMP1s and the LMP2s to work out where everyone's going. Through Spook Corner, this double apex left-hander to the outside of the circuit. Watch out for that curb on the right-hand side, because it will spin you or drag you off of the circuit. And then down towards 130R. For the LMP1s, this in the wet is still just about flat if you're brave enough, but it takes a lot of effort. In the LMGT, though, we're not quite there. We're going to be braking just a little bit, flinging it in, slamming down the power, watching out again for the curb on the outside, and then down to the Casio triangle, of course, where he's going to throw it over the inside. The track limits seem to be a bit lenient through here at the moment. Watch out for the anti-cuts on the left-hand side as well, on the inside, because they will rip the suspension apart on the car. And down towards the start-finish, and he goes to second position. Sorry, Arnie Schoenvliet did the fast time, but Gugly Barros, second position, a 2-minute 8.0, considering their position in the championship. That's pretty good.
Yeah, certainly a great lap time in by them at the moment, and it's just changed as Pioti has just gone into second place with Scuderia GT Italia in their Corvette C7R. Difference in times there, 0.006 seconds. And Kevin Ryan actually gone to the top of that timing now as well. All of them faster than Schoenveld. And Kevin Ryan there with a 2:07.639 for Group 35 in their vet.
Yeah, 6,000ths ahead there. That is an impressive lap there from Kevin Ryan. And I say this session will get faster and faster. We're going to see some incredible times as the session progresses, provided it stays dry. Although looking at the clouds, they seem to be coming back in again.
Yeah, it does look that way, so we could be expecting rain later on in this one, so these guys really have to get those laps in now. The track is not going to really have time to dry if we're expecting a bit more rain to come, so that is something that they'll have to deal with. But there is a line starting to form, we can see, so this could be an Inters one. Go out there, blast out a quick lap, and pray you can stay on the track.
Absolutely, absolutely. I say Kevin Ryan has returned to pit lane. He's going to have another go on fresh wets. Discussing this before the broadcast, is these wet tyres, as much as percentage-wise, they will be good to go for lap after lap after lap after lap. Realistically, the grip is actually only there for a couple of laps. At least that's how it is on the prototypes. I'm sure it'll be the same on the GTs with all the sliding around and stuff. They'll only be good for a couple of laps. You need to get some fresh rubber on constantly, and that's the difficult thing, because you're then doing an entire lap where you're not setting a time on your out lap and stuff. So it's quite a difficult thing to balance, being on the track at the right time.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's the critical component of qualifying in these drying conditions, and especially when you're expecting it could well change. So that is something you have to keep your eyes on as Schoenveld goes back to the top there with a 2:07.585 there. Michael Muller behind him by 0.045. And these times are rapidly getting quicker here, so we are seeing that it could be the time to risk it for a biscuit, get on those intermediate tyres, see what kind of effect he is. Schoenveld is actually on the Inters, so that was the call to make, and he's done it.
Yeah, the intermediate tyres have got such a narrow operating window in R-Factor 2. So we'll have to see how long they work for. It could be a good call for now, but maybe we'll head back into slick territory, or it could start raining again, and that'll be an absolute masterstroke for the championship leaders.
Yeah, of course. The qualifying is important, but not as important as the race here. So that is something these guys have to remember, of course. They want to be in a good place for the race itself and what the track will be like for that. But it's just important to make sure, you get a good spot to start in, but it's not the end of the world. We've got 6 hours here, so plenty of time to change what's happening.
Yeah, of course, every single one of these GT drivers actually, I believe it's every single one anyway, I'm sure Jimmy Allison will correct me on that, but I think it's everyone has a penalty, a drive-through for jumping the start back at Silverstone. All of GTs do,
everybody has a penalty for that one, so that's, yep, the entire group will have a penalty. Not sure what they're going to do to them for this one, but... well, there we go. That's
should be an interesting thing. I'm sure the prototypes won't be too happy with that, as they'll be hitting traffic straight away.
Yeah, that would be a major problem, of course.
straight up onto pole position on the wet tyres. Johan Jajowski in the number 71. That is a decent lap, a 2:06.0, 1.5 seconds faster than anyone else in the Talking Door Racing Aston Martin. So that is a decent time there.
Oh, it certainly is a great lap time he's just put in for that one. So really impressed with how he's pulled that one off. But as he says, the track is changing so rapidly here. It's all over the place.
I'm pretty sure Jajowski's one of the drivers that's affiliated with Vires. I'm not 100% sure on that, but somewhat sure that he's one of the ones in that camp. So they'll be looking at that pretty impressed anyway. That is a decent lap time. Poeti goes to second position. Van Doren goes into third. So these times are rapidly getting faster. What can Arnie Schieffelin do? He is on those intermediates, and I wonder if now that's kind of a say. Maybe the window's not quite right for them, and the wet tyres are very good, especially in the drying conditions. It's the transfer over the other way. It's from the dry track to the wet track where maybe the intermediates work, but at least driving LMP1 all of last season, we could never get the intermediates to work properly.
Oh, this is something you're more the expert on than I am, of course, Lewis, because obviously not enough. I had to drive myself, and you'll have more experience in that regard. Plus, I'm basing all my knowledge here of wet and drying conditions on the real world, so of course it's mirroring quite well. So pretty impressive there from our factor that they're actually getting a lot of this to be quite the same. So I could actually apply what I know from the real world to this, but as it stands, it's looking good right now.
Absolutely. Gurgly Barros up into second position, a 2:06.4, the other Revolution driver, and that is on the intermediates. So that is a good time from Barros on those. This is such an odd session. It's going to unfold beautifully. Not too long to go. I believe it's 10 minutes left of this session. Kevin Ryan up to the top. Wet tyres, 2:06.014, half a tenth ahead of Jajowski.
Yeah, that's a big change there. Kevin Ryan getting a good lap in, but these conditions, we're seeing lots of evolution of these times, and it's probably going to be there all the way to the end of this session.
Yeah, so it depends on how much more this dries. Oh, it's such a difficult thing. The spray is starting to dissipate behind some of these cars, and now everyone's going to be fighting for the track position. 9 minutes to go. And we're not quite at the point where they're going to be starting their last stints, as we're talking 2-minute laps here, so it'll be about 5 minutes to go that you'll see people leaving the pit lane for their last stint, and that's when you'll see people really fighting for track position. But at the moment, it's a bit tense out there. It's a bit rough. No one knows if it's going to rain anymore. That's the problem.
Yeah, that'll be a big factor in this one, of course. The rain coming could dictate how things change. Do you want to go onto this into blast out a quick lap and try and take advantage of that line that's forming, or do you expect there's going to be a bit more rain towards the end of the session? It's not looking like it's going to happen just yet, but it does look possible, so it's one to keep an eye on and really be able to take advantage of that when the time comes. It definitely could be a problem for our LMP2 and LMP1 classes. They are later, of course, in this qualifying session, and that could be right when they're qualifying.
Absolutely. The thing that I would have, I would probably be on the wets, just in case. I feel the wets are probably the safer option. But, as I say, the only person that will know that they've made the right call will be at the end of the session when they're on pole position. That is the only time you'll know.
Absolutely. That will literally be the defining point, of course. Wet qualifying could go to anybody.
Absolutely. And that's why it's so good to watch, because we never really know what is going to happen. Currently, though, with not too long to go, our top 10 is it's Dark Racing, who currently have the pole position. That's Talking Door Racing just behind them. Revolution Racing in 3 and 4 with the 89 ahead of the 94. Now, obviously, the 94 is the championship leader, so that'll be important for Arnie Schieffelin to put together a better lap and move towards the front of the grid. Of course, it's not super important in an endurance race. We've got 6 hours of racing ahead of us. Scuderia GT. There you go. Speak of the devil. Arnie Schieffelin straight to the top. 2-minute 5.8. Straight to the top of the session on those intermediate tyres. But Scuderia GT Italia in 5th, SRVN in 6th, 3 Wide Motorsport in 7th, Sim Racing for Holland 8th, No Limit Motorsport in 9th, and Flatline Racing rounding out your top 10 at the moment. As I there, didn't quite see who it was. But yes, either way, that is a good lap from Arnie Schieffelin to get onto that pole position.
Yeah, seeing these times really changing so rapidly at the moment, down to that 2:05. We started the session on 2:08, so this is a big change in terms of our lap times we're seeing. And the times are just evolving as this session goes through. So the cloud does seem to be kind of packing away. It's staying off the track for now. So I think this one will get faster and faster and faster. We'll be seeing everyone on those green intermediate tyres here as they just try and risk this and steal a march.
Yeah, the sun is out here at Suzuka, and with just over 5 minutes left of this session, just over 6 minutes really, of this GT qualifying remaining, who is going to make the call to come back into the pit lane to stick on some fresh rubber and do their final stint, do their absolute best? Erhan Yuyovski, wow, that is a time. Erhan Yuyovski, a 2:04.584. That is absolutely incredible. That is on the wet tyres as well. So he has taken back this pole position here at Suzuka. And as I say, they'll be just starting their final runs shortly. So we are going to get that decided. Erhan Yuyovski leaves the pit lane. He is on the intermediate tyres now.
Yeah, look at that marker though. That's by 1.2 seconds he's got the gap over Schoenveld. As Flatline goes sideways. Flatline and Jacobs there spinning out as he was on his qualifying lap. They're back to the pits, so that's not what they wanted to have happen. They're going to leave again, but Jajovski there, 2:04.5. That's 1.2 seconds faster than second place. This is what we meant by drying conditions there, Lewis. These conditions, they change so rapidly. You can just get a lap out of nowhere.
Absolutely. Arnie Schoenveld completes a lap. And it's a 10th off of his previous best, so he's going to have to go back, get some fresh rubber. I wonder what he's going to decide to do here. If I was him, personally, I'd maybe see that... yes, he's come out on the intermediates. I maybe would have come out on the wets based on Erhan Yuyovski's time on the wets. But now that he's on intermediates, we'll have to see what Erhan can do. But what an interesting session.
It absolutely is. It's going to be fantastic to see what happens when we get the prototypes out here, of course. And it's a pity, really, the prototypes didn't go out first, really, because that downforce would suck up the water and really clean the track pretty nicely for the GT cars. So if anything, they've got probably the worst class out first for qualifying there. The poor GT cars slipping and sliding around like drunken figure skaters. But as it stands, it's going to be exciting when the prototypes get out there. They get really pushing hard.
Yeah, that might have been partially my fault. I did suggest to Jimmy to switch it. Because last season it was LMP1, P2, and then Pro-Am. And it is my fault. There we go. I told him to flip it around, because then we're building up to something
Confirmed
special.
Lewis's fault.
Yeah, there we go. I'm to blame for all of VEC's problems. But, yes.
Can we talk about one particular problem? And probably going to annoy Jimmy right now with this one. But the penalties we have for the GT field last round, which means we're going to see the entire GT field come down for a drive-through penalty. To play journalistic devil's advocate here, giving the entire GT field a penalty when they were all over the stated speed, could we not say give the penalty to the class leader or the pole sitter, should we say, for the for that race, and say, look, you led the field too quickly? But the whole field, this is, like we said, this is going to really impact on our LMP1 field. They're going to be smacking in the middle of traffic in the first 2 or 3 laps. This is going to change the whole race.
Yeah, I mean, the reason is because it's how the rule is written about how, for those of you that don't know watching, the rule is, I believe at Silverstone it was turn 18. Now, the race starts when you leave turn 18. So it's a per car thing as opposed to a field thing. That's just the way the rule is written. Now, whether I agree with that or not is not up for discussion. It's just that's kind of where it is. I think giving an entire field a penalty is quite... That's going to make a very interesting call in the race.
Yeah, it really is. That's why like I said, we're just discussing it. We're not, saying yay or nay, or this is bad or this is good. We're certainly not criticising VEC, but just for the sake of the viewers, of course, we really want to kind of get them into the mindset of, deciding something like this and how it works and how you would choose to do something like this. And of course, we say either don't give it to them or give it to them all, or give it to the the pole sitter, which is basically pacing that field of GT cars. If anything, it's their fault. But it's a tricky one to deal with, and like I said, that's how it stands. That's what we've got. So if we look back at what's going to really happen in terms of once this race gets going, when are they all going to take it? Are they all going to go in at once? Are they going to go in separate laps? They've only got a limited number of laps to service. I believe it's 4, and that means we're going to see the entire field coming in maybe as 1, possibly on the first lap, and that could be insane.
It's going to be a very tricky thing to manage as to when. To make it fair, everyone really kind of needs it at the same time, but it's quite difficult how to manage that. Either way, very quickly on the session at the moment, we've had Alessandro Puoti move up onto second position and Gurgly Barros into third. So once again, Arnie Schindler is behind his teammate, but I will say that time from Barros was on the intermediates. So it is looking like those could be the correct tyre. Erhan Yovsky has started his lap on them, but we still have the lap of Schindler, who's at Spoon Corner at the moment, and he's just coming back down the hill towards 130R on those intermediates. What can he do?
We'll have to see what he can manage with this one. It's going to be an interesting lap from him and see what that car can produce, of course, but as it stands, it's not looking quite as fast. Puoti and Barros have gone much, much faster than he has, but not long left in the session.
His first and second sector are nuts. This will be the pole time. Well, this will be the current provisional pole time. As long as he doesn't mess up this final chicane, he should go onto provisional pole position through that final chicane and down the hill through the final curve and to the line. 2:05.8 is his current time. His time moves to 2:03.3.
Fantastic.
1.2 seconds quicker.
That is an insane move, because that's not just 1.2 seconds ahead of the previous pole. That's 2.4 seconds up on his last lap. That is an absolute flyer there from Arnie Schundveld.
That is a good lap. Oh, Erhan Yovsky's off the road as well, and with 30 seconds to go in this session, he's not going to get another lap in.
No, he won't, and that's literally this pole is secured.
That could have well secured the pole. I say Erhan Yovsky's got to get through the final sector in 20 seconds. He's coming up to 130R now. He's certainly not going to start another lap. So that could be it. And a 2:03.3 is a fantastic lap time. We'll see just what happens. Through the Casio triangle he goes, and that should be curtains.
Qualifying is over. You may finish your current lap.
And there we go. So Arnie Schindler looking good for that pole position. Erhan Yovsky has finished his session. Puoti is on a lap, but we'll have to keep an eye on that one when it comes towards the end. I wonder how many positions Erhan Yovsky could have been cost through that mistake.
Certainly be very interesting to see, but what a fantastic lap we there saw from Schundveld as Jajowski. Well, it's going to cost him potentially a lot here as we'll see these final laps coming in.
Yeah, I've been on the unfortunate end of Arnie's pace. I did a Clio championship with him a long time ago, and his pace is just, he can be out of this world when he's focused and determined. The guy is insanely quick, and to do a 2:03.3 in a session like this where keeping it on the track is a task in itself, to then pull off a lap like that around such a difficult circuit is impressive. And there we go, that's sorted, and off he goes. And Matthias Grau is coming down the hill towards 130R. Marsili is going through the final sector now. Müller moves up to 11th position. Marsili goes to 9th position. Matthias Grau through 130R. He'll be our final person to complete a lap in LMGT qualifying and is unlikely to challenge for pole position, so it looks good for Arnie Schindler, unless he completely destroys his final sector and makes us all look silly, which I don't feel is going to happen. Down the hill he comes, and it will be a 2-minute. It doesn't improve. It was a 2-minute 7.2 was his lap time. But yes, Arnie Schindler, the first pole position of the day, goes to him, and that is a good job for him and that championship. They are the championship leader. They obviously won back in Indianapolis, and now looking fairly good here at Suzuka.
Yeah, they certainly are, and what a dominating way to put the car on pole. But of course, these conditions really dictated that session there. We've not really any idea who would have qualified where in dry conditions, so it's going to be exciting to see what happens with the race. If the race dries up, what will change, of course. But it's a dominant comeback in that session when he had dropped back quite away from the pole position. To get himself back up there, really impressive.
Absolutely, indeed. In a few minutes, we'll start the P2 and P1 qualifying, and hopefully we'll see some great action in there if it's something like that session. We've just got to pray for no rain, because if it rains halfway through the session, we've got to talk about other things. You see, no one wants that.
No, and we had rain towards the end of the practice session, just finished before we went to qualifying, so The rain was just fresh on the ground before this 20-minute qualifying, so there'll still be still quite wet out there, of course, but as we saw with that session, it is definitely drying quite quickly. These downforce cars, they'll move a lot more of that water than the GT cars did, so we could see a seriously dominating dry line forming here if the rain stays off, and we could see an LMP1 qualifying. Somebody might go out and risk this one on slicks.
Absolutely. We've had one of the cars James Wilson has actually left the game. Wonder if he's actually returning. He's obviously a driver for the number 3 DHR Racing. And Yuri Jason, who's I think is... Oh, I have no idea who that's for. My mind's gone blank. But we had 2 drivers leave anyway, so we might have to see if they can rejoin the session and continue their qualifying, which should start in 60 seconds' time. I have no idea who the favourite for pole position would be around here. There we go. Yuri is a GT driver for SRVN. That's where he was from.
He certainly is, and we'll see what will come out now for the... this is LMP2 qualifying, I believe, Lewis.
P2 and P1 should be combined into one session, if I am correct. Jimmy Allison? LMP1, LMP2 are in the same session, are they not? Correct. Thought so. 4 has returned to the game with 30 seconds to spare, so we should have the full grid for those 2. And we've discussed, we'll quickly go into it now about something within the LMP1 class become important rather before this session is that the Nissan around here, now we know that thing is an absolute bullet in a straight line, but if it rains, that car is in a problematic position. Yeah, the prototypes are good, and we do have a bit of rain in the air, I think that's what I can see, but not much. But yeah, so that Nissan, I was actually looking at it, if it was going to be dry, I was looking at that as probably to be the favourite for pole position again. However, with the rain in the air like this and the speed of that car in the rain, they're going to be struggling to get anywhere good with those cars, the two Nissans.
Let's not forget the number 22 car in your LMP1 field. The car driven by Mr. Jimmy Broadbent, the GNS Endurance Nissan. Let's not forget their fantastic pole with him at the wheel at Turkey in round number 2. Fantastic run there, but as you say, you know, wet conditions, drying conditions, possibly better for them but see what they do now in these conditions, these drying track conditions, as they head out for their installation laps, these warm-up laps here. We'll see them making a run, already looking a lot faster here as they're getting good traction, but a lot of curb jumping, a lot of running off perhaps the line as they're trying to stick within this very narrow trench of drying track. The LMP1 cars, they want to get some good track space to make some laps.
Yeah, as experience from LMP1 last season, in these conditions, these cars, they don't look that tricky. They look all right. You know, you're seeing like Furman chucking it through Spoon as if it doesn't even matter. These cars are ridiculously tricky to drive in conditions like this, as is all of the cars within VEC. They're all extremely difficult. It doesn't look it when you've done all of that practice and you're fully up to speed with a car, but in something like this, it's just so difficult. As through the Casio triangle, Furman goes to start his first lap for 3 wide. And yeah, going to be an interesting session. We've got to hope that the rain stays off. So for the 20-minute session, we're getting faster and faster and faster. Because if rain starts after the first lap, then we're not going to have much of a session at all.
No, we're certainly not. And hopefully the Toyotas are praying that the rain stays off. Sorry, the Nissan's praying that rain stays off the track for this qualified session. Of course, if it doesn't for the qualifying, but it happens for the race, that could completely invert our grid once we get into the actual race conditions. So we could have Nissans further forwards, and perhaps they might be in the wet. There's a big wiggle there from Furman. That will cost him on his lap as he was heading out to the end of the S's up towards Dunlop curve there. Just that back end, you mentioned, Lewis, tricky in the wet. There's got a bit of a tank slapper on there, but collected it nicely.
Yeah, that was actually a pretty good save in cars like this. The speed they go around these circuits and stuff like that they're very quick cars, and then to catch something at that kind of speed, I know they've got 4-wheel drive and all of this downforce and stuff, but seriously, it's a tricky job. So he's managed to save that, and is going to continue on with this lap. I'd be surprised if this goes to provisional pole position. However, due to that mistake through Spoon Corner, again, be careful of all of the wet bits, of all the curbs, of everything. You've got to be so careful driving these.
Yeah, you certainly do. One of our viewers on YouTube just saying, that's Banzai Pie, I believe, was saying, can the Nissan team switch to rebellions for the rainy conditions, perhaps? I think that'd be a great rule. If you're a Nissan driver, you get to choose a different car.
That there is from a Nissan driver, that's Alexander van der Velde, who obviously drives, I believe, for the Magenta Warriors Nissan. Pretty sure he's not in the P2. But here comes Furman towards a line of 1:43.7. That's a pretty good time to start off with, but it's immediately beaten by Adam Taylor on a 43.1. That car, surprisingly to me, not qualified by Nicky Jakovic. Adam Taylor's the one in the car, and he's been very quick in that so far. Kieran Parkin completes a lap 44.7. Kuba Brzezinski, obviously the defending series champion, a 45.1. Risto Capit to pole position on a 42.7 for Vodgall. That's a good time, that is.
That's a huge time. Look at Jimmy Broadbent there in the GNS Nissan. 3.2 seconds off your current pole, as seeing more problems for Furman. He's running off the track again. Oh, into the tyre barriers on the outside of Dunlop there for him. He's going to have to go back to pit road and get that car moved again, but that's this is proving trickier than people expected, I think.
Absolutely. Carsten Dindergaard goes on to pole position in the LMP2, but is immediately beaten by Pavadnik in the Seawolf. I believe that's a Seawolf car. Yeah, it is. He's moved on to pole position in that class. Lazarus Filipakos in the third position in that class. It's very difficult to work out whilst we're all in the same session as to what position's who. But,
but we do know the Oricas, of course, are our LMP2 cars in this one, so...
Absolutely. So it's going to be 2 sessions in one, so we've got like this massive jackpot of seeing what actually goes on, but this session will get faster and faster as people build that confidence in the car. Furman's already through the first... I think he's actually gone back for some new tyres as Martin Furman. Adam Taylor coming through the final complex of corners through the Casio Triangle and down the hill. Is this going to be much quicker? Currently on a 43.1, should improve to a 42.6. And Kieran Parkin not too far behind. He's on a 44.7, should improve as well. And does a 43.1 for him. So improvements all around, as I think that was Nico Barkley into 5th position as well.
Yeah, he has improved just there, but as it stands, things still being a little bit tricky for these guys. We are seeing actually some Audi... Wow, that's such impressive here. Seeing some lap times in from one of the Audi teams, Scuderia GT Italia, down behind some of the Oricas, the LMP2 cars. So that's... get your fingers out, guys. That's a bit slow, but... the tricky conditions on track certainly making it a bit of a difficult one for these guys, but we are seeing good mixtures. Audi at the moment, Nissan. It's not actually. I'm looking at the timing sheet. Scroll down. That would be a problem.
It's Porsche,
we're looking at
Audi.
Porsche, then Audis. Then we have Nissan, Audi. The Nissan's looking like they're not in development here, but the Porsche's looking very quick. Virez and Risto Capit there doing very good laps.
As recollection, of course, this is stuff that changes season to season, but in the previous season, the Porsche had a bit better balance in the wet. It wasn't any quicker than an Audi. You could do the same times, but it was just that little bit better balance. You could just play about with it more. But we'll have to wait and see how that progresses. All Furman having a little bit of a distraction through turn 1 there, as it was Risto Capit and I think a P2 leaving the pit lane. I didn't see which P2 it was, but a bit of a distraction going to turn 1, which is not what you want when you're approaching it at such high speed. You're talking nearly 300 kilometers an hour coming down into turn 1, a corner where you're on the brakes, turning and slowing the car down so much in such a small space of time, whilst being distracted by 2 cars. Furman is actually off the road as Kieran Parkin goes to 2nd position on a 42.7.
Yeah, great lap by one of the Audis there, with Parkin putting that one in, as he's going to go back onto another lap here. And what we're seeing is these guys are all still on the wet tyres, I think, at the moment. Yeah, blue wet tyres still for the LMP cars, so that's, considering how much the track's dried, that's surprising.
The prototype-wise, at least from the previous season, it was definitely wet. Their inters just don't work at these speeds. It's just such a hard tyre to get to grips with.
Parkin off the racetrack, he's going to the tyres on the outside. Oh, big hit there for Parkin.
Lost a wheel.
Yeah, he did. He lost everything. Doug Hudson Racing Machine is had to go back to pit road, but as things stood there, oh, pulls out in front of one of the Oricas on pit road as he'll head out. That was Philip Arcos, actually. But, yeah, again, trouble spot we're seeing there, and that's the cars running off on the exit there of the S's as they go through Dunlop. That's going to be very tricky in the race conditions, especially when you're lapping traffic.
Indeed. Carsten Dyndergaard to give you a quick update on the P2. As the sun is definitely coming out here at Suzuka, which looks beautiful. It is the undercover sim
Parking gone
racing
again.
car. Oh, the parking's crashed again. Oh dear. But yeah, it's those that are currently on provisional pole position of 50.3. Who's that who just jumped up? I think it was.
That was Barkley.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, Barkley to 4th. I think it actually might have been Christian Michel who's jumped up into 7th position. I don't know where he was. Yeah, so undercover sim racing from Flatline from Seawolf Net Race, the top 3 in that session. And we will keep an eye on the P2 as it unfolds if anything important happens. But at the moment, we'll be keeping our eyes well on the LMP1 category, which that sun being out is being very distracting coming down towards turn 1.
It certainly is, but it means that track's going to dry a little bit faster here, so it could be very important to get out towards the end of the session. And we have 10 minutes remaining here, so we could maybe see people risk this one. Maybe. I think it could be too early right now for slicks, but somebody might try it later on in the last few moments.
Yes, I distinctly remember RGPL, Team RGPL with David Berenek trying that at Spa, and the 24 hours of Spa, which obviously we had about the same point last year. When we had the 24 hours of Spa, and that was another one that was wet and dry. Kuba Brzezinski jumps up into 5th position. But that was one of those tricky condition races, and he was one that tried the slicks maybe a little bit too early. I think he ended up crashing. But in a qualifying session where you get to make a mistake and you can return to pit lane and stuff like that, and the way this plays out, it would be very tempting to risk a slick tyre, wouldn't it?
It certainly would be, but could be one of those qualifying winning decisions. And they always tend to be the wild, perhaps a little crazy decision. But let's not forget, I think these guys are starting to race in the tyre they qualify with, so that risk could be troublesome if the rain comes back.
I don't know about that, because I think they'll be able to, if they've qualified on the slicks, they'll be able to move to the wets if it rains. But personally, I would definitely stick with the wets for now, because I don't have that focus to be able to stick on a slick and stay on the racing line. I know one person that might though. That's Kuba Brzezinski, who has a slick tyre on right now. Cool, what a guess that was. Soft tyres on the Feeder Ragnar simulation car. That is going to be very difficult. He's decided to bail out.
Oh, big hit there, parking, and one of the Oracles, he went off the track, comes back on, clips the back of parking there. Huge hit. As we have a multi-car incident there in qualifying. This condition's very, very tricky.
It's sort of it's the perfect storm, isn't it? You've got a slick, sort of wet to drying track with slower cars as well. It's just sort of like, oh my god, can you not? This is going to be so difficult to get that perfect lap in. I mean, I know they've got 20 minutes to get it, but still, we've got a couple of P2s trying the slick tyres. But I don't think Kuba Brzezinski was too impressed, as he's gone straight back onto the wet weather tyres. So maybe slicks at this point in the session.
I think it's a little bit brave at the moment, but something that could be a decision in the future. But perhaps a little too brave right now.
Furman on the slicks. He's currently in 8th position. I'm going to be trying something special. He is coming through 130R now. And I believe he'll be going to start a lap. I don't believe he's on one. Let's have a look.
Parking just went off again. I think this is crash number 8 or something for Doug Henson Racing Porsche. Audi even, sorry, not a Porsche.
Just
Audi.
pushing a bit too hard.
Yeah, pushing a little too hard. I think they're running out of front clips for that machine.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll be paying the bills quite a lot on that one. Starting to rain again, we've heard, as Martin Furman has gone off of the road on the slick tyre, so he'll want to return. Oh yeah, that is quite a lot of rain. This could actually secure pole position for Adam Taylor, unless, no, Risto Capit's just started a lap. Kieran Parkin's already in the middle sector. It's anyone at a good position on the track, as Vado, who's currently in 4th position, has just overcooked the Casio triangle. This could be very important when it comes to the session. Kuba Brzezinski, I think, is on an outlap, isn't he? Because he's obviously just been on the slicks. James Wilson moves up to 6th position. Kuba Brzezinski comes to start his lap. Oh, Christian Michel, 10th position at the moment, does not improve. Does a 46.6. Oh, that
We'll
could.
keep our eyes on the names at the front, though. Taylor, Capit, Parkin, those are cars we need to keep our eyes on. Can any of them snatch a lap here before this gets too bad? But you can already see that line disappearing that we had on track. That drying line is gone already. As the rain is really coming down heavily now. This is big rain, and that dry line is vanishing.
Yeah, we're obviously focusing on Risto Capit, who's in the second position and is really the only one that could have challenged Adam Taylor. But it was just not enough on that lap. And it doesn't look like it's going to be enough on this one,
we're
rather.
showing Capit right now as Risto Capit right now. That's his. Look at his conditions here.
No, he's lost a second in the first sector.
Yeah, this is just incredible. I mean, we can see that line's vanished already. It's soaking wet out there at Suzuka now as he heads up now the backstretch towards 130R. Gonna be lifting there, as you saw the GNS Porsche, the Nissan, sorry, in front of him. As through he comes, there's a little bit sideways, but he controls it nicely.
Yeah,
It's a good line, but we're not going to see improvements here. I think this is as done. He's down on his lap time. This will not be an improvement. But
he's going to return to
looking
pit
like
lane.
pole for Taylor. It is, yeah. Adam Taylor looks to have secured pole here with 6 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's not the first time that we've seen such a thing in a session like this, but that was a good time from Adam Taylor at the right time. Now, do remember, though, that car has got a 60-second stop-and-go penalty and a drive-through, which they obviously have to serve separately. So they've got some hefty penalties at the moment, but starting from the front of the field, running away with it if you can, is the best place to take such a penalty. Kuba Brzezinski, a lap time to put him into fourth in conditions like
wow.
this. Christian Michel.
Holy
Wow.
moly, that is insane.
Wow.
That's come out of nowhere. That is an insane lap time from Revolution Racing. Absolutely out of nowhere. The Audi AR18 of Revolution Racing goes straight to the pole by 0.065, and they are on wet tyres, and that was the perfect time for it. What a lap. We didn't think we'd possibly see an improvement there. I think Taylor and Team Virez were certain of their pole, and that was out of nowhere.
Hold on, though. So watch Taylor through this final sector now. He is on an absolute blinder. What can he do? Is he going to improve? 40.7!
He does. My gosh, this is
I
insane.
guess as the track is getting wetter, the tyres are actually coming more into their thing. As long as it stays at this wetness, that's incredible. We thought this session was over, but it is very, very far from it.
Yeah, apparently so. This is insane. Looks like the race is back on. Cool.
Absolutely.
1.2 seconds there. Taylor going faster than Michelle. That is incredible.
Yeah, Kieran Parkins improved to a 42.1. Still 1.3 seconds off of Adam Taylor. That Porsche, that Virez Porsche, is absolutely hooked up in these conditions. I remember seeing that from the Feeder Sport Poland car as it was back then last season. When you get conditions like this, if you've got a driver that's confident and you've got a setup that's stable, the speed that you can pull off can be absolutely untouchable.
Yeah, I think we've just seen that as a shock end to the session here in our LMP1, LMP2 qualifying. We haven't really spoken much about LMP2 right now. It's Dynagard on the pole for your LMP2 category with Undercover Sim Racing. Revolution Racing in second with John Hall. As we have Rossu and we have Hildebrand behind them. Capella, Pobutnik, we have Filipakos, Rivero, and Tammy and Selvi.
Oh, Filipakos,
so moving down the field.
Filipakos, though, all the way up to second in
place.
class. Which, to be fair, every time I'm on a broadcast, I have to mention it. I'm pretty sure he's running a controller, which is just ridiculous.
That would be absolutely incredible. I have seen some people who are insanely good with a controller.
Oh, Jake Hall.
And I can't do it.
Jake Hall onto to pole position in that class.
Wow.
But I started sim racing on a gamepad. I started on a 360 Xbox 360 gamepad, and to the speed that some of these people can do. Let's say Filipakos. I've heard he's have to do a bit of a Scandinavian flick through the hairpin to get it to really go, which is quite amusing.
Yeah, it certainly is. And apparently Lazarus is using a controller. Like I say, I don't know how these people do it. I've tried it myself, and it always seems a little bit too jerky. So impressive control if they can do it. I always heard the fable that Gregor Hutu does his iRacing World Championship Grand Prix Series races on a Nintendo 64 controller, but that could be a rumour.
I've heard the same thing. I think it's true. He's very
Probably
good,
is.
very quick. But either way, Adam Taylor looking like he might have actually secured that pole position for himself. I'm not sure about anyone else getting quite close to
I think
that.
that's unbeatable now. 1.2 seconds. That's not going to happen.
Kieran Parker, though, looking to go on to the front row. He's done a PB first sector as he rushes up towards the second sector, which I'm not going to get an update on for some reason. I think he may have cut on this lap, actually, if we're not getting an update on that, as he runs down towards the line. He's currently on a 42.1, and is he going to improve, or did he get... Yeah, I think he got an off-track for that. So that would be why that time doesn't count, which is a shame, because that first sector was about 4/10 faster than its previous best. Risto Capit, let's keep an eye on him as he comes towards the second sector split. And he's just lost a load of time in the second sector. It's that second sector, getting that right is the difficult part. The first sector, people seem to be able to match or beat themselves. But it's that second sector where Adam Taylor pulled out something special. It's just very difficult to beat.
It is dealing with the, of course, the two Degner corners and the hairpin. That's the trickiest part in the wet, taking that traction out of the hairpin. But the Degners, they're so hard, especially second Degner. So difficult in the wet.
Yeah, getting it slowed down for that corner. We've got 1 minute left of the session, so we're approaching a time when the people starting their laps will be on their last one. 1 minute and 40 seconds around here. And a few people have already decided to end their session. Michelle, Parkin, Capit, they're all out. They're in the garage, so they're not going to continue on. Adam Taylor, though, still on track, so he's confident he can beat his time. Nico Barkley, Cooper Brzezinski coming down towards the hairpin. They are all still on track. Brzezinski 2/10 off in his first sector. It's not looking great. James Wilson's come back to the pit lane. He's in 9th position. Furman through 130 art. Let's keep an eye on him as he runs down to the Casio triangle. And it is absolutely pouring with rain. I think the rain has just got too heavy for improvement at the moment. I don't think this will be an improvement. 143.7 and is not an improvement. Yeah, the track is just too slow at the moment. The rain has just come down.
Enough water, and then this is too much water. This is where you'd be better off with a boat.
Yes, absolutely. I remember, was it Austin 2015 when they were messing about in the practice session, making like little boats and stuff? So what we should do.
Absolutely.
But yes, it is looking good then for our championship leaders. For Team Vires, obviously the win back in Silverstone, the first of their LMP1 championship. And they look good for the pole position here at Suzuka. So Adam Taylor on a 140.775 is good for it, ahead of Christian Michel, Kieran Parkin, Nico Barkley, Risto Capit, Cooper Brzezinski, Avedo, Pizzo, Wilson, Furman, Broadbent and Oyala, rounding out your LMP1 field. Broadbent did get ahead of Oyala at some point in that session, but the battle for last place in LMP1 is definitely between your Nissans, unfortunately. Outside of that, then we've got Revolution Racing, obviously with that lap from Jake Hall, who took pole position in the P2s, and it's Undercover Sim Racing from Carson Dindergaard, who did a good job all the way through that session, but ended up in second position. That's Atlantic Motorsport, Flatline Racing, Magenta Warriors, Scuderia GT Italia, Seawolf Net Race, MVD Racing Team, Champion Racing, and DR Motorsport to round out the field. And obviously we did the GT qualifying earlier. So in 10 minutes time we should hopefully get this race underway, but until then we'll have to wait and see and discuss what we think is actually going to happen here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky one for the start of this race into these conditions, especially when we have the entire GT field going to be pitting very quickly to the start of the race, and with this much rain that could be really problematic.
Absolutely. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out, but I couldn't... This is the thing with a race like this, is you can't go, who do you think will win? Because you never know. You never know in a situation like this. Vires and their pace, they're hard to look past, but we'll have to wait and see how their drivers play out. I'm not really sure what's happening with the number 3 car at the moment, because one of their drivers, he is on TeamSpeak at the moment, but he's had to... he's apparently having internet issues and he's had to rush to his parents' house to use their internet, basically.
That's how much this means to guys. They are willing to do that.
Yes, that's Adam Hodgkinson, by the way. I remember a story of someone back in Touring Pro Series, Dead League. It's all right. He travelled like 200 kilometres to use someone else's sim rig because something had broken on his to do a race. That's insane. That is insane.
Well, this is what has to happen when you're working on these things, and these championships mean a lot to these guys.
Absolutely, and when you're talking about a championship like this, you know, with just you're pushing so hard at every time that the amount of laps that you do for a series like this, you're pushing the limit at all times. And so to have that thrown away by an internet issue, you're just not going to let that happen. You'll go to your parents' house. You'll steal their internet. It's all right.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they're for, right?
Absolutely. We do have, though, to shout out to some other series that we've got at Sim Racing Club. We do have other series that are more entry level for some of the other drivers that want to take part. Obviously, we have VLMS, which returns next Saturday at Sebring for a 6-hour race. That still has 5 rounds to go. We've got a round in February at Imola, then March at Estoril, and then April at Red Bull Ring, and then finishing off in May at Le Mans. So don't forget to take a look at that series in VLMS. And also, we have, starting soon, the sign-up should open fairly soon. I'm not quite sure with when Jimmy is going to open it. But the Virtual Super GT Championship, a 4-round championship. It's €5 for the entry, but it goes to Lausitz Ring, Suzuka, Malaysia and Tobin, a 4-round championship between February and May. That one should be good. I think it's on Sundays, running the new GT.
To everything, and they've got to make sure they stay compliant with all of that.
Absolutely. One of the things that I learned very quickly was not to mess with Jimmy Allison. He will give you a penalty. Just don't push it.
No, definitely not.
The thing is, though, with that rule, we've discussed it before. Like within DHR, I've had a conversation with them about it. Obviously, 3 LMP1 drivers did jump the start as well. However, they won't be getting a penalty in this because they already served the drive-through at Silverstone. I think it was Lupson. It was I think it was Niki Jakovic. It was Vires. It was GNS. I think the other one was 3 wide, off the top of my head. And they all served their drive-through then. But discussing it with them, it's sort of like when you see like the car in front go, and you're sort of like, oh, I'd best go as well. Even though something in the back of your mind's telling you, no, they've jumped the start, just leave it, because you'll get a penalty. There's just something that keeps nagging away at you, and you've got to go.
Yeah, that temptation to go is, I think, the thing that got everyone last time. And I just remember, race your own race and not. If someone does something wrong, it doesn't mean you can do it wrong as well. I think like everyone's got to really watch it out on, especially on the start. And I think from the last one, everyone sort of found that out now, and they'll remember that a bit more now.
I've jumped starts before, especially from like a standing start. I know obviously we're doing rolling starts in this, but from a standing start, you see someone jerk forward, and you're just like, oh, time to go.
Yeah.
Even though the lights aren't out or anything like that. It's very difficult for you to just tell your brain to ignore that very important piece of information that someone else has gone.
You're focusing on one thing so much. Anything that happened in the background, you think that thing has changed. So it's getting that focus away from everyone else around you and just focusing on the start.
Well, as to note for this round, it's a green flag call from Jimmy Allison, as far as I'm aware, for this round, which will be called between turn 16 and the start-finish line. So between there'll be a call for a green flag, and then they will go. At least as far as I have read. The other car as well wasn't 3 wide. It was Risto Capit in the Vodbull. Thank you, Dowie Tapper, for messaging me with that one. That was the other car that got the drive-through penalty. But we are not very far away from the start of this race, and hopefully we'll have an absolute thriller around here. I've discussed this before, that the thing that we don't want is a wet to dry to wet to dry to wet to dry race. It's one or the other. Just pick one. Wet or dry, because that's where you get the close race, and it's when it flicks between the load that you have people spread out through strategy calls and stuff like that. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But this is Suzuka, and considering the weather forecast there at the moment, we should be having snow really, and the temperature on the server is -1 degrees ambient, so it's pretty chilly.
Yeah, the weather is definitely going to play a big part in this, and as with Suzuka, I've found out in the past, the rain can go from wet to dry all the time, so making that change onto the right tyre at the right time, I think he's going to decide this race. In the end, it's getting that strategy right and getting timing it right on what lap to come in and what tyres to put on will determine which team comes out on top.
One thing's for sure though, looking at it right now, I'd start on the wets. It is pretty pouring out there. Rachel, wouldn't you agree? A bit pretty wet?
bit soggy, and considering the ambient temperature, like you said, it should be snow and there should be ice skating with studded tyres, which I would totally watch multi-class endurance racing on ice with studded tyres. Please, someone arrange this. Please, I would love to see that. Especially when a safety car has a snowplow on the front. That'd be awesome. But I digress slightly. Yep, everyone fit their snorkels. It's going to be a very soggy start to this race. And we are going to the green flag, as you mentioned. No safety car starts for us. The VEC are not wimps.
Oh, shots fired towards Formula One. There you go.
And towards, the WEC and Le Mans.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that was pretty bad. I remember the last time we were at Japan, actually, was... Actually, no, it wasn't the last time. Have we been to Fuji this season? We haven't, have we? No. So it was the last time we were at Japan, where we were coming through the final corner. It was dry. Everyone's on slicks. It's all looking good. And then downpour. Really, really torrential, heavy downpour. If you haven't seen the start of... I think it's the second round of Season 8. Go and watch it, because it is pretty odd. The rain is super heavy and no one knows what to do, and everyone has to do a lap on slick tyres in pouring rain. It's pretty horrific. But luckily that won't happen here. We'll all be on wet tyres for the start. Should come in about a minute's time. We'll get to just about starting the formation lap, and we'll see if everyone can actually start in the right time this time. We'll see.
Yeah, no, she's getting out of that last chicane on the way down to the start line on the green flag. Depending on where the green flag is called, that getting out of that corner with as much power down as you can is going to be quite hard, and not spinning it round on that edge of that chicane is going to be quite an interesting one for some of these cars.
I know the Nissans have the exact opposite problem, which is as soon as you put the power down, they just sort of go in a straight line, no matter where you want to go. So they've got the opposite problem. But yes, that'll be a very tricky thing coming out of that final corner, because obviously it's curved. It's a tricky corner as it is. Of course, they've all got traction control, which I'm pretty sure most of the guys out there will be running medium at the moment, which is the tyres they can run on this server. Medium TC, but it's all about wing level and suspension settings and stuff like that, all the complicated stuff which everyone's done lots of practice on. The dry, no one quite realised it was going to rain until last night, and we went, oh yeah, rain, nice.
Well, rain is going to be a problem. It's something you'll come across throughout the season. You know what? Some drivers are great in the dry, some struggle in the wet. Some are great in the wet, some struggle in the dry. So this is the sort of race we need to have throughout this season, just to show that.
We are, though, getting ready to go racing, and on that point, I distinctly remember that one of the main reasons why FIDE Sport Poland won the championship last season was because of how strong they were in the wet. Of course, they're now FIDE Ragnar Simulator, and they still have the same drive lineup. I don't know if Pasha Skirgis is here, but I'm pretty sure it is definitely Kuba Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski, and those two, obviously two of the drivers that took the championship in Season 8. The rain coming down very, very heavy. As the lights will count down, and we'll get ready for the formation lap. And we are good to go. But yes, it's all about finding those drivers that are so good in the wet and sticking them in the car right now. DHR had one last season, which was Lars Brugman. And obviously, Kuba Brzezinski is at FIDE. These guys are incredibly quick in these conditions. It's the mixed conditions where Kuba's so good. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. Really got a bit of gap there between Adam Taylor and Christian Michel.
Now, of course, the LMP1 car is going to be having a start here. And look at this rain. It's gotten even worse now. Oh. Plus, the dry line we had, even the very little one we had at the end, is completely gone. This track is going to be completely green. Of course, no rubber's going to stick down here. So we aren't really going to see line developing here, rubber being put down. And this is going to be very, very tricky, especially when you get offline. So, of course, how do you actually get offline to that karting line to stay away from the curbs and things here and stay off the rubbered line when everybody else is trying to use it in multi-class conditions? It's going to make things very treacherous.
Unfortunately, with the way RFX 2 works, you've got to be scrambling for that racing line just because of the way the grip works in this game. But I will say 2 LMP1s that are going to have a massive headache at the start of the race. They've dropped a little bit back off the rest of the group, which is James Wilson and Martin Firm in 9th and 10th. They've got 2 Nissans behind them, which, despite having a bit more wing, and being a bit slower in a straight line, they're still much quicker than everyone else. So those two are probably going to be overtaken down into turn 1. The main problem with that is how slow those Nissans are through all of those corners and stuff. It's going to be very difficult to overtake them. That is not a position I'd want to be in.
No, not at all. And we'll see him kicking it off in just a few moments' time. It's getting ready for that green flag, and of course we have got our starting positions. You should be seeing them up on the screen for you there. Of course, our 3 class leaders. We have Arnie Schoenfeld. We have in that GTLM. In LMP2, it's Jake Hall and
Kieran Parkin's
Adam Taylor in first, and we've lost someone.
Kieran Parkin has spun. He is now down in 10th position. I'm not sure what the rule is with this. I think he'll have to hold 10th. Oh, that's not a good start for DHR, that is. Ah, that's a shame. I don't really know what happened. It was in the hairpin, but that has caused quite a large gap between second and third. The other thing with this game, as we are going to find out quite a lot, is the spray, which is quite thick and very hard to see through, as it is in real life. So that is going to be another reason why you don't want to be far back in the pack. You want clean air, you want a clean road. Oh, who is going to win this race? They're coming out of Spoon, and we are getting ready. We're only a few corners away from going racing here at the 6 hours of Suzuka. Adam Taylor leading the pack down the hill. Remember, we'll have to wait for the green flag as they leave the Casio Triangle. And apparently he understeered straight off, did Kieran Parkin, according to Mr. Bailey. The low speed in the wet. Yeah, of course. Anything in the wet. The grip is horrible. I mean, we're riding on board at the moment. Oh, sorry, at least this was a little while ago anyway. We're riding on board with Nico Barkley. You can just about make out the outline of the car in front, and that's moving at this speed. And it's going to be very difficult to see. But here we are through 130R. I'm sure everyone's hearts are absolutely racing. We'll keep an eye on the LMP1 start, and then we'll have to jump back to the other classes on replay or something and see what is happening with them. Through the Casio Triangle, they're about to go. And the racing for the 6 hours of Suzuka is about to begin. Adam Taylor lining himself up. When are we going to get the green flag? The build-up is tense. Still waiting. And we are good to go. The race is
Oh, big
underway.
crash at the front already. Huge crash in LMP1.
Oh, God, who was involved in that
The
one?
inside front, I think it was. Not sure who, but we had 2 cars going to the inside wall. And it was Capit, one of them.
Oh, Capit is off the road at T1. Kieran Parkin is all over the back of James Wilson, his teammate. As they
we just
go
lost
through
Broadbent
turn
as
1.
well. Broadbent off the track as well in that GNS Nissan. It's
Oh no,
all carnage.
that's Tommy Ayala, I think, was the one that went off. Broadbent is in 9th position at the moment, just fighting with Kieran Parkin, of course, ex-teammates in the series. Kieran Parkin just stays in front. Adam Taylor's absolutely bolted with that start. I understand why the start was held for so long. It's to make sure that no one's in that corner when, or none of the LMP1s are in that corner when it comes to the start. So Taylor is absolutely bolted. He's got 6/10 of a gap over Christian Michel, who's completely under attack by Barkley. Barkley's going to spin at Degner 2. Kuba Brzezinski is going to make a bit of contact. Kuba Brzezinski, I think there's just a little bit of contact on the front right there, but Kuba goes up into 3rd position. That's Barkley down to 12th at the moment. He's going to drop back into the mid-packs of the P2. And Azevedo, Pizzo, Wilson, Broadbent, Parkin. All Parkin's just been overtaken by Martin Furman as well. And now we're on to the back straight bits with all the curves coming down towards Spoon Corner. No positions being changed on the way down to Spoon. Carsten Deindegaard up into 10th position. Tommy Ayala's round in the Magenta Warriors Racing Nissan, and he is down in 16th position. In a very problematic position there as he's trying to rejoin slowly.
We've also had problems for Gabriel Rossu. He's gone off as well, as is Rivero and Tammy. Big problems already for a lot of these drivers. GT field looking much more secure at the moment, as Jajowski out front at the moment with Peyote, and also Schoenveld, who's dropped back into 3rd.
Yeah, I will also say that when I said Carsten Deindegaard moved up into 10th position, he's also in the lead of P2. So he jumped Jake Hall on that start, and Jake Hall is under massive attack at the moment from Philippakos, going through the Casio triangle. Philip Parker is actually going to look for a move coming down into turn 1. I'm pretty sure he's going to make this one stick and get up into second position, which is a fantastic way to start this race.
Yeah, it certainly is at the moment, and well, things are very hectic, folks. If it looks hectic on the broadcast, it's hectic here for us in the booth. This one is certainly being created, but we know the GT field, they're all heading down pit road already for their stops, for their, of course, their drive-through penalties. So we have some people in pit road. I believe those are cars that have had incidents as things stand. Right now, one of the biggest, we have Pioti, we have Schoenveld, and we have those guys are in for their stops. Actually, most of your GT field now coming in on this lap here for their drive-through penalties here, as we get the big front runners all heading to pit road.
Yeah, now this is a question for the pair of you, for both you, Rachel, and Jonathan. How would you play this GT penalty? Now, bearing in mind how this has gone out, everyone's got the penalty at the same time. How would you do it? Would you do it immediately? Would you wait a couple of laps, get some fresh air? How would we do it?
I personally would get straight in and get it done with, and then get your foot down. Basically, there's not much in this Rebel. You're not going to gain as much as you think. Everyone's got the same amount of penalty to do so. Really, it's a bit of a well, the number 33, Jay Hall, is stayed out after his penalty, and he is getting a gap, but keeping it clean is the main thing if you do not go for your penalty on the first few laps.
Yeah. So for you, Rachel?
Keeping our eyes on what's going on at the moment, though. The LMP2 class, they're seeming to be the most survivable at the moment. They've had the least issues, as we're doing what's going on at the moment. But he did, yes, but most of them still running well. Philip Parker still in second place. As don't really look here at Jajovski. That Aston Martin is sideways coming up through the second part of Spoon and running up towards 130R. And I think if I'd actually had that penalty we were talking about a minute ago, in terms of when would I serve it, end of lap 1. Get rid of that penalty very quickly.
For me, it would be very dependent on where you are. If you start on pole position, serve it. Just go. Just do it. Get it done. Get it out of the way. If you know you're a bit quicker than some of these people, though, and you see them... Oh, James Wilson slid straight off the road just before Dunlop. Oh, is he going to lose position? Yes, he is to Furman, so he's dropped down from 5th to 6th position. But, yeah, if I was mid-pack, but I knew I should have been a bit higher, I'd probably leave it for a bit, get some clean air, and then try and make some progress and serve it a bit later. I think that might also work, but...
I think my biggest thing here would be, with it being wet, it depends. If everyone stays out on lap 1, I'm coming in lap 1. If everyone goes in lap 1, I'm staying out and going in lap 2. I want to be away from everybody in these wet conditions, so I can just drive on my own in the wet, not having to worry about traffic. That penalty is a great way to open up the field, because you know everyone else has to do it. So you might as well take advantage and find a way to get yourself into some clean air. So Absolutely. You can have a bit of wiggle room, in this case quite literally.
Absolutely, yes. Very, very wiggly room indeed. Speaking of very wiggly, I think James Wilson was under attack from Pizzo, but he's cleared off. Broadbent, that front end is absolutely not sticking. The other LMP1 Nissan's down in 15th at the moment, already going through some traffic of these guys. Obviously the GTs that have either been in trouble or have already pitted. We've still got don't forget, we've still got the drive-through and the stop-and-go penalty for Adam Taylor, who is currently leading the race by 1.9 seconds. So we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. Kuba Brzezinski will be keeping his eye on Christian Michel, as he knows that he's the main threat here and has to get after him for that race win. I'm struggling to remember. I don't think Feeder have won yet this season, have they? No, they've only taken part in 2 rounds. They were looking good back in Indianapolis, I remember that. I think they were looking quite good back in Istanbul, but things went against them. And of course, Kuba Brzezinski and Nikodem Wisniewski were away at the previous round, focusing on the Cloud Sport Formula E race thing. They were doing some of the practice rounds for that. So it's good to see them back and see them fighting strong towards the front of the field.
Yeah, it certainly is. And well, right now the back of the field seems to be pretty much everywhere, because there's no real definition in what we're seeing at the moment. Things still very tentative, with this rain still coming down on us at the moment, but it does seem to be easing up a tiny bit.
very close to having some major contact there between Furman and Azevedo in 4th and 5th position, coming down into the hairpin. Furman just missed the back of him. There was a bit of contact on the exit of the corner, but I don't know how the stewarding will feel about that one. Kieran Parkin all the way over the back of Jimmy Broadbent. Of course, as I said, these two are ex-teammates when it comes to the Virtual Endurance Championship. Were teamed up in the previous seasons. I think they were teamed up. Oh! Kieran Parkin nearly took out the back, and that's going to cost him position to Barkley as well. And he's gone straight off the road on the exit of Spoon. But yes, those two, both ex-teammates, both used to drive for DHR. Jimmy Broadbent did until he ran off and started his own team. Adam Taylor is in the pit lane. So what will happen to this gap between Christian Michel and Kuba Brzezinski? We know how quick that revolution is. Of course, they won that outstanding race. Oh, look at this traffic. They won the outstanding race back in Istanbul. Ooh. As Ferrari's just off the road there, and now it's about slowly figuring your way around. And he's got an LMP1 behind him. Oh, this is a mess, this is.
Yeah, it certainly is, and things are getting very, very hectic back there, of course. We did mention this before in qualifying, that once these GT cars have done their penalty, they're going to be right amongst these prototypes very, very early on. So that's a challenge for both them and the prototype classes, having to deal with this traffic much, much sooner than they wanted to. And of course, it being sooner means the traffic is much closer together. And here come your leaders, as it's Christian Michel at the moment out front with Brzezinski and Furman behind him. They're going to try and navigate this, and it's difficult for everybody, especially because the classes are so packed tightly now. It's so early in the race that, as it stands, there hasn't been even a little bit of separation. This is really tricky. It's very dense traffic.
Or cap it off onto the grass a bit there. How would you play this out, Jonathan? Like, I mean, seriously, with all of this traffic, patience, aggression, how would we do it?
I think you definitely need patience, especially on this circuit. And just keeping your eye on your mirrors, make sure you're defending your position as much as you can, going through every corner. But it's all reliant on the GT drivers to make sure they're on the right line, to stay predictable. But you've got to keep your eye on your mirrors for the people behind you. You don't want to lose position through these traffic. Making cars as wide as possible past cars is the key.
Oh, we've had a crash, and it's Guido Van Doren has just gone off the track.
Furman as well, round.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to come in front of Wilson. Oh, no. He's lost a rear wing, and I think Wilson's going to be in a problem as well. These anti-cuts are nasty, so he's going to have to go very slow over them. He's beached it.
It is,
all right.
He has.
Oh, what an absolute mess.
Parkin had a problem too, I believe.
I'm assuming the car's okay. Maybe a little bit of damage on the left rear. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. Has he got either hand down? Steering wheel's flat, so he seems like it could be all right in that car.
For now, but we don't know what underbody damage has happened to that car at the moment, of course. And so what we've seen, Furman is in pit road now, so he's getting service and getting repairs on that car.
Yeah, what I was going to say though was watching this Christian Michel and Kuba Brzezinski battle. Kuba's going to go off the road here at Degnan 1. That was never going to work, unfortunately. But this, to be honest, these conditions of getting through traffic, this is what Kuba was absolutely best at last season, is his judgment of move and what's right, what's wrong, when to go for something is excellent. Maybe that time at the first Degnan, not so great, but you know, he'll make hay when the sun shines.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what you've got to do. But right now, patience is definitely the key word with this very tight traffic. We already saw a multi-class related incident there, so patience in the heavy traffic will be absolutely critical here. In fact, I think the person who's best in being patient in this traffic will win the day in whatever category we're dealing with.
Yeah, as Kuba Brzezinski just passes Erhan Yayovsky, who is the lead in the GT field by 5 seconds over Puoti. So he's doing an absolutely excellent job there. Of course, converting his position very nicely. It's Puoti and then Schindler rounding out the top 3. The top 3 for P2 is Jake Hall, Philipparkos and Capella. That's Scuderia GT Italia in 3rd position. And then, of course, the lead of the race currently in the hands of Christian Michel for Revolution Racing, followed by FIDA Ragnar Simulator. Those two are very close going through this traffic, although it's a bit of clear air now for Christian Michel. And I think Kuba Brzezinski is pushing just a little bit too hard, which is an odd thing to see. And they are followed by Adam Taylor, who I believe has only served the drive-through.
Yeah, he has already. So that's Taylor having served that one. He had, of course, but still out on track at the moment. He's about 10 seconds behind your class leader at the moment. But his traffic, that is dropping very rapidly.
So I still think he's got the stop and hold for 60 seconds to do, so expect him to drop a bit further back. Shout out to Jimmy Broadbent, who's up in 7th position for GNS. I know that's been through a bit of the incident and stuff like that, but he's done an absolutely superb job to get a car like that up into those positions. He is going to get past here, I think, by Kieran Parker. He's going to cover off that move as much as he can. Oh, a bit of squeeze in there. Oh, that's a bit dodgy. So that is getting awkward between teammates and friends. I don't know about you two, but if there's one thing that I cannot stand doing in sim racing, it's racing friends. Because I always feel like, oh, I can't push them. I can't do anything. I've got to be good boy.
But you've got to remember this is a big competition for these guys, and they've put a lot of effort into it, and they've got to respect each other as racers. Yes, they're friends, but you've got to race fair, but race clean, but race hard.
Oh, I'm all for racing friends harder possibly than I might do somebody else. In fact, I'm more likely to race someone I know a lot closer because I know them and because I know what they are capable of doing. And somebody perhaps on another team or that I don't know particularly well, I'm going to be a little timid around them. I'm not going to be entirely sure how they're going to react in certain circumstances, but I have raced friends in the past where I've gone too wide for them around the entire lap of somewhere like Monza. No, it's not fast, but it is a lot of fun when you can trust the other car, or when you can undercut each other and just weave in and out of each other and go to either side and battle hard with someone. That is absolutely fantastic on the racetrack, and you leave there with a grin on your face whether you've dropped 10 seconds on the car ahead of you or not. It doesn't really matter at the time. It's really fun. But perhaps I wouldn't do it in a points race like this, of course, but you do feel like you can push a bit harder against them, and if you prang, then well, they're friends. You'll get over it.
Yeah, see, I'm at that position with Oscar Harburg, of course, in the V8 Supercars Championship, where it's sort of like, oh, I've got a racing, but I don't really want to. But I'm a bit awkward like that. I say, I always feel like if I'm going for a move on someone, it's sort of like, God, if I kill them, I'm going to have to pay the price of this on TeamSpeak every day for the next, 6 months. But
absolutely, of course, that's something you have to think about, but they'll keep reminding you. That's what friends are for.
Yeah. That's I say Kieran Parkin might have a few words to say to Jimmy after the bit of the squeeze there at Dunlop, but I'm sure they'll get over it pretty quick. They've got another championship to focus on as well, so and they're racing all the time and generally together, so it's probably best if they just take a deep breath and get over it. And the GT traffic.
Jake Hall back in pit road, by the way.
Who's this?
Jake Hall. Oh. Was your class leader there in LMP2, and Paul Batnick, he's out at the moment by the looks of things. Nico Batnick is back in 33rd overall on pit road. Actually, no, he is back out now, actually. Sorry, no, he's back on the track, but he's rejoined, had damage to repair there in your LMP2 class. But it does seem as though Cabinet's also back on track, so no retirements as things stand.
Yeah, Nicholas. Oh, apologise. Yeah, they've got a disqualification somehow from Selvi, whoever. I don't know what happened there. But Nicholas Hillebrand in last position at the moment, still in pit lane, which is a shame for him. Of course, that was the car that won in Room 2 at Fuji last season. They also won in Room 1, I believe, at Istanbul last season. So it's a quick car. It's a shame to see it that far down, but now we're having Christian Michel and Kuba Brzezinski going back through the traffic. Is this the time for Kuba to make up some time and close that? It's currently a 3.1 second gap. What is it going to be at the end of the first sector? 1.7. So there you go, the ebb and flow of going through traffic there. Working at the moment for Kuba Brzezinski, although he's going to lose a bit of time here in a hairpin, I'm pretty sure, through being behind Carsten Deindegaard, who is in whereabouts? He's in 6th in P2 at the moment. As James Wilson has just dropped behind his teammate, not quite sure what happened there, assuming a mistake. But yes, wet races causing things to be a bit complicated here as Kuba Brzezinski goes off of the road, Spoon Corner. Oh, it's so difficult to keep it on. They're going to be hoping for it to dry up fairly soon. I know the Nissan drivers certainly will, who are now in 9th and 10th in class. Obviously, dropping behind various other LMP1s, just struggling for pace. To give you a quick example, Jimmy Broadbent's fastest lap of the race is a 57.3. Christian Michel's is a 51.4. That is the pace differential that they're dealing with.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the pace is definitely relative at the moment. Of course, traffic being the big deciding factor at this stage of the race. Of course, we're only about 20 minutes in, but it feels like so much has happened. I'm actually surprised we haven't had a code 80 yet in this race, virtual safety car. But things have been surprisingly clean. It's just been very chaotic.
Yeah, apparently we've had a two wheels moment from old Jimmy Broadbent in the GNS. That's not the first time they've done that. It's rolled before. That car's been all over the place a bit. As Adam Taylor in the pit lane, I'm assuming this is for the stop and go. So he will then drop down the field. 10 laps complete. Currently in 5th position, but he'll probably drop down to about 10th place in LMP1, maybe a little bit further down through the P2 category. He shouldn't go a lap down though, which is important, because we were suspecting that if it was dry and if they were roughly mid-pack on the LMP1s, that car could go a lap down, but at this point I don't think it will.
Yeah, it certainly could, and that would be a major problem for it, but it's going to be a matter of staying on that lead lap at the moment until we get to the first pit cycle. We know it's about 40-45 minutes for these LMP1 cars, so about halfway through the stint now.
Indeed, I've just been sent a photograph of the GNS being on two wheels. Yes, it is quite glorious. So, yeah, some of that happens, but look at our P1 leaders, half a second between the two of them, going through the traffic now. Oh, this is where the spray is the worst, because you've got the sun on your side, and it's just, oh, wow. A P2 going very slow there. I think that might have caused a crash. I don't know.
I think that was...
Rivera.
I don't know who that was. It could have been, yeah.
Rivera and Pobadnik, I think it was. That was very close to being a horrific crash. Everyone's extremely lucky through that. I think Christian Michel is the fastest of the two, but Kuba's just cutting through the traffic a little bit better.
Yeah, at the moment he is, and that's really opening things up at this stage, of course. Traffic here, the management, that's going to be more important than just going fast in these conditions, but it is still very wet. I mean, even now, we're really not seeing much of a dry line forming on this track. Even with the heavy, cars running up, a large number, I should say, of cars running over it, it's because it's still raining quite hard here. We're not seeing that drying up, so it's really changing this dynamic.
Have either of you two raced in wet weather conditions such as this?
I think the only time I've ever raced in wet conditions in terms of sim racing has been in, I think...
Christian Michel off the road. Christian Michel off the road?
He is, yes.
Is he going to stay out of the barrier? Oh, I think he did. That's so lucky.
Yeah, I was just going to say, dirt rally. Doesn't really count.
Indeed. Well, I mean, dirt rally is a bit of fun in the wet. What about you, Jonathan? Have you raced in the wet before?
In terms of sim racing, I think the only one was a long time ago in GPVWC, but I have a few times in real life, which has been a bit interesting on slick tyres, accidentally.
Wondered where I recognised your name from.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd have raced Formula Ford previously.
That's fair enough. I've done a bit of racing in the wet in RF2 and RF1 and stuff like that, and dirt rally, of course. But it's so difficult to work out the right mentality for this. There are some people that just the thing with wet conditions that I've noticed as well is the fast people in it, such as like Jakub Brzezinski or whoever like that. They sometimes can't explain to you why they're so fast in it. They don't know. It just clicks.
There is a thing with loose surfaces, and I'm going to make a comparison with things like dirt rally, and I used to do some Richard Burns rally as well. But I'll make a comparison with that, actually, to racing in the wet. There is an innate feeling you have to have when you're racing on a surface that's changing, and I count water almost the same as gravel or dirt. That you have to have a kind of a... You have to be a little bit more freeform. I turn in here, I brake here, I accelerate here. You can't be that metronomically repetitive. There's all a bit of a parking, losing the car in the final corner there, and spinning himself around, just running off the track. Bit of a half spin for parking. He's dropped back to 6th place. But like I was saying, you've got to have that kind of fluidity to you. You've got to be able to kind of feel what the car's doing and what it wants to do at that exact second. Can I accelerate? Can I brake here? What's the car doing? How's it handling? How's the balance feeling? It's got to be very spur of the moment, off the cuff where you drive. You can't just be robotic about it, and I think that is a similarity that exists, and the drivers that can do this wet weather driving better, especially the guys who are amazing in the changeable conditions, they're the ones that are very adaptable. They are very kind of natural drivers. They are literally strapping the car to themselves and going racing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think oddly enough, the 100 or so hours that I've got in Dirt Rally helped me learn how to drive in wet conditions. Christian Michel being seriously held up in traffic right now behind two P2s and a GT. This has cost him 5, 6, 7 seconds, I think. He's currently got a 2-second gap. Well, at the last split it was 2 seconds. I'm expecting this to be about 5, 6, 7 seconds now because the amount of time he's lost through this. Let's have a look as he comes up towards the second sector, and it is 4.2. Is that all? Wow, that's impressive. I would have thought it would have been much more than that, but that he did lose an awful lot of time there. But I completely agree with you. Things with that innate thing as well, it's a lot of patience.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Patience is very much required, and
in these kind of conditions, yeah.
Yeah, and having that flexibility corner to corner is what sets people apart. Learning what you just learnt about one corner, taking that into the next one, I find, especially in changeable conditions, having that flexibility between corners is the way you get around the next one. So you always think of the corner ahead, and thinking how it could be different if the conditions are changeable.
I think the biggest thing for me, and I have to think back now to in terms of rain too, and this isn't really count as sim racing. I know that, and you're all going to laugh at me, but I used to race the F1 Codemasters games before they went bad. So I'm talking 2010, 2011, 2012 being the last good one. That was always the thing that I particularly enjoyed, was the changeable conditions when the rain had stopped, and when do you go onto slicks, or when do you go from slicks to inters, or inters to slicks, and that decision making, I think, is the critical thing. And if you can get that right, choosing when to change tyre is everything. Can you limp to the end of the race on the wrong tyre? Can you stay out and make it? Can you save yourself a stop? That could be a huge thing. And with these guys out here all on the wet tyres now, if we start to get changeable conditions, which I hope we will, it'll flip the whole thing on its head. We'll have people out on the wrong tyre, people staying out too long on that tyre, people perhaps on the wrong tyre too early, so we have another car running wide there. I think that was one of Christian Michel again, as he tries to get past Philip Arcos in his Orica LMP2 car there. But it's that decision making, the choosing when to change tyre, but also handling a car in those changing conditions, feeling the grip level change underneath you. And I think that's the biggest thing, actually, more than just driving in the wet. Driving in the wet itself isn't as big a deal as driving in changing, drying conditions.
I have a really big fear of changing drying conditions. I'm all right in the wet. I'm all good for the wet. It's that middle bit when it's sort of going one way, sort of going the other. That thing where you've got to stay calm and go with what you think is the right decision.
The
What's
worst
the safe
one
decision?
is when it's dry and it starts raining and it starts to get wetter, and it's like, when do I come in for inters? Because this feels okay, and then you go past pit entrance and you're sideways sliding. That's a big one for you.
Yeah. I've go on, Jonathan.
And I've had my judgment on that is not brilliant in sim racing. I usually stay out too long or go a lap too early, and it's getting that balance between when you should change. That's gonna add a lap or lose a lap on your time. So it is very important for these guys to remember that the end goal is to get on the right tyre as soon as possible, but not early enough, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was that said it. It doesn't matter how many times you stop, but always be on the right tyre at the right time. Don't push your luck.
Yeah.
At Le Mans last year, I went into the pit lane and Kieran Parkin told me not to change tyres or not to change compound because I was on the wets, it was dry, and I went onto the slicks, and it rained as I was leaving the pit lane at Le Mans, and then you're sort of like, oh, I've got 4 minutes of this. Oh no. But it's one of those things where you've just got to go with what you think is the right decision at the time, or have a race engineer so you've got someone to blame. That's always a good trick.
Always blame someone else.
Always blame someone else. I will tell you someone who's got a good feeling with this car and this track and these conditions. It is Adam Taylor, who to list off his 3 previous lap times. He's done a 53.6, a 54.0 and a 53.6. Now Kuba, his last 3 lap times is a 58.3, a 2-minute 4.0, and a 155.4. He's just done a 51.3, which is the fastest lap that he's done so far. So evidently the conditions are going to the drier side. But Adam Taylor is looking super fast at the moment, and clear air ahead of him on this lap so far.
Also in GT, the number 71 car seems to be slowing a bit now, because number 30... sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. No, sorry, that's a P2 working itself back up the way past GT.
It is a good thing to look at, though, to return to our GT field. And Erhan Yuyovsky is currently the one leading. It's quite difficult to figure out who's in what position, as they're all sort of messed in and out of each other. Jimmy Broadbent is far down the field. I think that's just as someone's dropping down the pit lane. It's Jake Hall who is in the pit lane at the moment. I'm assuming for damage. But yeah, Yuyovsky is currently the one leading, and he is leading by quite a way over Revolution Racing's number 94, Anish Schoenvliet, in that car, as everyone is moving about further back in the field. I'm assuming that is just because of the pit lane stuff.
Yeah, I think that's basically that. It's really shaking things up, especially a GT field or having to pit. It's completely throwing them, so we'll have to see what happens after their first green flag stops, of course, as we're really spread out now. I don't think we're going to see an early code 80 here, so I expect we're heading towards that first timer we're running for. So about maybe 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes before we start seeing LMP1s heading towards pit road for service, and maybe after the hour marker or around it we'll see the GT cars head in. So this one still at the moment it's looking a bit flexible. The GT field, though, we really aren't sure with them, because I think, as I said, with the coming in different laps, it's really muddled them up somewhat.
Yeah, and there's so many different things that you can do in the way. You've only got one compound of tyres, sure, but there's so many things that you can do with it. You can do on purposely shorter stints, because the thing is it's all about like how long the tyres last, really, isn't it? And the thing with these is they, as much as percentage-wise they look fine, they do drop off. So we found this back in Fuji. If you go 5 or 6 laps early, yes, you do increase yourself another stop, maybe. As long as you play the fuel right, it's all right. But if you cut yourselves a little bit, it's you find a lot of time. Like, you're talking 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap on brand new wets. Now, you can also go, I don't want to change tyres on the stop, and accept that you're going to lose that much time. You'll gain yourself 50 seconds on a stop. How much time will you lose over a stint? What will you do with fuel mileage? How far can you go? There's so many different factors in how to make this work. And this is where you need teammates. This is where you need other people, the team managers, whatever, someone as a race engineer, because you've already got so much to focus on keeping this on track, going through traffic, pushing as hard as you can, and then to be able to work out where you want to go on strategy as well is an immensely complex task. But that's what these guys decide they want to do on a Saturday evening.
Oh yeah, more power to them, and we're sitting here talking about them doing it. So
absolutely.
I wonder who's more the fool in this situation. I'm not sure, but it's of course it's a big thing that these strategies are working on. But let's not forget, this is really, really wet. I'm not sure how R Factor handles this, but with it being so constantly wet, these wet tyres could last them a long time. They might be able to double stint them, in fact, because it is still raining and there's no drying line here. They won't be wearing very much, if at all. So they could stay on these. This could change strategy entirely.
Someone's definitely going to try and push it, aren't they? Someone's definitely going to look at the percentages and go, you know what? I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk it. And we'll have to see which one of these drivers that will be. Because say that's a 50-second gain in the stop. Cooper Brzezinski off the road there at T1. And he will rejoin. That probably cost him a couple of seconds, but still a 13-second lead at the end of the previous lap for him. Cooper's looking very strong at the moment.
Ivarsi, just a few corners ago, had a bit of an off-track moment, leading GT at the minute, but still pushing away from the second and third place. Over an 11-second gap now between, and growing as well. So that gap ever increasing. And the gap between second and third Revolution Racing and Scuderia GT Italia, that gap seems to be around 2.5, 2.6 seconds at the minute, changing. those two drivers close together on the track. They see each other. He's just trying to push up from second, trying to push as much as he can without letting the third place driver catch up.
Yeah, it's a complex task. I will say, onto P2 very quickly, is I'm pretty sure Champion Racing qualified quite low in class, but JT Tammy has somehow managed to take that car up to the lead of the class, which is it's a very good task that he's managed to achieve in just 36 minutes. That's incredible. 16 laps, and from where he started to leading the class, which I know for that team, they'll be very, very happy with that.
Yeah, they certainly will be, and that's the kind of place they really want to be in this race. But there's a long way to go still. We're looking at 5 hours and 25 minutes on the clock still for this race, so nothing really here has happened. There's a long way to go in this one.
Long way indeed. Yeah, this is the part when I'm sort of realising, I don't actually miss endurance racing because it's so long. I mean, this is a 6-hour race. Wait until Sebring, where we've got a 12-hour race, and of course Le Mans, where we have a 24-hour race. Of course, Sebring's in March and Le Mans is in June, but so we've got a long while to prepare for those. But yeah, still 6 hours is a long, long time. You don't quite anticipate it until you're in the race and you go, geez, that is a mountain of time ahead of us.
Yeah,
Yeah, and especially.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Rachel. All right, I go. Especially in the Le Mans, the graveyard shift. Usually, it's one of the most important, because if you lose 1 second a lap on that because you're too tired, or the car's tired, or you're not got time to stop for repairs, losing a second a lap, by the end of the race, that time adds up so quickly. It's those midnight shifts where everyone's tired, you're just filling a gap. Losing in time is not really an option, so even when you're that tired, you have to be pushing as well.
Rachel, what were you going to say?
Pretty much the same as that, actually. It's going to be... this is one of those things that's really still open to play for.
Yeah. Have either of us done 24-hour races at all in our sim racing career?
I have done 1 hour one and then I hit a wall.
Not raced in any yet, but I think I've commentated about 12, including one in the real world, so I've done way
not
too
bad.
many of those races.
Not bad. I've done 3 24-hour races, all of them here, and the first one was, I made a great impression on VEC. I'm sure Jimmy will remember. I was going through the Porsche curves and hit a glitchy curb and absolutely blew up my car. And that was 8 hours in. We were just taking over 3rd position, and some reason they hired me for the next season.
Did you stay away from that curb though?
I was terrified of it when we went back to Le Mans last year. Yeah, I was. Wow.
Staying a few meters away from that one.
I was just sort of thinking, I can't make a 3rd DNF for this team. I've only done like 8 races for them.
Yeah, I did one about 2 years ago now, and in the first race got pushed off straight into a wall, and that was the race over, unfortunately.
Jeez, it's so easy to do though.
It is.
And it's easy just to end the race by yourself in conditions like this. I'm surprised we actually have only had 1 DNF so far, at least on my last check, which is Van Doren, who DNF'd a few laps ago. It was a crash up at the hairpin, and then a retirement. But it's quite impressive. We've only had the one on a 40-car field. To only have a single retirement in difficult conditions such as this, with the traffic as heavy as it is, that's impressive.
It certainly is, and an interesting thing I've just heard, actually. I think we'll have to find out if this is true, but could have heard that I think Broadbent may have had a speeding penalty on pit road.
Oh.
That would be GNS Endurance in their Nissan will have had a speeding penalty, that 22 machine.
There's one
They're
person
back on
who
pit road now.
The only person that, well, I know one person that will be able to go check that out, which would be Stephen Bailey, obviously team manager of Doug Henson Racing. I'm sure he'll message me if he's still listening to go and find that one out, because that would be very interesting. I mean, he is quite far down the field, so I'm assuming they've had a crash at some point and a possible speeding penalty.
They've spun and they've got upside down and they've flipped and they've pretty much done everything, I think, other than go to orbit with GNS at the moment, so it's not their race.
It's alright, still 5 hours to go. They've got plenty of time. I've seen them glitch off with lag and stuff.
Never know, if it dries up, they might win.
Yeah, who knows? In a race such as this, who knows what will happen? If it dries up, that Nissan will be pretty quick and should be able to get itself up into an okay position. Of course, with their tyres and stuff, it'll be very difficult, but it's the important thing of staying on the track. I remember Sebring last year. It was a Doug Henson Racing 1-2-3, and we just approached, I think it was about the 6-hour mark, and Cooper Brzezinski and that team had a few incidents here and there, and were not in a good position, and they were completely out of it. They were in 4th position, about 4 laps back, and then we all DNF'd. I think one of the cars finished, and Cooper Brzezinski went on winning. So you never know what's going to happen. And now Bailey's mad at me for telling that, but
Basically, you went for full Toyota, and the moral of the story is to never go full Toyota.
I ran out of fuel because I'm silly. But say that these things happen. And it's just something that occurs in a race like this, where you can go to 5 hours and 30 minutes and you can be in 5th position and in absolutely nowhere, not looking like you're going to do anything, and suddenly you're on the podium. And suddenly you're in the lead. How? Because people keep crashing. It's very difficult to stay on the road in this. I mean, Adam Taylor is in 7th position at the moment. I've not ruled him out. I'm still pretty sure that car can win this race.
Well, the gap back to 7th place at the moment is only 1 minute 15, which is not insurmountable in 6 hours. So I don't think anybody from 8 forwards is really out of this one yet.
Indeed. It's it's just a matter of being calm, going through that traffic slowly but consistently. And yeah, just getting on with it, really. Cooper Brzezinski is pulling away from Christian Michel at this point. And so there's 14.2 seconds. There's a long way back to Nico Barkley and James Wilson, who are not too far away. Of course, those two are ex-teammates as well. I'm not sure if they were ever in the same car last season. I'm pretty sure Barkley was GT Pro and Wilson was GT Am, but they both drove for Atlantic. I think they were Overstep that season, weren't they? So those two were sort of ex-teammates. They've raced quite a bit together anyway in other leagues and stuff, so they know each other quite well. So it'll be quite a good duel if we see those two getting quite close together. Are we rolling with the Taco name for Nico Barkley's car? Or are we actually going to call it one Acco? Taco. Right,
yeah,
cool.
Taco Racing, and I am hungry already. Thank you.
That's fine. That's fine. Nah, see, I stacked up on crisps and stuff before I did this broadcast, just in case.
It's not going to help. I'm still hungry. It's a taco car.
Yeah. I mean, I do want a taco now, actually, speaking of it.
I actually found out recently that there actually are Taco Bell restaurants in the UK. In fact, there are 2 in Sheffield.
Yeah.
There are 2 in Sheffield where I live, and I never knew. I am making a point of going because I've never been to Taco Bell, and I want to, and there is one in my city, so I will go. This is great advertising for One Acco, or whatever the team name is. The Team Taco. That's what we're
Team
calling
Taco.
him.
Yeah. Well, there you go. I remember when that came out. Yeah, that's going to stick now. Right, fine.
Is Nick Barkley driving the taco truck? That is now how we refer to them.
He is, and he may have to do some defending soon in it, as James Wilson trying to catch up. Let's have a look
I
at
think the Ferrari was just off the track there in the background. I think we just saw.
What position is that one in?
I believe that's the
SRVN one,
Rare
I think.
Endurance,
Oh,
possibly.
is it? No, it is the SRVN one,
was.
33rd position.
Okay, I
Overall,
thought
so
it was the Rare Endurance.
They look the same.
76.
They look the same.
Also, it might be worth noting, I don't know if it is just my graphics setting, but it does appear to have stopped raining in the top section of the track.
Oh, no front bonnet actually on SRVN. Gilson there with no bonnet.
Oh, interesting. That's from bad to worse there. But at least for me, it seems to be... It's very hard to see if it's raining or not. You actually have to look at the track from like Swingman or something and see if it's actually raining. It's very hard to tell sometimes, but I think it is still raining fairly consistently across the circuit. Which, again, I don't know who wants what at the moment. I don't know what I would want driving to this. Do you want it to dry up? Do you want slick conditions? It's less terrifying, but
Yeah, but then it comes into the strategy of when to change.
Yes.
So, in my eyes, possibly staying wet the whole race might be a benefit for most people because they don't have to make that decision. But if for drivers that are better in the dry, they all wanted to dry up quickly.
Indeed. We are approaching, though, this pit stop window. We've got 22 laps complete, of course, one of those being the formation lap. But the fuel, the LMP ones, at least the ones that I was speaking to, said that you can roughly get about 27 laps out. You can extend that quite a bit more through traffic, but on these tyres, would you really want to? I'm sure they have got their strategy plan sorted, and if you can go for roughly an hour, go for roughly an hour. The LMP2s used to go for about 25 laps, or 23 to 25 laps. So we'll have to see if those guys come into the pit lane as well.
Very soon if they do there.
Yes, that should be extremely soon. And the GTs, at least from my experience in GTs, which I haven't driven one for a very long time, those can normally go for about an hour, maybe a bit more. But we'll have to, again, it's all down to the actual degradation grip-wise of the tyre. Because, say, percentage-wise, they'll look fine. But the first person to pit could gain an awful lot of time from it.
I think that will be a big important thing to see. And when someone dives in, I think we'll see a flurry of activity on pit road as everyone will start to come down there. But it's going to be a case of who really blinks first. I think everyone's saving a little bit of fuel, running a bit off the pace here in the rain. So with the obviously being a little more patient on the throttle with the wet conditions, we could see everyone running about 5 minutes, maybe 10 minutes longer than they might normally. Possibly on the outside chance, but I think it will be a case of who blinks first.
Absolutely. If I was in the LMP1, and you'd be keeping your eye on your fuel number and stuff like that, unlike me, you'll be sort of seeing if you can push it to an hour. Because if you can push it to an hour, and you only have to make 5 stops over the race.
And that would be absolutely critical, of course. It saves your whole pit stop.
Absolutely. Of course, normally what they would do is go for roughly 50 minutes or however it was, come into the pit lane, do it, and then at the end they would generally go for a splash and dash in the last stint. That's normally how it used to work, at least from my memory. They'd have a splash and dash there. Not taking on any tyres or anything like that, just go straight away. Whereas when it's wet like this, you're obviously going to want to change all 4 tyres, I'd say. Oh, yeah, the strategy window, though, should be open very soon, so we'll have to wait and see how that one plays out, and I'm quite excited for that one. We'll see who takes advantage.
I'm still betting, though, that we will see some people double stint tyres, especially on the GT cars, with it being this wet. I don't think the wet tyres will haven't worn much even. Weared much, like in English, I promise. I don't think the wet tyres would have worn much in these conditions, because it is still raining. So I think they'll be being kept cool, more importantly. I think they'll have still a lot of grip in them. So I'm expecting a couple of double stinters.
Someone's got to try it, haven't they? A 39 car field, someone's definitely going to try it. Now, whether it'll work or not is a very different story. But if it does, that could be an absolute masterstroke. Double stinting did work at Le Mans, and that was obviously quite wet. In fact, actually, triple stinting worked at Le Mans on the wet tyres, if you could push them that far. And so, yeah, it should be a possibility as long as it doesn't dry up. That's the thing. This is the thing where you're gonna want fresh wets if it does start drying up, because when you start getting that dry line, fresh wets versus worn wets, there is a massive difference, like huge. The grip levels are insane.
Oh yeah, but it does depend. Like I say, when it's still being raining, there's no real dry line at all here, so I don't think there's much happening to these tyres. So I think it could be an advantage to just try on this first stint and see what happens. We could still see a VSC and Code 80 come out, and that could reset things. A good opportunity for a pit cycle there, but it's all going to depend, I think.
Indeed. So it's one of those things that we are going to have to wait and watch as it gradually plays itself out. Kuba Brzezinski's not going to come into the pit lane this time. Let's keep an eye on some of the P2, see if they do. JT Tammy, who is second position now in that class in the P2. It's actually Flatline Racing who have taken the lead in P2. They have not come into the pit lane as of yet. James Wilson's out of the race. That'll be a disconnection.
It looks that way.
Ah, that's such a shame for DHR. He will be able to rejoin and get straight back in the race. Has he... Oh, he's disconnected from TeamSpeak as well, manually. not a timeout. So Wilson's game crashed, according to Stephen Bailey there. Let's double check if that car is actually out of the race for good or if he's just trying to restart a computer or something. I'm sure Bailey will message me about it. But either way, that is a shame for the number 3 car. They've still got a DHR car in the race. Obviously, it's in 4th position. But unfortunately, a game crash is just some of the things that happens. We've had it before. Kieran Parkin actually had one earlier today.
Absolutely. But he got back in, of course, and he is running 4th right now, so a good spot. Hopes it doesn't happen to him too.
Yeah, he's restarting his PC as James Wilson, so he should be back in the race. Hopefully we'll get some position out of it, but obviously they're going to go a few laps down. Unfortunately, where we don't have mechanical retirements or issues in sim racing, we do have connection and PC-based issues. So swings and roundabouts, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, and well, we'll see exactly what might happen from that. But it's one of the rolls of the dice, we could say. If in fact, when I've done my other sim commentary work, I won't name names, but when I was doing that, when someone disconnected or had a problem like that, or perhaps the steering wheel failed, we like to pretend things were kind of real with that stuff, and we wouldn't say, oh, their wheel failed, or oh, they disconnected. We'd say a mechanical failure or something to the like, because it was a nice little non-fourth wall breaking way of explaining what had happened, and it just helped that little suspension of disbelief. And I think it's a bit more descriptive, I think, than saying, oh, their wheel disconnected and they drove straight into the barrier head first. It just seems a little bit more fitting to the fact that we are simulating motor racing here.
Yeah, it's a fair idea. Of course, I know plenty of leagues that have done such a thing. It's fair enough to say each to their own and stuff, but as I said, it is our version of a mechanical failure. It is a disconnection or something like that. Something that happens.
Not in our control.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's no reason for it. It's just I've disconnected from a race before. I've had game crashes. It happens, right? Everyone's had something go wrong in a race that's out of their control.
I think my favourite though is something going wrong to somebody else, which happened to me. I race on Oculus Rift now, which is awesome. But the guy in a race I was in, it was NASCAR trucks at Pocono Raceway, and we're on the pace lap. We're heading out for the start of the race, and I've not qualified, and the last car in the outside line of the two lines, his running Oculus Rift also, his disconnects. So rather than just slow down, he basically drifts across into the car in front of me, hits him, and then slams the brakes on.
Wow.
I have no time to react and go straight into the back of him. Damaged truck, and as we go round onto the green flag, my engine blows, so I'm out before the green flag even flies. That was a fantastic race, and I was hyper annoyed, but these things happen to other people and to you. I mean, I've had screen disconnects in the past, but it's one of those things. I also had an Alt F4 accident when I was trying to press F4 for a menu at one point. That was a great one.
James Wilson has rejoined the race, by the way, and clearly hasn't calibrated his brake pedal because he locked up massively going into turn 1. So that's going to be something he's got to be careful of over this stint. He is 2 laps down in 15th position at the moment. But hopefully we'll be able to return to decent racing action, although he is dropping further down the order, so not really quite sure. I think he'll pass, when he passes the timing again, hopefully it should set things correctly for him. But it'll just take a little bit of a lap, really, to get sorted. I think the best thing of not being in anyone's control that I've seen was in VEC. It was in Interlagos. Jimmy will know what I'm talking about when it comes to Adam Taylor. Now, he was driving for Dark Racing, and I think they were leading in this race, and it was at a time when there was a limit of how long you can be in the car, which was 4 hours. Now, Adam was supposed to take over the car in the final, I think it was 2 or 2.5 hours. He couldn't, though, because it flooded. His wheel, his PC, everything like that, it all flooded around it. So he couldn't.
That's terrible.
He couldn't take over the car. That car got disqualified because the driver that was in it passed the 4-hour point. It's just one of those things. Again, out of control. You can't sort for that. There's a good picture somewhere of it. I'm sure Adam will link it one day. But yeah, we've got a few drivers into the pit lane. Yeah, the P2s are in the pit lane. Although Philip Parkos lost his front end and rear end, so he's had quite a crash. As Philippargos, who's currently in 14th position, dropping down the order. He'll be in the pit lane for a long time. He is parked right on the back of a Ferrari, though. So I wonder if that has got anything to do with some of the damage on that car.
It could well be, and I'm sure we'll find out. There's definitely been a lot of little bumps and bangs in this race so far, so it's one of those things. We're seeing a lot of cars definitely carrying their battle wounds.
Absolutely. It was what happens over a 6-hour race. You get a bit scarred, a bit damaged. With the way the damage model is in VEC at the moment, though, I distinctly remember the highest penalty you can get, which is suspension based, is a 20-minute repair time. That is nuts.
That will be critical.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it must be something like that, which started the race for poor Nicholas Hillebrand, who is down in 37th position. But obviously he has had a number of issues. Jimmy Broadbent also back in the pit lane. I wonder if that car's having issues again. As we've had a lot of Brzezinski's won. What has happened there?
We'll have to have a look back and see what's happened, but it looks like he's had some big problems.
Apologies for us missing that. I didn't see it. I don't know how. It was this lap.
Wetter. Yeah, it was, but things looking wetter right now than they have been earlier on. A couple of cars sliding around now again.
Indeed, I think the race control, which is Jimmy Allison. So the broadcast might go a bit funky as Jimmy Allison's trying to figure out what's going on here. But Christian Michel, as we've got to read it as we see it, and Christian Michel is in the lead. Risto Caput moves up into second position as Adam Taylor, Kieran Parkin, and Nico Barkley enter the pit lane. Nico Barkley already leaving the pit lane in the taco car. So I think he has tried double stint in the tyres because that was quick. I will double check that when I see his actual time, but Taylor and Parkin had just got into their box when he left, so I'm assuming he's double stinting. Azevedo, Oyala, Furman are the rest of the P1 category, and is his flatline that are leading the way in the P2s. As I say, we're not really sure if those guys have pit. Let's have a look. Those guys, the P2's still yet to pit.
Yeah,
so
they'll be running
they are
just
going
past the hour, I'm betting, with the lack of kind of higher RPMs in the lower gears. I'm thinking we'll see people running past their normal pit times of about 5 minutes or so, I'm thinking, at the moment. So possibly in about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we'll see the LMP2s heading to pit road.
Indeed. We should do indeed. We've also got a driver swap, at least as far as I've been just seen in there. We've got Pavlas Matunis, who has just gotten into the GNS car, so Jimmy Broadbent out, Pavlas Matunis in the car in 31st position. That car not having a good day. Hopefully they can get to the end of the race. The fact that Nico Barkley is still on the lead lap, he has definitely he's definitely on the same tyres that he's started on. Cooper Brzezinski leaving the pit lane, so he's been undisqualified. I'm sure Jimmy will sort out. Actually, no, he's plus 1 lap. We'll sort that out in a minute. He just needs to get on with the race, really. But Cooper Brzezinski is back in the race, as is the other. There's 3 more that have been DQ'd, so I'm sure they'll be sorted out as well. I'm putting so much on Jimmy's plate, just throwing it on there.
Oh, Broadbent's got quite a big plate to handle it, so I'm sure he'll be fine.
Indeed.
We're talking Jimmy Allison or Jimmy Broadbent?
Allison, yeah.
Okay, wrong Jimmy.
Wrong Jimmy. He gets annoyed at that.
I'm used to commentating with Jimmy Broadbent, so I'm kind of. It's weird seeing him in a race car for once.
Yeah, I know Broadbent. He actually is he named it on this TeamSpeak at the moment? Because he normally, when he comes on this TeamSpeak, he's Jimmy open. Yeah, there you go. Jimmy open brackets, not admin close brackets.
Yes.
Just to make sure. But yeah, Kuba though is back in the race. That is going to be a difficult one to sort out with how he's going to return to the position, because that's a very bizarre one. Oh, is it headlights? Oh, is it headlights that disqualified him? Right, yeah, that's a driving mistake. It pops up. Usually in R-Factor 2, just to point out anyone watching that doesn't understand, in R-Factor 2, when it gets to a certain light level, whether it's too late or I believe it does actually occur when it's raining and stuff like that as well, it will pop up. You must turn your headlights on. Blah, 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 blah. Turn on your headlights. Turn on your headlights. Turn on your headlights. If you don't, you get disqualification. So the fact that Kuba has forgot to do that is
That is critical. Absolutely critical for him.
indeed. That's I guess, an easy mistake to make.
I just saw
But-
the Magenta Warriors with Timmy Oala just off the track there down at the hairpin. He was a little bit sideways, but it's kept it going. Just a little moment for him, but still running back there. They're running in 8th place at the moment, 1 lap down from your class leaders in LMP1.
Indeed, we do have in the waiting booth, who I will drag up now, we have a Jimmy Broadbent.
Let's have a chat to Jimmy,
There you
not
go.
admin Broadbent.
Jimmy, not admin. Didn't look like the greatest round for you so far. Of course, Povlas Matunis is now in the car. Struggles for the Nissan here in the wet weather of Suzuka.
Pretty much. I mean, we knew this circuit was going to be a bit of a bogey circuit for us anyway, and then throw into the mix wet weather, and we were on a good lap. We were 3 seconds lap slower than anybody else. So all those who moaned about BOP in the previous rounds can look at that and tell me if that's warranted now.
Just a quick one for you, Jimmy. At the start of the race so far, it's been very problematic in terms of dealing with traffic, of course, with the GT field or having their drive-through. You guys found yourself in traffic very, very quickly, and it didn't look to go too well for your team.
No, I mean, the GTs for the most part behave themselves, but we had a couple of occasions where you'd be alongside and the GTs would turn on you regardless. I mean, our second trip to the pits was caused by a P2 doing exactly that. Just we were, again, halfway alongside overtaking and they just turned into us, took our front end off. So it's been a very frustrating race. I mean, like I said, wet weather, all that together, it's just very grumbly.
Yes, you don't sound entirely pleased. They said the car's in the pits. Oh, we're already back out now with the new driver, but you're multiple laps down. It's not looking like a recoverable one. Is this just simply a case of go for points, see what you can recover?
Well, at this point, it's we pay to enter, so we're going to drive, pretty much. We have no, well, I have no hopes at all for anything out of this race apart from just trying to understand the car on the wet a bit more, which is what we're going to do.
Well, you do get to talk to me as well, which is always nice.
Oh yeah, always a perk there, yeah.
Absolutely.
Are you returning to the car at some point later in the race once everything's cooled down, or is the race now in the hands of Matunis and Lupson?
It depends. I mean, I'm scheduled to do the last couple of hours or so, an hour and a half, I think. So if we're still in the race now, I imagine I'll probably get back in the car. But if the car's still in at that point, if it continues like it has been now, we'll be very lucky to continue. I mean, so I want to make a quick point of one of the curbs here that we were hitting consistently in practice, completely fine. In the wet, it's nearly rolled us twice. So, but then again, it wouldn't be a GNS race if we didn't roll.
I did see a lovely photograph. Speaking of your car, by the way, he's got a bit of a traffic problem. This Coin. Obviously, Povlas Matunis behind Martin Furman. There's two GTs in there, a P2, an LMP1. It's a bit of a gaggle there of cars, but yeah, it's at this point it's the same with some other teams that have been affected by various things to have gotten to this point in the race. Trying to look, just focus on your own challenge of getting yourself to the end of the race is really the only thing that will get you through it, as opposed to any actual position.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, we're in room one. We want to obviously fight for points and wins, etc. And I know it's just very disheartening again coming in with the wet weather straight away and just knowing you're going to be nowhere near anybody throughout the entire race unless everyone falls off or unless there's like incident or God forbid it dries out. So it's at that point it's very hard to sort of push on. But Coin's in the car now. He's a bit more optimistic than me, so hopefully he does better than me.
Coin's more optimistic than you. That's wow.
I know, right? I mean, you know him personally, so you can.
Oh dear. Either way, as a quick update on the race outside this, we've got Christian Michel. He's leading from Nico Barkley, who has clearly done he's stayed on the same wet compound that he's on. He's not dropping far off of Christian Michel, so he's doing quite a good job. Kieran Parkin, who's having to defend like his life depends on it, from Adam Taylor, obviously the Vires car. DHR's last hope of getting the podium at the moment, being that James Wilson obviously had the game crash. But it's all about being patient through all this traffic.
Certainly is, and I'm not sure if you're talking to Jimmy or to anybody else in here, but Jimmy
Just
seems to have
anyone.
gotten a little bit quiet for this one, and yeah, the traffic, of course, always a major problem for endurance racing, but especially when we get into these conditions, and this has to be some of the trickiest we have, especially now as it's starting to get darker. Yeah, it's still raining, it's still wet, there's no real dry line, and it's now getting darker. So yeah, the light is going, this is going to get worse before it gets better.
Absolutely. I was going to ask Jimmy if the traffic was worse than he expected, but it's okay. Because the thing was, this was always the track on the calendar where we were looking at it going, oof. Now, I love Suzuka. I love the circuit. I get along with it really well. It's really nice to drive. I love the way it flows and everything. It's a great circuit. But to do multi-class endurance racing around here was always going to be an interesting challenge, because it was either going to be really good fun to drive Adam Taylor's back in the pit lane. I wonder if he got speeding in the pit lane, because he's coming straight through. He must have got speeding in the
Could
pit
well
lane.
have done, yeah.
And out of the pit lane he goes. So that is important. That's more time thrown away for that car. Yeah, but as I say, it was always going to be a difficult circuit with the way it's tight and twisty and stuff like that. So it's I think it's played out all right so far. All right, that's probably as far as it goes. Maybe slightly better than I expected. But yeah, either way, our top 5 in LMP1, Michelle, Barkley, Parkin, Capit and Taylor. Obviously more time lost for the Vires car. Can they bounce back from this? They've still got Nicky Jakovic to put in the car, and I'm not sure what their plan is with Vladen Sofianik, who was very quick in practice. In fact, looked, to be honest, like the fastest driver in that car.
He has so far, and that's going to be a useful one for them. They could do with some speed now in these conditions here, make some track position up before we get to any further in the race and the light goes even worse.
Absolutely. The light... So I'm not sure. Jimmy would have to confirm this one. Is this race supposed to go into night time? Yes, it is. So we are expecting dark nighttime racing. Oh yeah, of course, Route 2 is now ahead of us. But yeah, it should go to nighttime, which is going to be very interesting indeed. With all of the spray, with lights on. Oh,
well, we're
that's
in
not
Japan,
gonna
so it wouldn't be inappropriate if we didn't have a bit of drifting going on in the night time.
Absolutely.
But
I've seen a
unfortunately,
lot
these
of
cars don't have underglow neons because that would make it quite pretty.
Season 10. Season 10.
That's going to have to be put in for season 10 Japanese rounds. Let's have neons. Yeah, let's do this.
Get Behar on it. Oh, Barkley's nearly just taken off pseudo wire in one of the GTs. It was just a bit of a wobble coming through the section before Spoon, but wet rounds always make for something interesting, especially if they're wet to going nighttime and stuff. I wonder how many of the drivers, I'm sure they would have all prepared for it at some degree, but wonder how many of the drivers have actually prepared for nighttime racing. Because
I think all of them have, because they've had most of these rounds going into the night time. It's just preparing for nighttime racing in the wet is a whole different ballgame.
Absolutely. If there's one thing that is the most distracting bit about driving around in the night time, at least is what I found, was when you've got a car behind you, because you just can't see anything. Like your windscreen goes all bright, it's the glare from it all, you've got to keep so focused on every tiny bit.
Especially if somebody wants to get past you and they're using that favourite headlight flash button and it all goes
Yeah.
Suddenly we're in a disco.
Absolutely. Oh, Nicholas Hillebrand spun at T1 or T2, really. He is quite a long way
It will
back.
be turn 2. Turn 2 is the trickiest part of that first section, really.
And Rivero has exited the race. He's on fuel, so he ran out of fuel, which is an odd... Well, I say odd reason.
Unusual.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen it before.
We have, of course, Hayes down in your LMP2 category, back in 35th place overall for now, but that will be him dropping even further with his DNF at the moment. I'm going to have a quick look at our timing and scoring and see what we've got going on right now towards the bottom of the list. We do have...
Sorry to interrupt you, Rachel. The leader of GT, Javosi, just coming into his pit for his first pit stop.
Wow, that is late. 70 minutes into the race. Yeah, Yayovsky into the pit lane. I wonder if Puoti will follow him. He's coming through the chicane now. That is a good spot. Thank you for that.
That is a great time. This is what we expected, really, with them running obviously a little bit less RPM in the lower gears, trying to deal with the traction in the wet. We expect them to go longer, and they have done just that. They are doing a tyre swap, though, which is perhaps not what I expected or hoped for, perhaps, but something we did expect. We'll see him get this stop now. Going back onto wet tyres again.
Quoty stays out. Now, this could be interesting, because you're trying to get, basically, the crossover to basically having as long a stint as possible, of course, but trying to make it fit into a strategy of even stints. Now, 70 minutes, you're going to fit that in, sort of. I think you're going to have an extra 10 minutes left over, which could be a splash and dash or whatever, and you'll work it from there. Whereas if Quoty can go a little bit further, he can miss the splash and dash. Now, he is going out for another lap. This is all stuff that we'll have to wait and see how it plays out in, a few hours' time. 4 hours and 51 minutes, in fact. But still, there's all these little bits that you can just push a little bit further, just a few laps more on your first stint, and then a few laps more on your second stint, and then the third and your fourth. And by that point, you're at the end of the race. You've pushed it just that little bit further, and you could gain 3, 4, 5 positions out of it, as long as you play your cards right.
Yeah, you certainly can, and they're going to have to try and take every advantage they can with the current situation as it stands. But Jajovski back out on track. He's currently, I believe, still scored, I think, in the lead of class. He's got that much of a gap at the moment. Things really going his way.
Sorry, Jajovski is actually... Jajovski's fifth.
Fifth? Yeah, sorry, he dropped back to fifth with that stop, but looking like he's in a great spot for this one. Pioti's taken over the lead in that class as things stand in the Scuderia GT Italia Corvette C7R, and he'll be due in very soon.
Yeah, the conditions seeming to be sort of... they're not getting worse. They look like the cloud coverage and stuff like that is just dropping back enough. It might start clearing up. I don't know. Do we want it to clear up? Do we want it to clear up? Do we want a bit of spice in this strategy? I certainly do. I want to spice it up.
There's a lot of spice already, but yeah.
We sure have.
I hope it does, actually. I think it would make a nice change for it to dry up as it goes into the darkness. That would make it very tricky for the guys on the track, and I think even more exciting for us up here in the booth.
Interlagos was going into... Hillebrand backwards on the... between the hairpin and spoon corner. That's quite a lot of damage on that car.
Yeah, he's back down in 36th position, 10 laps down from the leaders, and about 8th from his class.
And to be honest, looking at the damage on that car, he could be looking at 15, 20 more minutes in the pit lane. It's not gone well for the Magenta Warriors driver, who just has been seeming to struggle in these wet conditions. He wasn't happy with it yesterday or this morning, just couldn't get to grips with the weather. And seems to be paying the price for that car. Oscar Hardwick, of course, the team owner, going to be paying out a few bills. He's at work at the moment, so they'll obviously be earning the money to pay for that, surely. We do have a close battle for position, though, between Kieran Parkin and Risto Capit. This is for third. This is for the final spot on the podium so far in LMP1. They're 56 seconds off of the lead, although that has come down for about 1 minute and 5 seconds. And it's all about that balance through the traffic. See, now that Parkin's stuck behind Arnie Schubli, he's going to get just trapped a bit. Now Capit's going to get trapped a bit, unless he's going to push for this move. I wouldn't. Oh, that was a bit rude going for that one, but he still did, and has, I guess, gained a little bit of time to park in there, trying to keep that gap as slow as possible.
Just watching Fullman getting past Jajovski there on the track. Number 38 car getting through as Parkin comes up behind him as well. Now this is third place runner Parkin in your LMP1 class. Going to be coming up to lap Jajovski, who was your leader, of course, in the LMGT category. He's back up to fourth place now. Kevin Ryan, Barros and Piotti still to pit there in LMGT. I should put Jajovski back up front as Parkin gets through, and
he stays out.
He does.
This could be very, very interesting. Will Barros stay out as well? Will Ryan? I mean, if we look towards the front of the field, you'll see one important note with the specific type of car. The top three are all Corvettes. and Yovsky trying to fight them in an Aston Martin. We do have a lot of Corvettes in this field.
Yeah, we certainly do. And the Corvette's really the dominant car of choice here in the VEC, which is the opposite of what I normally see in other series where it's normally Aston Martins. But yeah, here the Corvette C7 are doing very well. And as a Corvette fan, I am thankful for this. The Corvette is the best car. Definitely.
Yeah. It's a good looking car. It's I think the top 8 of
They are currently, yes.
Of GT is all Corvette with the exception of Yuyovsky in that Aston Martin. Of course, you would expect that with the amount of Corvettes that we've got. And Yuyovsky in the pit lane again.
Yeah. Oh, he is. Yes, this is unusual, but coming back into pit lane, it could have been a speeding penalty maybe that's brought him back in.
No, because I'd say that's damage, because if it was a speeding penalty, that's a drive-through. This
He is sitting on pit road now for quite a while.
The front end of the car's just dropped down and the rear end's lifted up, so he's changing tyres as well.
Yeah, that's maybe he's switching to inters at this stage.
No, it would have changed by now because it would have flicked already from the blue to the green when you come into the pit lane. So that is very bizarre. Something must have happened to him. And of course, that was our race leader prior to the first pit stop.
He won't be now. He'll be dropped down to back where he was running currently, back in about 4th or 5th after this one cycles through, which is very unusual for him. We're really surprised to see this one. One thing I was going to mention though is something, just keep an eye on this one, see what's happening with this, but one thing we really need to kind of always mention is that you think about, say, oh well, the top 8 cars are Corvettes here. Another series I commentate on, of course, we have a predominance of Aston Martins, and it can be said that perhaps maybe those cars are up there because they're the better car of the class, or just the better teams are running them, and if the better teams are running a different car, those cars would all be up there. So it's often quite hard to say which is the better car when it's the top teams up there with that type of car. It could just be that type of car, yes, but it could also be that they are the good teams and whatever they were driving would be at the front. So it's often a difficult one to say when you've got such a breadth of talent in a series like this.
Yeah, you'll have the same thing in P1 like right now, really, because the top 3 are all Audis. And so you'll have that same thing, but it's just because these are the 3 teams that have put themselves in a position of being in a 1-2-3, and they just happen to be an Audi. We had that last season. Nicholas Hillebrand, after that crash, has got a 20-minute pit stop. As oh wow, look at this between Kieran Parkin. Oh, I feel sorry for that GT who's had one LMP1 go one way, one the other way. Kieran Parkin still managing to hold on to 3rd position as they're coming up to even more traffic, but Risto Capet is he's looking like he's the faster car, and these two are definitely catching the leader because there's 52 seconds now. It's just gone up to 56 obviously with that traffic, but it did come that's from about 1 minute and 5 seconds, as I said earlier. So these two catching a bit of contact there with Risto Capet in a GT.
That's Gilson back there, and I think one of the Ferraris, but it's going to be a fight we're seeing here. That's Hall in front of them there, back down a number of laps behind his class, 3 laps down from his class in LMP2. He's currently running, I believe, in 6th place in LMP2. But this fight here for 2nd and 3rd. Oh, he's off the track! Parking running wide there through the... I think that's the first... No, that's the run down.
Run down to Spoon.
Yeah, run down to Spoon. So that was him running off the grass, and that, I believe, let Capet through. It has.
Sure is.
Yeah, that was a big mistake there from Parking running wide.
Absolutely huge mistake there, and one that's very easy to make. Of course, he did spin on the formation lap. Did the Audi driver, but now Risto Capet onto the 3rd place, onto the podium. Of course, there's no reason for talking about the podium this early, but we're not. I wouldn't say we're too far away from the 2nd pit stop. Maybe 10 laps in the P1 away from that 2nd pit stop. So it's all about the damage, really, that he can do to Barkley, I would say, considering we know that Barkley had double stinted that set of tyres, and at this moment has gained 20 seconds out of it. Risto Capet really nearly took out Yuyovsky, but just managed to back out of it into the S's.
Yep, Javoki coming back into it, I believe 30th overall, which currently 12th in class. He was, when he was in the lead, he was in the lead by quite a margin, but Unfortunately, not going to help him when you come out of the pitch with that issue. Going to try and get it back up, but that's a lot of time to make back up.
Did you see a crash from Yofsky or anything
I didn't
like that?
know, but I did.
Very bizarre.
Yeah, very bizarre one coming back into pit lane. Not too sure what that was for, though.
Absolutely. Well, whilst we're speaking of the GT class, it is Puoti that is leading from Barros and Schoenvliet. I believe the Scuderia GT Italia that was among them, the LMP1, has just jumped into the pit lane again. But yeah, Puoti's looking really good right now. He's quite a heavy distance away from Barros, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is right now. As Barros there getting a good run at the moment, but the timing's really not coming down as quickly as we might expect to see.
Absolutely. Oh, just watching these gaps. So I think at the moment, refocusing again. Apologies for jumping the cameras all over the place, but refocusing again on Barkley and that gap. He's done a superb job to keep the gap as low as it is between himself and Christian Michel. So considering he is on those worn tyres and we know how much faster they are, the lap times recently have been slower than they were at the start of the race. Christian Michel started off on a 51.4, currently running obviously through traffic 53.5s, 55 zeros, 57 2s, etc. But it's about 53s are the fastest it can go. So to say that, considering that Nico's holding on, I mean, he's a very talented driver, doing a very good job so far. Rain should ease up within the hour, according to Behar, and then return. That's wonderful. Very optimistic.
I think that's also going to be when we start seeing it really dropping into nighttime as well. So I'm going to start seeing changeable conditions in the dusk. That will be really tricky.
Puoti did enter the pit lane and he is currently sat in it. He is going to lose the position to Barros, and that is his first pit stop 83 minutes into this race. And to say that Barros is still going, these two are mega stint in these cars right now. Barros
really
goes straight
are.
off the road there at T1 though.
Oh, huge run off the road there from Barros. Oh, and we just saw Danigard run wide. He's third place car in your LMP2 category. I was down at Spoon. He ran wide, had to get out of the way of parking. So I'm not sure if he was evading the LMP1 car or just made a mistake entering Spoon 1.
Absolutely. I'd quite like
Gonna close here. Oh, look at how tight that was. Up the inside in 130R he goes. Up the inside of, I believe that's Kirkali. Andreas Kirkali there in your LMGT category. Parking up the inside on 130R. That's brave in the dry, never mind the wet.
Indeed. But that's the thing with a bit of racing in these conditions. You need to be brave. Sometimes. I mean, I
Brave,
wouldn't.
and then is a bit crazy.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't. I know annoying team managers or whatever by just being so patient through traffic. I mean, losing, it's sort of like the kind of thing where I'd rather lose 10 seconds than push for something that I wasn't confident in.
Well, it's the sort of situation that can end a race in endurance racing, of course, is taking risks with traffic. Sometimes being patient ends up putting you in the right place at the right time. It's just a bit too, being a bit too brave can cost you everything.
Absolutely, indeed. How's the GT class going at the moment, Jonathan?
Currently, Barros still out in the lead. Currently, you got a few P2s between them, but Brunner, sorry, I can't. I'm awful with names. Schoenvliet, currently in second. Puoti in third. All got cars between them. Some P1 cars coming back through the field, so sort of splitting everyone up. But Barros into the pit lane as we speak.
I would suggest that Arne Schoenvliet would also follow him into the pit lane, as they are part of the same team. Has Arne pitted yet? He is carrying on going.
Yes, he has pitted, yeah.
Right, okay. So, oh yeah, he did pit and then set the fast. That was quite a while ago that he pitted, lap 20, that he did pit. So, yeah, he's doing a good job because I think that now is the lead of the race, isn't it, for GC? So,
Will be.
doing an absolutely stunning job. This is what we were saying about maybe not pushing the stint so far and just coming in a bit early and just pushing the tyres as hard as you can would be the correct decision, because maybe you'd gain a lot of time out of it. And in a race like this, I'd say it's definitely the one that I would pick. Always being on fresh tyres.
Yeah, definitely. I think that his pit stop on lap 20 may have just given him a completely different strategy from anyone else. Oh, as I say, that is
That was
very
a
sideways.
huge slide, wasn't it?
Really good to catch that one. Still out in the lead, but it looks like possibly pushing the tyres a bit too far, maybe, or it's just a bit of catching a bit of dirt on the track or something like that. But I believe Barros, I can't
Barros
see.
is out of the car. Eunice Ravio, the Finn, has taken over that vehicle. Of course, someone who has had really good pace in GTs fairly recently in other leagues, but Eunice Ravio, he's someone that you put in if you need some quick lap times.
Yeah.
Not too sure about his consistency.
Yeah, so the top 4 in GT currently are all have had one pit stop.
Indeed. But yeah, this is the point. You just need to. I don't know what how long Eunice will be in the car for in that Revolution car, because as I say, he's the one that you want to put. I'd almost say that he would have been the better one to start the car, although Barros's pace was absolutely top notch. Say pushed the car as far as it did is a great job. It'll be interesting to see the balance between the two teammates, the two Revolution cars, of which ways they go with strategy. Are they going to go both completely separate? Are they going to stay completely separate, or are they going to maybe make Arnie go a little bit further on this stint? We'll have to wait and find out.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and find out. But they could be running a completely separate strategy, which is for a team maybe not the best idea. If I was running a team, I would try and use one more of a guinea pig, if you see what I mean. Especially in League Edition, which is so changing. The strategy is everything, and keeping the fresh tyres on is essential to this. But with that car hitting on lap 20, it could have pushed the balance either way.
Yeah, the thing with that, the reason why you've got to be careful with using one as a guinea pig is basically the car that wasn't in the lead, obviously, which is Arnie, who's now in the lead. You can't really use that one as a guinea pig because they're in the lead of the championship. So you've got to be so careful with it. This is where you're in this kind of like zone where you don't really want to risk either car because of the championship implications that might have. But yeah, I don't know. To be perfectly honest, the way I would do it is like how it's been done in other teams where you've got multiple cars. They're separate cars. They're separate entries. Leave them to it. And that's how we worked DHR for a while. Was Risto Cap. It's having a bit of a problem here with Martin Furman, who is getting blue flags. Now, this is the thing with these blue flags. Because he's in the same class, Furman does have to obey them, as far as I'm aware. Obviously, the way blue flags work in endurance racing is to the cars in other classes, it's an advisory. It's you've got a car coming, watch out. Whereas when it's to other cars in your class, they have to abide by it. They have to get out of the way. So I wonder how long Furman will be able to get away with this if he is the slower car. He goes off the road in the S's. He really needs to get out of the way now.
Yep, right.
He really needs to get out of the way now. Furman's not really one to budge in such circumstance.
We will risk possibly a penalty for that. He's got to put himself, got to traffic himself, so he could pass that quite quickly.
Oh, he just cut straight across that P2. That was
him
risky.
wide.
That was very
14
risky.
car gets past.
Indeed, and that'll be important because he's got 4 or 5 seconds to. It's actually the next car on the road is Nico Barkley. That's second position, so those tyres really going off. I can see the rain's getting a bit heavier, I think. And so I think that this is where those tyres that Nico Barkley's got are just going to be much. They're just not going to be anything at the moment. Maybe it worked. Maybe they feel it worked. Maybe they feel they've gained enough time. They'll be the best persons to know. The best people to know, rather. And so if I were them, I'd pit quite soon, stick on some fresh wets and try and make some ground back on fresh wets, and then maybe double stint those. But I'm sure they will know what they want to do with strategy. But yes, 2 seconds between them. Look at how much that gap is coming down. Very, very close. I think Furman getting out of the way of Risto has just released the bullet from the gun, as it were, and he is now flying as Risto Caput.
Yep. Clear track ahead, just trying to push and get as much time back as you can. I do think he probably lost a bit of time behind Furman, but he's going to push to get that back, I think.
You sure would. You sure would. So I know Risto. I've raced with Risto a bit. Oh, it is getting a bit dark, isn't it? It's getting very difficult to see the track going through the S's, especially through the spray. But I know Risto and his pace. The other drivers that should be taken over, I'm pretty sure the other two that will be taken over this round should be James Johnson and Darry Tapper, although we'll get confirmation of that soon. They're all very fast drivers. Risto's probably the fastest of the three, and is now closing up on that second position as they're getting past Ali Foray. Is he going to stay behind? Ooh, doesn't really know what she's doing. And then gets out of the way. So Risto Caput right on the back of Nico Barkley now. Nico Barkley doesn't even fight it. He recognises he's a slow car. What's the point in fighting for a position?
I think that was a very smart move for him, to be honest. When being caught by someone and trying to keep behind, you're going slow yourself. You're trying to defend. But letting that car go, I think, would be the best idea, especially through traffic. Not having that pressure behind you. I think that was definitely a smart move.
Definitely the right call. I mean, I'm quite fortunate. I feel that I've never had to go through traffic with the pressure of someone behind me. I've always been able to follow the car through the traffic. That's mainly because I'm not leading, because I'm bad. But being on the other end of it is quite nice and relaxed, because it's sort of like you just wait for them to make a mistake and then go.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas when you're on the other end, you've got so much to balance. So yeah, I'd say that was a very smart move from Nico Barkley. Obviously a lot of experience in sim racing he has. As I believe Rachel is back.
I am indeed.
Hello. The sun is setting and the spray is getting very hard to see through, as I'm sure you can notice, especially coming through that final corner. So it's hard to work out where to go. And in the final chicane, you can't really see the curbs very well.
No, it's quite difficult to see the curbing at this stage, and with the light really fading now, this is this transitional phase where it's actually harder than full night or full day for these drivers. So this is really the most difficult stage, especially as we're still not really seeing that line forming. And down here at the turn one end of the track, where everyone's still seeing rain pouring down onto the circuit. So it's very, very tricky. It's harder even now to see what line may be forming, if any, but there really doesn't seem to be much. So these guys are still really driving on feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. I can just about now, when I'm seeing Nico Barkley coming up through Dunlop, I can just see the outline of his headlights on the grass. You can just sort of see it affecting. So we're at that point where you know your lights are going to become effective and things are actually going to work. And yes, you are absolutely right. This is the worst part of the race when it comes to visibility, because when it's fully dark and your headlights are on, it's okay. When it's fully light and you don't need headlights, it's okay. When it comes to this transition period and you can't really see very much, the sun's setting, everything's very dark, it's very hard to make out what's the track and what's not. And obviously now I think everyone, Tim Wheatley is in the chat, will be able to double check this, I'm pretty sure, but you cannot turn off HDR anymore, which was one of the graphic settings, which basically it's quite a big performance thing, but with it on, it's very hard to see. It's kind of like, it was almost as if it was some sort of odd cheat to have it off, because you could see so much more at this kind of time as the light was less effective. Oh, who's that who's just rolled for the final chicane? No, it wasn't Caput, it was a red car though. Is it Azevedo? Yeah, it was Azevedo. Ricardo Azevedo nearly rolled at the final chicane, lost a front end and now in pit lane. Yes, HDR is fixed on. Thank you, Tim. So I think Azevedo now going slowly into pit lane, clearly waiting for his teammate to join the game so he can leave the car. So yeah, that's an unfortunate thing to happen. Having a half roll. I'm sure Jimmy Broadbent would know how that feels.
Yeah, I don't think he'd be too impressed with it at this time, but this is the stage of the race where we are starting to see little self-forced errors happening. So things really shaking themselves up right now. We've got Azevedo is in the pits, as is Furman. In your LMP1 category, this is stop number 2, I think, for these boys.
Yes, it should be the second stop. So maybe that thing with Azevedo, I know he's going to have a bit of stuff with the damage and stuff like that, but it's for Sim HQ, I guess at least it didn't come just as you've left pit lane, so you're not having 2 stops. It's not much, but I guess it's something. It's not super poor. Derry Tapper said, don't expect me in the car, which is obviously a Vodball driver, so I think it might be Risto and JJ in that car. But 51.1 seconds. I think now that Christian's seen that Risto is the second position, he's stepped up his game a bit. And
Yeah,
Christian looking for that second win of the season for the team. And of course, that would be very good for them in the championship as well.
It would be helpful at this stage of the points as they stand. In fact, let's have a quick look at those championship points as we see them right now. In terms of our LMP1 category, folks, it is Team Viraz leading at the moment on 58 points, with Revolution Racing in second on 53. 52 points for Vodball. Doug Henderson's number 3 car on 50, with 40 for their number 2 car. And it's your top 5 down into your LMP2, of course. Atlantic Motorsports Champion Racing, Scuderia GT Italia, Seawolf, Net Race, and MVD Racing Team. All these teams in both categories very close on points, spread between about 5 to 8 points in both categories. LMGT is Revolution Racing on 53, from Dark Racing on 51 in second. Sim Racing for Holland in third. 3 Wide Motorsport in fourth, and No Limit Racing in fifth. No Limit Motorsport even, I should say. But all these championships very, very tight at this stage.
Yeah, it's the 5 points that separates the top 4 in LMP1. Revolution Racing 2 points off of that, currently leading the race. Vodball Racing only 3 points off of the championship lead. They're in second. Adam Taylor, obviously for Vires, they're the championship leaders. The one outside of that, who I feel probably should be 4th right now, because obviously they had the game crash, is James Wilson in that number 3 car, who's just jumped ahead of Furman. So I think Furman's got damage because he's been in pit lane for a while. Yeah, he's not got front end as well. So Furman's been in pit lane for a while, and he could gain a position depending on how heavy the damage was from Azevedo, which will put him 7th in LMP1, which will be it'll be something, as long as they don't make any more mistakes through the race. I mean, they could still genuinely be in contention for a podium.
It's happened stage, before. It could be entirely. I mean, it's looking possible that they could get that, but there's still so much to change, of course. I mean, we look at this, we've still got 4 hours and 23 minutes remaining. That's a lot of motor race that can happen.
Yeah, there's so many mistakes. I mean, you look at the mistakes and the bad luck and all this, that and the other that's happened so far in this race. You just don't know what will happen. The light levels are just passing the worst part, or we've just passed the worst part. It's now going to start getting a lot darker quite quickly in the next 10 minutes, and then we'll be racing in full night time, at which point I think some of these drivers will take a deep breath and say, thank God we've got through that. Because it is definitely the hardest part of the race, is getting through this specific section. Adam Taylor trying to close himself up to the back of Risto Capet. I'll say that his lap times are really quick, and he's only 10 seconds behind Risto Capet right now. So really been pushing for it. He's been in he's done a few 53s over the last 5 laps. Risto Capet's been a 55.1 is his 54.4 is his fastest lap. So it's at least a second lap quicker.
Yeah, it's looking that way. As times at the moment looking pretty similar. I'm having a quick look in just a second, but things are looking on the time and scoring. Last few laps we've seen the MP1 class, they're all roughly about the 56-57 mark, although we have dropped off a little bit down Although last lap from Brzezinski from Feeder Ragnar was a 55. That was the fastest we've seen in quite a while up in LMP1.
Yeah, I'm just looking. The current leader in P2, which is Flatline, they are currently in 6th position in the championship. So this will be a huge point score for them. Obviously, it'll be 25 points if they can take the win. Well, again, we are talking about something that is a long way away, so let's not even jump to that conclusion. I'm just saying ifs and buts. That would be quite a good points haul. I mean, even if they get a podium, that's a decent points haul. Atlantic Motorsports, who took the previous win in that category, they are currently in. What position are they in? I don't even see that. They're 8th position, so they're out of the race, I think, is our championship leader. So yeah, it's they're in the pit lane at the moment on I think a lot of damage. April Dillon is currently the person that's in the car. So yeah, it's not a good round for your championship leader in P2. But 47.1 seconds is the gap between your leader, Christian Michel, leading Risto Capit. Again, Adam Taylor actually been dropping back a bit there from Risto Capit. We are approaching that second row of stops. It should be within the next five-ish laps, I'd say, that some of these drivers might head to the pit lane, and we'll have to see how that works. Nico Barkley still out on circuit, still in 4th position. He's got Kuba Brzezinski in front of him, who is obviously a lap down, but considering the pace differential between the tyres, I don't think Nico Barkley would be too worried about that, as Kuba should clear off into the distance, I say, as he goes off the road. That is definitely not what needed to happen. Capella also off the road there a bit as well, but yeah, Nico Barkley is really trying to make this strategy work of double stinting the tyres, although if I was him, I definitely would have pitted by now for some fresh wets.
I think that is about a right idea. I mean, he's gone a bit past the double stint marker we really would have probably decided on, I think, for this, but we did think some people would try the double stint. I thought possibly more the GT cars, but not the LMP1s.
Sorry, Risto Capit in the pit lane. We said that it was going to be close to it, and Risto Capit is the first one to bite, and Nico Barkley is going to stay out. But yeah, as I say, we'd said this before. I think when you were away once, I suggested the fact that maybe having 2 shorter stints, but having basically double stinting the tyres on 2 shorter stints, and then instead, Nico Barkley's disappeared.
We're still, yes, he has. Barkley dropping down the order.
He's back. Phew, I'm sure that would have been a bit of a scare.
That was a bit of a glitch I think we saw there. Not him actually going anywhere, but that was a little worrying for us up in the booth.
Yeah, no, it's kind of one of those things that you see and you just sort of like, oh, that is such a... I feel bad for anyone that disconnects in a race. I've been... Over the last 3.5 years of me racing, I've been so lucky with my connection when it comes to racing. I've only ever disconnected from one race. I had a game crash in another couple, but as I said, I've only disconnected from one race. It's such a dreadful feeling sitting there not knowing what to do for a couple of minutes.
In the same position before. It's not very nice.
You're just a bit lost, especially when, like, in something like VEC where you've put so much time. So my heart did skip a beat there. I'm quite glad that Nico's still circulating the track. We do also have the P2 leader in the pit lane, that flatline car. He is in the pit lane, but from a large lead, to be fair. I think it's Capella is the next one in class, who's quite a way back. He's currently at Spoon Corner, as the flatline car is in the pit lane on the jacks, changing the tyres, and looking like it's going to be dropped down pretty soon.
Certainly does, and we'll have a look at our classes for now, Lewis. As it stands at the moment, we are looking at your LMP1. It's Christian Michel out front. Successful run from him so far, and that Revolution Racing team. They've done a great job in their Audi R18, leading the way by a comfortable margin here, but It's running in second place. It's Taylor with Team Verez in their Porsche 919. And then Barkley and the Taco Truck. Yep, that is your team name from now onwards in their Audi. And then we have Park in Doug Henderson Racing and Brzezinski for Fida Ragnar in 5th place. Down in your LMP2 category, it's Capella with Scuderia GT Italia at the moment, leading the way with Flatline Racing in second place and Fuller. We have Tammy and Champion Racing, who just moved up actually into that position. We'll have a quick look at them. And that is Tammy there, moved up into that 3rd spot in class. And down in 5th place I should say, is Undercover Racing and Jungvad in their Oracle 05. Down in your GT category, of course, is the 2 Nissans in LMP are right at the bottom of all the prototype cars. Not doing very well in the wet. Your GT field, of course, it's Piotti at the moment with Scuderia GT Italia in their Corvette, along with Magenta Warriors and Vadwood, Andreas Crowley, and we have Kevin Ryan, Jonas Ravico. All of them running Corvette C7Rs, Jonathan. Like we said, is it the car or is it the teams that are running these vehicles? But whatever it is, it's successful.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard one to tell, and my past experience with the Corvette with this mod, I've not really got on with it, and I've not done much wet racing in it. But I've always thought personally the Aston's been better for me, but I think it is more of the teams are better. It's rather than the car, to be honest, in this one.
Yeah, it certainly is, and as things stand, Corvette's seeming to do very, very well. We did talk earlier on, of course, how the Porsche 919 has a bit more stability in the car in the wet conditions, but about the same lap time possible with a good driver in the Audi R18, so we are seeing that at the front, of course. There's Parkins actually on pit road from your front drivers. We'll see what he's in for. I think he's coming in for a standard stop right now.
Yeah, we're at that I say with a couple of drivers pitting at the moment. We obviously have Risto Capit in the pit lane recently. It's just at that point where we want where these drivers want to come into the pit lane for some fresh rubber. I can't see what the rain's like at the moment. Risto Capit, speaking of devil, off the road and back on. That was at the Degners, but yeah, the rain, it's still there. It just seems to be lighting up maybe a little bit through the night bit. Although it's very hard to see like this, isn't it? And yeah, Kieran Parkin in that pit lane. Kuba Brzezinski did not follow, and obviously we've got Nico Barkley, Taylor and Christian Michel who are all staying out. Nico Barkley on the same tyres he started the race on. Definitely not a position I'd want to be, although to say that he's 3rd on those tyres is pretty good. He's going to come into the pit lane soon to replace those tyres, I'm absolutely sure. Christian Michel did stay out for another lap. Adam Taylor coming through that final Casio triangle now, and is he going to dive into the pit lane? He's going to go to the outside of this GT, so he's not. So
He's
yeah,
not,
these guys staying out.
Oala's just been in the pits as well, in one of those Nissans, I think it is. Down in 25th
Sure
place.
is.
He's actually had a parking at the moment, so that'll slow him down here entering the S's, but they're going to get alongside each other. He'll let him through, no drama there. Parking gets through ahead of Oala. Some of the GT traffic behind them, they're heading up through the S's as well. Looking at the timings though, at the moment, it's getting a bit closer.
Yeah.
Taylor, he's up in 2nd place. Barkley on pit road now. So this is the cycle really happening we're expecting.
Sorry, I'm assuming it got missed because I didn't even see it, but Risto Capit had an issue. He had a 6-minute lap. That includes a pit stop.
Yes, he's down in 6th place.
Yeah, there's not been anything from his teammates in the chat, so I might have to ask Dowie or JJ to send me a message as to what happened there. Now, obviously we know that he pitted, which was one of the slower laps, but a 6-minute lap? But that's an extra 4 minutes on. Now, you're talking 25 seconds for pit lane travel, and you're talking for 50 seconds for tyres, so it's in total about a 60-second stop. That's not 4 minutes.
No, that's a significant stop he's had. He must have had a major issue there. Taking some damage, possibly front clip damage.
Yeah.
Which is about the right time for that sort of stop.
Apparently, he got It's what's called curbing it, I guess, is what everyone's calling it, is where basically you hit a glitchy curb, you hit a curb wrong, whatever. There's an anti-cuts as well that will sometimes do it, where just some of these things will break something on your car, and I'm assuming he just hit one of those a bit hard, either took off the front end or suspension related.
It does seem to be a race of serious attrition so far today.
Yeah, it's one of those things that happens though when it's happening to everyone. It's sort of like it's happening to everyone. Wait, hold on. Borja
That
Milan.
means exactly that.
Borja Milan is in the taco car. Did that? Yeah, it was in pit lane. It's a very quick stop again though. I guess maybe it was just
possibly a driver swap, maybe in fuel.
Yeah. Thing is though with driver swaps is when it comes to driver swaps, there is an automatic change of tyres. So I'm assuming they will be double spin. It should take about a minute though. Still, so evident it was just off screen from not all we were looking at, but it should still be about a 60-second stop for the driver change, and then it will just automatically change tyres. So there's that.
That's a very, very fast stop then, 60 seconds. In fact, no, that would be normal stop actually, fuel and tyres.
60 seconds is
so,
about right,
that's
yeah.
our driver swap stop we've just seen. We're here now, 4 hours and 11 minutes remaining in this race. It's very broken up. We've got 9 LMP1 cars at the front, then we have a group of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 LMP2 cars, and then we have 1 LMP1, and most of the GT field coming through then, so I think it's really reduced down from the original grids we started this race with.
Christian continuing as he heads on to I think this is like his 25th lap. Now the previous stint, let's have a look, how many did he have on the previous stint? He did 30 on the previous stint, so we could expect him to go actually about 5 laps more than he's currently going. And I'd assume the same it will be here for Taylor as he's coming up to the lapped car of Capella. And gets past quite comfortably. 49.6 seconds is the gap. So again, this car's quick. I would assume though on the next stop there's going to be a driver change for Taylor, possibly for Christian as well. Taylor's coming into the pit lane now though.
He has indeed. Keep an eye on this stop.
Is any Vires driver in the server in the spectate? Nikki Jakovic. So we should see a driver swap from Taylor to Jakovic for Vires. Now remember, as we'd said before, Jakovic is under probation, so has to be very careful going through the traffic. Will that cost a bit of time? Will that be playing in the back of his mind? Because if he makes a mistake and gets a penalty, he is out. Oh, that's bad for Vires. Yeah, Oyala's just hit the back of Vires in the pit lane. Now that's quite a substantial. I think that's a bit of damage to the back of Taylor.
That is not what they wanted to have happen. That's got to be a penalty for Oyala.
Yeah, it will be. But that for Taylor, he's got. Jakovic takes over. Jakovic will have to come around the entire lap without a rear wing and then repair it, which is one of the things that I've said they should probably change in RFT, but it's a very hard thing to code. But yeah, that's bad.
Brzezinski also on pit road right now, so he's in from 5th place, and Dylan missed his pit box, we've had a missed pit box by Dylan in one of the cars. I'm not sure where they're going. They're reversing up and down the track.
April Dylan,
April Dylan trying to find a pit box there. Wasn't quite sure where it was.
Bit of an old mess here.
Wilson's also in now as well from 7th place. This is a big stopping time now.
Busy pit lane at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah. We're more concerned with Taylor here and what their lap will be. We'll have to keep our cameras on Taylor for this lap as they're leaving now. And it is Jakovic, I should say, in the car now. So Jakovic's lap, this is going to be a problem because he's starting his stint now with no rear wing, which is
and suspension damage.
Unfortunate.
Definite suspension damage. Definite
round he goes instantly. No grip without that rear wing. That is awful. This is an absolute travesty. Why they couldn't just fix that in the stop, I have no idea. This is insane. This car's going to have to limp now around the entire lap.
Again, these are the things. Anything can happen. That is a shame for Vires, of course. That was just a mistake from Tommy Oyala, who I'm sure will pay the price at some point. As also Pavlas Petunis, another LMP1 in the pit lane. So we're definitely in an LMP1 pit window, aren't we? You wouldn't know. But yes, Jakovic will have to crawl all the way around. I hope everyone's aware. I hope everyone's got someone telling them that you've got a slow LMP1 on track.
And then you have to tell them, of course, at this stage. And Yep, it was Tommy Ajala who's actually gone into the back of that Team Virez car on the pit road, which is not what they wanted to have happen, of course. And it was actually Taylor in the car at the time when he pulled into his pit box. Ajala goes into the back of him there, and he's now got no rear wing suspension damage, as we mentioned, having to limp this car round the circuit and get back to the track. And this is excruciating, of course, Lewis, here for Jakovic. This is not what he wanted to have happen, and this is a fast driver.
Yeah.
And he's stuck here hobbling this car around, and what a way to start your stint in the vehicle. This is nearly 2 hours in. He's hopping into the car for the first time. He leaves pit road with a damaged race car.
Yeah.
Yeah, looks like we're hearing there might well be a code 80 coming out now. Code 80 on the racetrack. We have a virtual safety car has been called. Virtual safety car, and this, if anything, helps Jakovic hugely.
It does. It also will help Christian Michel, who's just entered the pit lane. It also, Mark Fuller, I don't know if he knows what his brake pedal looks like, but he went completely off at 130 as that the code 80 was called. It'll also help Kieran Parkin, who is currently in second position. He's going to dive straight down the pit. Oh no, he's not. He's going to stay out. I wonder if he's already pitted. That would be why.
I see Michel's in pit road right now. Michel's gone straight in.
Yeah. This will give them quite close to a lap lead over Kieran Parkin, who's currently a lap down.
Yeah, massive advantage here to Michel. This is exactly what he wanted to have happen, and he gets a free pit stop out of this one.
Yeah, Jakovic still has to crawl back. Not only that, but he still has to have the long pit stop. It's going to be a long pit stop. There's suspension damage on that car. You're talking 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
Possibly at least, yeah. Might not be a whole lap with the virtual safety car. We don't know. We'll have to see what happened for them.
The virtual safety car will come in as Nicky Jakovic is in the pit lane. As long as, I'm pretty sure, unless we've missed something, I'm sure Jimmy would have told us that the code 80 is for Nicky Jakovic. So there you go. Once he is in the pit lane, the code 80 will clear. Everyone will get back up to racing speed. And so they've gained a bit from getting back into pit lane, although I'm pretty sure we'll be quite close to going racing. But yeah. At least they've not caused a crash on track. It's just one of those unfortunate things. I'm sure there will be words had with the Magenta Warriors racing team, but Nicky Jakovic in the pit lane for that repair. I'm sure we'll have somewhere in the chat of how long it'll be. And yeah, it's just one of the things. Christian Michel, though, I say, he has got such a lead. Kieran Parkin's just leaving Dunlop now as Michel is coming up to it. So you're talking at least 9/10 of a lap lead.
Yeah, which is a considerable amount of lead for them. This means, of course, if you are in that sort of position, you've got a lap over the field. If anything, you can afford to be nice and calm, just be relaxed with traffic. You've got that whole lap, so no need to rush, and you've got a pretty secure win if you can just get this car to the end. Having a lap over the field is a significant advantage.
But remember, 4 hours to go. We've got 4 minutes until the 4-hour mark to the end of the race. And in conditions like this, who knows what can happen. Kieran Parkin can end up winning the second race for DHR this season. Nicky Jakovic could end up still winning this race, even though no one saw it coming. He is leaving the pit lane now, so that has been a huge stroke of luck for that car. The steering looks pretty straight.
Does in a moment, so it could be a good chance they could get that machine back out fairly quickly when we get to go racing here, of course. But Code 80 is still in force, even though they are on pit road here. So Jakovic already dropped a lap there. That's dropped him down to 4th place at least. So their green flag back out in 10 seconds time. Green flag back in the air. We're going racing again. Code 80 is suspended. We're racing once again here, and pit stop in the books there for Christian Michel, back racing here at Suzuka in the Virtual Endurance Series. 6 hours here of Suzuka and Lewis. So far, let's recap what we've seen in this first 2 hours of the race, and it has been very busy.
Absolutely, it's been racing, manic action towards the front of the LMP1 field. Christian Michel is your leader, but Nicky Jakovic, from that instant which he had with Tommy Oyala, has been in a position where potentially that Code 80 could have saved some of his race. He's in 4th position at the moment, behind Borja Milan, who is double stinting the wet tyres. Of course, his teammate Nico Barkley double stinted the wet tyres on the first stint, and that puts them in 3rd position at the moment. And Kieran Parkin in 2nd, obviously having spun on the formation lap, but doing a good job to recover that. I think he is now already... Is he behind? No, he's not. He's still in front of Christian Michel. So he's the only other car on the lead lap. We've had various disconnections and crashes, and one of the most important things that we've seen from a few of the LMP1 drivers is a lot of flipping or two-wheeling through the final chicane, just clipping that final curb, and it just sends them upright if they hit it wrong. We've had a lot of changes for the lead, not just in the LMP1 class, but also in LMP2. Alessandro Puotti is currently the leader for Scuderia GT Italia. Sim Racing for Holland and Dark Racing are in 2nd and 3rd, but most notably in the LMP2 class, it is the fact that your championship leaders, which is Atlantic Motorsport, currently driven by April Dillon, is in 8th in class, but 37th overall. And of course, sorry, that was the GTs that I've just read out there. That's a good one. But Scuderia GT Italia, Sim Racing for Holland and Dark Racing, which are leading in the GTs. It's Champion Racing, rather, that are leading in P2. Flatline and Scuderia GT Italia. Flatline and Champion seem to be going at it heads and tails as to who's in the lead at what time. Champion Racing doing a very good job considering how low they qualified. And Flatline currently with Mark Fuller in the car. As I said, I maybe saw him speeding under the Code 80, but that'll be dealt with by the stewards. But we'll have to see how the race pans out. And yeah, it should be a good one.
It certainly should be. And well, folks, we are going to be taking a break for the next 2 hours in the commentary. Don't worry, you can still keep watching the race feed here on Virtual Endurance Series, and we will be back for the final 2 hours of the race in about 2 hours time from now. So that'll be 9 o'clock GMT or 10 o'clock Central European time, and we will be back on air for the last 2 hours, as we mentioned, and post-race interviews with your podiums. So yeah, catch us in 2 hours' time, and we will join you then.
back to green in 10 seconds. Green flag.
We return to you at the 6 hours of Suzuka with not long left to go, and hopefully a good race in store. Only 4 seconds separates our lead in the P1. A lot has happened in the 2 hours that we have been away, but we are now back with you. It's Lewis McGlade and Rachel Whiteford for the final 2 hours of the broadcast. And as I say, 3.2 seconds now between that top of the LMP1. We'll go through that in a bit, but what a time to return.
Oh, certainly, Lewis, and the race has changed dramatically. Of course, right now we do have Djokovic out front. We never thought we'd see that happening. Let's not forget, when we went away, literally 2 hours ago, Djokovic had been involved in an incident when his teammate Taylor had been on pit road, and they were collided with from behind by, I believe it was Olga in the other LMP1 car.
Oh, yeah.
Lost the rear wing. This caused a Code 80 virtual safety car, and they were in pits for a couple of minutes repairing the car. They're leading now. They've got a 3.2 second gap over Johnson from the Vodball machine, but they're being caught now. It was 5 seconds. That gap is coming down. We have a race in our hands with 2 hours to go.
Absolutely. In the top left of your screen, it will say there's 1 hour to go. Not really sure what that's about, but we'll ignore that. We have, at least in game, it says we've got 2 hours of racing to go. And yeah, Niki Djokovic to talk you through some of what's been happening whilst we've been away. DHR eventually, through a little bit of strategy and maybe a little bit of luck as the rain died down, jumped up into the lead of the race, and we're actually leading by about 35 seconds on strategy when a Code 80 was called due to the Talking Door Racing Aston Martin having a crash out of... actually, no, I don't know if it was that one. There was a Code 80 at some point, though, that cost them that 35-second lead. They're now 17 seconds behind. Still going very quickly and still in third position, Max Scheider behind the car. But then Niki Djokovic closed up and took the lead, and he is close in battle, though, with the Vodball racing car of James Johnson. Now, I thought these two were pretty close on pace, maybe with the Vodball being a bit closer when Risto Capit was behind the wheel, and now with James Johnson as well. This is looking like a very fast car, and they're closing right up to the back of Niki Djokovic, so we could have a good battle for the lead. 2 hours to go. Hopefully this one will stay, and I know Niki Djokovic will not let this one go easily. A quick update on the other classes, though, as well. We have the Flatline racing car of Mark Fuller that is leading in LMP2. He is ahead of Revolution Racing's Enzo Fazzi and Champion Racing's Sean Campbell, who dropped back into third position. Of course, that car was leading at the time we left. It was the Champion Racing car. And then it's Revolution Racing that is leading in GT LM. And he's leading from Dark Racing's car. But the thing is those two are both very, very close on track. That lead has not been by much. It was 10 seconds when I first turned on the broadcast after a little while. Now it's down to about 2 or 3. So, well, it's about 4 now. But these two pretty close. And again, a win for GTLM is definitely not ruled out, so those two can be close. And of course we've got that lead, which is now separated by 2/10 across the line for LMP1. Let's keep an eye on this.
It's getting very close here at the front of your LMP1 category. Djokovic there with Johnson right behind him here. This is very close behind a slow Corvette there. That's Haldak. Up through the S's section here at Suzuka. Oh, contact there with Haldak. Haldak goes around.
That's odd. I don't really know. I don't want to have a comment on that. I didn't quite see it.
It was actually Johnson as he came behind Djokovic, trying to get through there. Johnson actually just gets into the side of the blue Corvette there. I think that's Haldak, I think it was.
It was Hadlack, as you said.
Hadlack, yes. Yeah. And that was from the PRL Logitech Racing entry. Just sideswipes that car and spins him out there. And it could be a penalty for Johnson.
I don't know. Looking at it, I think Hadlack was going over to the right-hand side of the track. I'd say it's a hard one to call. It's not for us to decide anyway, but I don't know how I'd feel about that one. It looked like Hadlack was understeering. But either way, it hasn't disrupted our race for the lead at the moment. And if Johnson does get a penalty, it will affect him in the next round and not this one. We don't have live stewarding for things like that. But they are coming up to the back of the GNS Endurance car. Obviously, one that will go a lap down. But that car is very quick in a straight line, so it might be a bit hard to catch through some of these parts.
certainly could be, and I'm really fighting the urge to make some sort of reference to the fact that he touched him with his Johnson, but that's another factor entirely. We'll have a quick look whilst I'm trying to avoid that one. Yes?
Here we go, Johnson, and that was so close. Jakovic got caught out a little bit there by Lupson, as Lupson was trying to sort of get out of the way, and it all got a bit clumsy, and then Johnson tried making a move around the outside. It didn't quite stick. Now Johnson is behind Jakovic again, but I think that Johnson is the faster of the two.
Certainly looks to be that way at the moment. I mean, we'll have a quick... we are looking at this one still. I believe the third place car there is not with them in terms of actually being in this lead group. Max Schieder is actually coming up in third place. He's catching very rapidly actually at the moment. He's just gained 4 seconds in the last few laps. So Maximilian Schieder is coming on very quickly, and if I know him from his other exploits in sim racing with simrc.de, he is a very rapid GT driver. So Max Schieder is a threat in any car. He will be joining this duo, very soon, making that a trio. But we are going to have a quick shout out to our good friend Jimmy Broadbent, of course, as we have a quick look at the Nissan class in our prototype divisions. Currently, it's actually his team, GNS Racing Endurance, actually in first place in the Nissan class, with the other Nissan entry down in Magenta Warriors down back in 17th. So 10th place and 17th. 10th place for GNS after the start of the race they had, Lewis, is actually a surprisingly good recovery. That is back from, considering they were down in 30th at one point. 10th is incredible.
They were bouncing back quite well. I know there's a couple of cars that have made a good recovery over the whole race. Marius Burt getting involved in this lead battle, which he really shouldn't be considering he's a lap down. But on that, I think DHR called that the LMP BTCC class because of the front wheel drive.
It's not a bad way to define it.
But yeah, that's the Nissan class for you. But yeah, so they've done a really good job. Povlas Maciunas, which is Coyne and Nathaniel Lupson, have done a very good job of recovering this. We've still got very close for the lead, but it's just the slipstream. That Vires car is pretty handy in a straight line, and there's just nothing quite doing.
It's very...
a bit of wobbling there across the track.
Yeah, Johnson's certainly looking a bit stronger at this time, as they're going to be behind another GT car here, heading up towards the
Burt.
S's once again. As Burt getting involved here, wanting to get through. This is unusual. That's the number 2 car, is that we're looking at?
No,
it's a 9 car. It's in 6th
car,
place.
Yeah,
4 laps down, and he's battling with the leaders here. Obviously, he wants to unlap himself, which looks to be possible. And if I was Jakovic, I'd let him go here and make sure he gets through and doesn't actually get him. He's going to go anyway. I don't think he's being stopped at this stage as he goes up the inside through Dunlop Curve here, heading towards Degner 1. Johnson still sitting there behind your leader Jakovic, and Johnson, as you mentioned, he's looking like the faster car right now, but looking at the time, Schieder's gotten down another half a second. So this is closing up here, and we are on 1 hour and 55 minutes here. Yeah, this is our 2 leaders, about to be joined by 3rd place. We could have the podium fighting for the win here in LMP1.
Absolutely. The thing with Burt is kind of, I guess I'm a bit on both sides of that. I don't think we should get involved with the lead battle, but he is clearly on fresh rubber and much quicker. So
absolutely. He obviously, if you're in that position, it's not exactly wrong to actually take your position back here. To unlap yourself is completely within their rights on the track, and there is a battle, but at the same time, he has the right. He's caught them both. He's faster than both these lead cars. He has the right to take that position back, and that puts him back another lap up to the good. So he's now only 3 laps down, which he could feasibly get 3 laps back. It's not likely, but it's possible. So in this sort of situation, you have to take what opportunities you can, because with 2 hours to go, it is feasible he could still get back up there, maybe.
Karsdorp in the pit lane, sorry.
Sorry, he
no
is,
front
yes,
end.
Karsdorp. That's the 21 car. We'll try and find out what's happened to them, of course.
That was the one that we were talking about as possibly earlier winning this race. Not really sure what happened to them whilst we disappeared, but also I would assume a crash of some description. Also one that was fighting for the championship, only a couple of points off that championship lead that Niki Jakovic holds. The thing with Burt, though, to cover off that completely, is it's fine for them to go for a move as long as it doesn't impede the driver that's on the lead lap, and as long as they basically clear off into the distance, which Marius Burt, to be fair to him, has cleared off. There is a good gap now between Burt and Jakovic. If that closes back up again, Burt has to concede the position. But at the moment, all's well and good. Jakovic wasn't impeded too much. Looks down the inside of a C7R there and doesn't quite make it stick. But now he's got a car
that
between
was,
him and Johnson. Bit risky.
It certainly was. I'm going to look down in our LMGT class here, trying to find out who that was. That was the 91 machine of Sardina. As I'm just having a quick look on our timing and scoring sheet. Sardina is currently running. I'm looking for the numbers. There's always all these annoying problems. It's 21st place. That is Scuderia GT Italia racing there in the Corvette C7R.
Fourth in class.
They are indeed doing pretty well at the moment. As the GT class actually has changed a little bit since we came back, of course. Right now it is Schoenfest in first place with Pinto, and
They're close.
I'm going to try and pronounce his next name, so I'm probably going to get massacred for this one. But Demulmeister?
Demulmeister, yeah.
There we go, close enough.
Yeah, for rare injuries. Was he in? I think he did a bit of LMP1 last season, because I distinctly remember him a little bit into Lagos. So
yeah, we're being told he did, in fact, yes.
But to that LMGT, in 18th and 19th position, we've got Pinto and Schoenfeld going for the lead down into turn 1. So this is the battle for the lead in LMGT. We'll try and keep an eye on the battle for the lead in LMP1 as well, but this battle currently very close, and to be honest, with the way the slipstream works in the GT class, more likely to get a bit of racing, to be fair.
Oh, it certainly is, and they're very, very close right now. In fact, they've got Campbell and one of the Oricas coming up behind them. Don't want to get through. That is the 13th place Orica car, actually your third place in class of the LMP2 machines here, as
And Bert.
Schoenfest has...
There goes Bert, straight past. Oh, look at the wobbling on Pinto going through Dunlop. These guys are having to work so hard. Now remember, obviously they've not been driving for the 4.5 bit hours that we've been going, but still they've had focus on this race. They've had that keeping an eye on it. Yeah. Well, we've got battle for 2 leads on one screen. Nice. But it's that focus that you've had for this amount of time, and it's just so hard to keep. It's dark, it's wet, it's hard work in these cars, and you're battling for the lead after this amount of time.
Oh, it's incredible, especially to see this sort of closeness on the racetrack, but track does look to be drying up slightly here. The rain occasionally looks like it's falling, but generally seems to have stopped at the moment, I think. So we do kind of have drying track conditions, perhaps. But it's not going to dry as well at night time as it would during the day, of course. Track temperature on the lower side now, so its drying properties will be reduced somewhat. Although these guys seem to have settled into this wet race mentality, and it must be really, really drawing on these GT drivers of all of the cars here, of course, Lewis. These guys really have the lowest downforce, they're having to slide the most. And this track, at the best of times, is very smooth, of course. Suzuka, a very smooth tarmac, very low grip track. Of course, famously because the Japanese use volcanic rock as an aggregate in their tarmac, unlike Europeans who use granites, so it's quite a smooth surface. And of course, very well maintained surface, which means not a lot of grip for these guys. So in the wet, very troublesome with low downforce GT cars.
Indeed, it's just the way it's like. I know it dried up, or started drying up when we left. I think the rain just sort of eases in, eases out. You know, it'll increase to obviously they all of these drivers, or most of them anyway, will be running something called the track map plugin, which basically on that you can display things like the percentages of rain at the moment and how wet the track is, etc., etc. So you're not completely in the dark with how it is, and it all explains to you how much it's raining at the specific time. Whether it's apparently right now it's 55% rain at the moment, which is
hard to see on our screens. I must point out to the viewers, it's very difficult for us to tell if it's raining or not. It would have been dark. We can't quite see the track state as well as we could in the daytime, and we do occasionally see little flickers of rain, but it's very difficult to spot that at the moment. So it does look to be drying, but we are being told it is in fact still raining. Yeah. Which these guys, I'm sure, are really enjoying in their cars right now.
I'm sure there's a few people that will love this rain and a few people that won't like it. I'm sure Vodball are rolling around like it's Christmas Day, considering it's raining.
There from Schoenfest. Schoenfeld. Very front. He just got a big sideways there, coming out to the hairpin. He does it again, rounding the corner, heading down towards Spoon Corner now. And that car looking very unsettled. He's having to push. Now with how sideways he's getting there, Lewis, you'd think that he really is making that car work here. As Pinto from behind is really catching him up now.
It seems like, as Borja Milan has entered the pit lane in 7th position in LMP1, but it seems like this battle for the lead in GT is very, very spookily so similar to the battle for LMP1. You've got the lead car, which is doing everything they can, but the car that's in 2nd position just looks a bit faster. Because Johnson looks a bit faster than Jakovic, and I'd say Pinto looks a bit faster than Schumble, I'd say.
Johnson has dropped back a small amount for that LMP1 lead, as we mentioned. He's about a second back now. But you are right. It looks to be very similar, of course. These cars are very close in speed, so not quite the overlap you'd want in terms of making an easy overtake. So both the second-place cars are really sitting in line waiting here, perhaps using the opportunity to just sit there and panic the leader, perhaps a little bit, as it seems to be working in the GTLM class, but up here in GT, or the LMP1 class, I should say, not quite the sort of driver you can actually spook in Jakovic. Jakovic, a very, very confident, very calm driver, and one that's no stranger to being in battles for the race lead here. As they'll head through the hairpin and up now towards the run down to Spoon. But you are right there. They're looking much faster, but it's not that much faster. It's not making a pass territory of faster. But they are close, which does mean that the closer you are together with a competitor for longer, the more chance of one or the other making a mistake.
Indeed. The thing is, going to Jakovic and like trying to spook them, when you're going for a move around this circuit, around any circuit in RFAX 2 when it's been raining, you've got one really big problem, is that going into a corner there is one line, and that is the racing line. If you go off of the racing line, there is no grip. It is so difficult to find grip. So there's that as a really big problem when it comes to these overtakes and when we're finding the right time to go for a move. It's really got to be on the exit of a corner, not the entrance, which is tricky. It's very tricky. But the thing with the Jakovic is saying trying to spook another driver. Now I've raced against both Jakovic and Schumble from an attacking and a defensive point of view, and they're both ruthless. They both know what they're doing. They know how to position their car enough to not allow someone to overtake, and they don't make big mistakes. Now, of course, there is a long time to go in this race. We've still got an hour and 45 minutes ahead of us. And with the amount of pressure constantly being dealt, as we're seeing from James Johnson on Nicky Jakovic, that I'm seeing right now, it's so difficult to pass someone that is this ruthless on defence. That just doesn't make mistakes.
It certainly is, and of course when you're in these sort of positions where you're taking that sort of defensive line or more defensive line, it's just impossible from a passive standpoint to get past someone, because they are in a position where when you are close enough in pace that you can't go around the outside, you have to take the inside line, you have to put them in a position to pass. And in this case, Jakovic is just in the right place with his car. He's not particularly feeling the pressure from Johnson behind, but he knows he's there. And he's well aware of the positioning, but at the same time, as we mentioned, he's just sitting exactly where he has to be.
Johnson needs to get a bit lucky in traffic. He's also, if I was Johnson, I'd keep in mind, I mean, this is a bit naughty, so he probably won't do that. Johnson's a good driver. But you know that Nicky is basically on a line here. If he makes a mistake through traffic, it's going to be problematic, because he will get a large penalty, so he probably won't take big risks. So if I was Johnson, I'd be putting the pressure on as much as I can when there's traffic around, because that's the time when Jakovic is more likely to make a mistake.
Oh, absolutely, and this is what we saw, of course, with the likes of the bit of a contact there between that GT car and Johnson earlier on. You make them stress through traffic, and people will go for gaps that perhaps they shouldn't do normally, and as we can see, doing very well coming through turns 1 and 2 there. But you put them in pressure, like you say, in traffic, and it forced them to go for those moves they might not normally. And when you put them in that sort of position, that's when you get the mistakes and errors, and that's when you could make contact, and you know, a good safe driver can have an issue as they're coming behind one of your LMP2 cars. That's Suave in the number 40 machine up ahead of them as he's getting out of the way, and your former leader actually there in the LMP or LMGT class.
Yeah,
of course, he had the incident earlier on we talked about. They had to come down pit road twice for an unknown reason and lost that position.
Yeah, and then they had a crash. So that was the one that I was talking about when we came back. That he had a crash coming out of the second Degner, as well. That was fairly recently. That was Mikado behind the wheel. Johnson going for the cutback. Oh, this could be a good one. Has he got the drive out of the corner? I think he might do. I think this could be James Johnson up into the lead. Through the inside, through this long right-hander. They've got a car. It's Nikolai. Oh, Djakovic is going to catch this one back.
Oh, if Nikolai hadn't been there, that would have been the position for Johnson. He had to back out and slot in line. And Djakovic almost kind of boxed him in there to try and stop him making that move. And that's the sort of racing we expect from Djakovic. Nikolai Djakovic does exactly what he needs to do. Placed himself just close enough to that GT car that Johnson had to either hit him or back out. And Johnson, he went for the safe option.
Yeah, it's one of those things that if you're the GT driver in that situation, you've basically just got to go, no favourites, I'm on the racing line, go around me, figure it out yourselves. No favourites, don't try and like...
Oh, we've had a lead change in your LMGT class actually, as I believe...
Yes, Pinto's up to the lead.
Has apparently had a... No, he's not had a spin, but he's dropped back.
Oh, I don't know, that must have happened a little while ago. Apologies if we missed that, but...
He's actually dropped back a considerable amount by the looks of things here.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
I'm looking at the timing gap between these two drivers.
A Sid spoon, I guess? I don't know.
Yeah,
no?
He has had a bit of a spin, we think. Schoenfeld has had a spin. He's dropped back. He's running down towards the hairpin now himself.
It was the hairpin where he had a spin. Half spin at the hairpin.
And it's a lap back. He's catching back up again, slowly, but he's about maybe 3-4 seconds back from your leader right now.
Absolutely. Now, I say, I don't know if Arnie can pull it on back, maybe with a bit of fresh tyres and stuff like that. We know his pace was on the pole position for this race, so he's definitely got pace around the circuit. With Johnson and Djakovic, there's a bit of space between them, but knowing the pace of Johnson and how under pressure he kept Djakovic, I'd be surprised if Johnson couldn't get involved in that battle again. But this is at the point as well where they're going to have to start discussing the kind of how they want to end the race strategically, because you've got to work out how long each stint is. Say they're 50 minutes, then pitting about now would probably be quite a good idea, because you'll get fresh rubber and you'll be able to push as hard as you can, and that, if you're Johnson, that might make you jump Djakovic.
It certainly is, and
but that's only if
place for that.
Yeah, exactly. It's only if your stints are that length and whatever, and basically you're now playing the strategy backwards. You're playing it to where you want to be at the end of the race, not where you want to be in the next stint. And you've got to play that backwards to now and figure out where to go. So if I was Vodball right now, I'd definitely be close to pulling Johnson in.
Well, this is exactly what you want to be doing in endurance racing in general, of course. You want to be making sure you plan this race from the end to the start, so you're in a position to do just that, so you are racing till your last stop. And these guys, well, they know well enough to do this, and we're expecting that from them, so we'll see them in probably, actually looking at this clock, the next 15 minutes, we'll put it into a one stop to the end, so if they come in about 15 minutes time, there'll be one more stop to go, and that'll be it. But that was very close there. Johnson putting the pressure on here.
Yeah, Johnson there. He's just lost out a bit in traffic there. I think he's a few seconds down on Hodgkinson in the number 3 cars backwards at Dunlop. That is a shame, because he's brought it all the way back to 11th position. Oh, that was close with one of the magenta cars, Nicholas Hillebrand, as he was rejoining. But Hodgkinson down in 11th position. They've made a decent recovery, but that car is not going in a straight line now, is it? No,
it's really not, and they're really in a bad sort of shape here.
I've seen someone take that line through the Degmans before.
It was probably in the Super GT class.
Well, I mean, that's just unfortunate for number 3. The day has just not gone well for that number 3 car. They'll have to pit and repair the damage. They'll probably drop back a couple of positions. Again, this was another car that was close to championship contention coming into this round. It was on 50 points versus the lead of 55. And
we saw how mix and match qualifying was even for today's round. With the change of conditions, we had multiple different people going to the front and then just falling back. So this has been a very, very changeable race compared to what we'd expect, perhaps. And there have been many people who've been very close in this round and previous rounds to getting wins, to getting championships. And it just shows how tight this field is that we're seeing that sort of racing. This is how close this field of competition is, that we have so many possible contenders for these things. It's not just, oh look, here comes Vodball, or oh look, here comes Verez. They're going to win. We have multiple people here who have that potential, and that is incredible.
Absolutely. After having raced on the field before in the previous season and stuff like that, it's a good feeling to be among so many quick drivers because there's so much potential pace-wise on the LMP1 field. I'm pretty sure if you got the LMP1 field, it's got like the 13 teams that we've got, or 12 teams that we've got in LMP1. If you took all the drivers that are in them, and then like divided them up, gave them their own car, and like said, here's an hour-long race or whatever. You've all got your own car. You'd have like a 30 whatever car grid. I'm pretty sure it'd be one of the more competitive series, or more competitive ones that we've got in RF2 because of the amount of pace that the LMP1 field's got. The GT field's got it as well. Same with the PT field. The amount.
Oh, Djakovic with a problem. Djakovic made a mistake in a hairpin. He got off the track, and he tries to come across and block Johnson, and actually does. He manages to hold Johnson back. Djakovic there in the hairpin. I'm not sure if we'll be able to get a replay of that. I'm not sure if he will, but Djakovic just got on the inside of the hairpin, made a bit of a mistake, was sideways, collects the car, gets back on the track, but pulls across onto the racing line very aggressively, forces Johnson to go wide, and just kills momentum there on Johnson. Djakovic just by his fingertips holds on to this lead now, and as they come up here over the hill towards 130R, Johnson has to stay behind him, so nearly an opportunity for Johnson to take the lead there, Lewis, but Djakovic just clawing onto that lead.
Absolutely. I mean, it's so you got to remember these guys are running TC. I'm assuming at least in low, possibly medium for most of them in this kind of weather. Now the thing with that is when you leave a corner like that, sometimes just out of the blue it'll snap. You know, you've just clipped up a wheel on the curb as you said, and then the rear end of the car will just go by. And then when you're trying to correct it because of the four-wheel drive, it won't put any power down, so you can't actually correct it. You can't use a front-wheel drive to force the wheels forwards or anything like that. It's quite a complicated thing. But I know that one from experience. I've spun it plenty of times in the rain, as has every single LMP1 driver. It's just a thing. They're coming up behind Radielli, though, who is the GT Italia LMP1, as they get past him through traffic. And Johnson, as I say, right on the back now of Niki Djakovic, once again for the lead.
Yes, and he is in a great battle here, but look up ahead of them. That's the lead of your LMGT class as well, just up ahead of these guys again. Or no, it's not. Actually, it's flatline. They are not in the LMP lead.
Yeah. It's the two for the LMGT lead have kind of separated themselves out now after that mistake from Arne Schoenfeld. But it is a few GTs that are sort of just getting awkward, getting in the way. And when you're in like Johnson's position, you're just sort of like, no, I just want to get past you now. And when you're in Nicky's position, you're just too busy thinking about the car behind. It's such a balance.
It certainly is, and right now this race is really hotting up. The distance between Djakovic and Johnson is 0.7 tenths of a second. So that is very, very close on the racetrack. This is our big battle at the moment. And this is, yes, first and second here in the racetrack. And it's not really cooling down anytime soon. In terms of the cars we have racing each other at the moment in LMP1, there's really nobody racing each other apart from these two, because Maximilian Shida in third place is the only other car on the lead lap. Then we have Wisniewski in fourth place. They are 2 laps down from your leader. Burt is a lap behind him. Kastorp a lap behind him. And 7 laps down is Rivera. Then we have Mansukis, and we have Lupsen, and they are really your front leading LMP cars. Of course, the other ones all further back. Nobody on the same lap, though. The same goes for your LMP2, apart from Campbell and Rosso, who are both on 12 laps down. But again, about half a lap separated on the track, I think.
Well, no, not even half a lap. It's much less than that. Campbell's just going through the hairpin now, and Masal's not very far behind him. So these two are actually separated by a couple of seconds at the moment as they're going through traffic. And if I was Campbell, I wouldn't want to lose that second position. That's going to be a better one to bite. And to be honest, they're both quicker than the Revolution car ahead, although that's possibly down to traffic.
Gabriel Rossi is catching up behind the champion racing machine of Campbell. It's Nathan between them, one of the Corvettes. As they're going to do their best here to get through and try and make some time up. These LMP2 cars have been very quiet. There's not been much racing so far today, Lewis, between these classes, but Campbell just up ahead of them there, the leader in that one. Actually, yes, this is for the lead of the class. So once again, we're seeing ourselves with a class. Oh no, it's not. It's McDonald in the lead. Sorry, who's in the pit right now?
No, it's oh yeah, it's McDonald. Sorry.
It is, and this is for second and third, so these are podium sitters in LMP2. It's been quiet, but starting to heat up now.
Apologies, I'm used to McDonald being an LMP1 driver.
Farm.
Oh, yeah, a farm. But,
He had a farm. He had a pig.
EIO?
Yeah, something like that.
All right. But no, he is. Sorry, I'm used to him being an LMP1 driver. But yes, he is actually in the lead of that class. But yes, Campbell and Marcel very close together. Maximilian Scheider has been into the pit lane. Adam Hodgkinson just leaves it. Scheider will be leaving it soon. Did he have a crash? No, it's just actually on fuel. I think they are working it backwards. Bailey's listening to me. Thank you. And yeah, so we've got. This is where I say we're going to start seeing some people going backwards on their strategy. I'm wondering when Djakovic and Johnson, when either of those two are going to pit. That'll be the turning point with who can really win this race. I feel who pits first, personally, because they'll be on that fresh rubber.
Yeah, that will be the situation we're going to have to see here, and we will keep our eyes on what does develop, of course, from this one, as it is still very intense in these classes. Of course, Djakovic and Johnson. Johnson within 2/10 right now. Djakovic.
They're very close. They are super close. It was 7/10 at the line, but it's even closer than that now. It's about 3.5 tenths. And, God, is Djakovic going to go for it? No, he doesn't. Nikolai once again getting very close to these two as they're coming through this section whilst they're racing, but this time they're not side by side, thank God. When is Johnson going to make that move? Johnson has been a driver that's sort of been up and down in sim racing over his career, but recently over the last 12 or so months he's won a championship in a league against a fairly competitive rival, which is a guy called Stefan Ruolt. And Johnson has done a really good job against him. His consistency has grown, especially in wet weather. His wet weather pace through that series, obviously in a different league, was extreme. And now he's sort of learning from that. He's picking up the pieces and really getting on with his sim racing career, which is good for him. And the pace is showing.
Oh, it certainly is. And Johnson really, really showing a great performance here today. And that car is absolutely flying. Vodbull have always been a very powerful team in this series. And, well, they've got a guy like Johnson on board who is definitely not a bad driver to have, as they've got traffic now between them. That's Lupson in the GNS Endurance Nissan. Of course, the class leader in our Nissan class that we have now, LMP 1.5. Yep, LMTCC. There we go.
We just need to make that. We just need to separate LMP1 on the old standings now and slap that one in there.
We can call it the PTCC, Prototype Touring Car Championship.
Yes.
Yes. We're going to add a few more, so we'll get a Subaru prototype as well, and we'll go for a Skoda prototype and possibly the Dacia Sandero LMP 1.5.
That would be good. Absolutely. Oh, you'd have to
Sam
get
would still
URD to
lose
make
somehow.
models for it. Oh, that's close from Djakovic. Oh, he's had
Very
to force
close.
that one through.
Yeah, this is the problem. This is what we talked about earlier. He's having to not just find openings in traffic now. With Johnson this close to him, he's having to make openings in the traffic. And this is what he's doing here, and it's not perhaps the safest option because he is under pressure. And we remember, or I remember very distinctly from Turkey when he was trying to force his way through traffic. Djakovic really put that car, that black and blue car, was always found forcing an opening in traffic to get through. When he's under pressure, he doesn't wait for the door to open. He puts his boot through it.
Absolutely. It's just such a difficult thing. Derry Tapper in the chat says that no matter what happens, JJ is my race winner, and fair enough. I assume that means that you're not driving the car, Derry. Not going to hop in. But JJ doing a fantastic job. I wonder if they're going to give it back to Risto, considering JJ will be in the car for a very long time if he goes straight to the end. An hour and a half to go. I don't know. He's an old boy. He's been around for a while, but I think that might be a bit much.
Certainly could be, but it has been a while.
I wonder if Djakovic will go to the end, or will they change on the next stop? Oh, this is very interesting. Are they going to... Is Nicky Djakovic going to risk putting someone else in the car? Adam Taylor is on the server. Oh, someone's crashed on the pit lane entry. That was a P2. Who was that? I think... Who was that? It was a P2. That's Kieran Parkand, the entrance to the pit lane. Sean Campbell, I think it was. It was Sean Campbell.
Yes. Campbell's gone into the pit road, and that's let Rossi through. If Rossi gets a good lap now and then pits himself, that could jump him ahead of Rossau, who was racing. Actually, that is a good
Indeed.
point we make about Johnson and Jakovic. Johnson needs to come in first and strike first on the pit stop. He can jump in with a good lap.
Sean got hit, apparently. DHR knows how to crash on pit lane entry. Yes, they do. Yes, we do. But Johnson, I'd say Johnson, if I was Johnson, I would pit first. But I'd say the fact that Adam Taylor is on the server means that Vires are ready to pit. So I would suggest you'll see that car, because I think the rule is when you've joined the server to get ready for a driver swap, it has to be you join the server and then within 5 laps that car must pit and there must be the driver swap. At least as far as that was my recollection of the rule. Obviously I've not flicked through the rule book for a while, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. So with Adam Taylor being on the server suggests that they will be pitting fairly soon. So I would expect that Vires car to be in pretty quick. Now there isn't.
Do we have Johnson's teammate in the
That's
server?
what I was going to say. No, we don't. So that either means that Johnson is going at least for another stint, or they're not prepared to pit soon, which would be pretty awkward. I say Jimmy Broadbent is also on the server. He will probably take over the GMS car.
It could be that they have somebody sitting by with an SSD waiting to just jump into the server and get straight in the car without any notice. This is the new level of tactics here in sim racing.
That would be brave. Jakovic's not pitting this lap, considering where he's going on this P2. So Jakovic's still not in. Johnson, though, is. Johnson into the pit
This
lane.
is what we said.
So he is going to pit. Nikodem Wisniewski is also in the pit lane, by the way, but he has damage.
Johnson could stay in the car, of course. We know he doesn't have to get out.
Exactly. Remind me, Jimmy, considering the plug-in doesn't work, is there a rule anymore for the 4 hours, or are they allowed to just do whatever they want as long as there's a driver swap? There's no plug-in, so yeah. So there is theoretically no rule around. Right. Okay. Can they hear you, by the way? No. 70% of the laps complete is the if you complete more than 70% is a disqualification for the car. So with James Johnson, considering how much Risto did earlier on the race, which I'm pretty sure is an hour and a half, I think they'd be close, but should be all right.
70% would be of this sort of time distance. I think an hour and a half is more than acceptable in terms of time. So an hour and a half, he's going to the end here, Johnson.
I think he could do. We'll have to wait and see how that one plays out. But either way, with fresh rubber on that car, now we're talking for some serious speed. As long as he can keep his head down and keep focused, he's up to speed with the car. He's ready to go. That's the other thing, is that I don't really like taking out drivers when they're in the zone, and that's what JJ looks like he's in at the moment. He looks fully on top of it. And so would you really want to driver swap to someone who may not be fully up to speed with the track, even if it goes back to Risto?
Yeah, absolutely not. No, Johnson is right in the ball game here, and the most important thing is he is comfortable with how the car is on this track condition right now. So if anything, leaving him in this car now is perfect. He is up to speed, running at race leading pace on the current track conditions.
Is not in the pit lane again. Ooh, interesting. I wonder if this is his last lap to do it. He's got to be. We'll have to keep an eye on those lap times. Obviously we won't get a direct one for a couple of laps, because the last lap for Vires was a 155.1, but it will take a little while for us to figure out how fast Johnson is, because he's got to complete 2 laps, because this will be his out lap. It'll be something like 3 minutes. We can still keep an eye on that gap, which does seem to be coming down at quite a rate. So we do have a very interesting fight for the lead. The first sector split, by the way, the gap between the top two was a 126.287, and Johnson is coming down towards Spoon Corner now. And if my live timing is correct, that is going to come down by quite a margin. Here he goes then.
Certainly could do here.
Out of Spoon. Second sector split is about 2/3 of the way rather down this straight. He's about to come up to it now. It is a one. Sorry, I was just sorry. It was 124.7. Something just came across my screen that I was confused by. But yeah, James Johnson 124.7. So it's come down 2 seconds in that sector. And as we come down towards the final corner, He's going to cross the line, and it goes from 124.7 to 126.2, so a bit of traffic there. So maybe, might not 100% work. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, we certainly will, but of course, as it's been going, it's been very interesting for Johnson and the Vodball boys. But right now, keep an eye on where they are. 1 minute 18 back. This will depend on when Jakovic does come into the pit road. Of course, right now he is running through the
Coming in the pit lane.
final. Yeah, he's coming in now. This is it. Jakovic coming in for that stop. We knew he had to. We'll keep our eyes on Johnson, see where he filters through here. I'm going to put some money on him coming out in the lead here.
This is an important lap in this race. Now, Johnson has basically got to get through the lap with as little traffic as possible, because luck will play its part in this. Absolutely it will. Now, there's a bit of a mistake there out the second Degner. It's not the end of the world, but it's not great either. But he has got a bit of traffic. He's trying to get past Nathan. He's got Hillebrand up ahead of him. Is he going to be able to cut his way past this lot? I think he'll be able to get past Hillebrand before Spoon and maybe Sardina too. All depends on how polite these guys are being. He's a bit confused by Hillebrand. He gets past all three of them. That's good, because all the way down this straight through Spoon Corner and down to 130R, he'll be clear on track and be able to push as hard as he can. So this will be important. Nicky Jakovic still in the pit lane, still doing his tyres. What can Johnson do? 1 sector to go. Is he going to take the lead of this race? Is Adam Taylor going to climb in that car? I think he's still in the spectate, so I'd assume so. It's another race where Vires have denied Vladen Sofianek from being in the car. I'm not really sure why that is, considering his pace. But either way, James Johnson out of the final corner, down the hill, through the curve. Nicky Jakovic not moving in the pit lane. Not moving in the pit lane. This is going to be lead to Vodball. Vodball Racing at the 6 hours
Big
of
margin.
Suzuka take the lead by a long way. That has got to be 6 or 7 seconds for
That was
sure.
Fantastic. Oh my gosh. We're looking at the lap time in from Johnson. Fresh tyres. First lap in the book here. 1 minute 53.348. This is our fastest lap of the race so far. Johnson has knocked it out of the park as Adam Taylor gets back in the car for Vires.
Adam Taylor there in second position. He's dropped back. I think it's got to be... what's the timing on the moment? It says 4.5 seconds at the moment, which is quite a gap, to be fair. And Taylor's got to get himself up to speed in the car. He's got to balance himself through traffic, and James Johnson is already up to speed. He's
Heating up
already
cold tyres in the wet,
comfortable.
let's not forget. He has to get those cold tyres up to temperature, and Taylor is sitting there. He's not sure what's happened. They've just turned, a lead of 2 or 3 tenths into a deficit of now 5 seconds over Johnson in first. What a turnaround.
And considering how fast that car is of the Vodball car of Johnson, I'd say that Vires car is going to have a hard time getting that back. But yeah, that's gonna. Oh, that was a good turn. That was. So correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not saying it is going to happen. But is this going to be the 4th different winner of the year?
I think that's a defining moment in this motor race. Johnson pulled that lap out of the bag.
Yeah, sure did. But yeah, we've had Doug Henson Racing win, we've had Revolution win, and we've had Vires win. So it could be 4 in a row. And that will show the quality of some of the cars here in VEC and the different teams that can fight at the front against anyone. It's a super strong series, and James Johnson at the end of the first lap of Taylor being out of the pit lane has a lead of 3.4 seconds. So a bit of traffic there holding Johnson back, which Taylor will now be the recipient of through the S's section.
Looks like James Johnson, a man with possibly a Marvel Comics style worthy name, has grabbed the bull by the horns in this case.
Doing a great job. Doing an
Yeah, I
absolutely
know, I thought
brilliant
so.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting past Schoenfeld there. Your GTLM, a second place runner actually at the moment. We'll have to have a look back at Schoenfeld, see what he's doing with Pinto, of course. He is quite a way back after having raced with Pinto and lost that lead after a half spin. Pinto actually just up ahead of them.
Yeah,
That's changed things around a lot.
There's about 10 seconds between the two of those. And let's have a look, because I don't think either of them have pitted recently at all. The consistency of Einstein is pretty incredible. They should really, I'm assuming, be pitting fairly soon. Like within the next 20-ish minutes, I think, maybe a bit less. and then should be good to the end. Once again, it'll be the tyres that make the difference there, and considering the gap that we've seen James Johnson make, I'd want to pit pretty soon, if I'm honest. Pinto, once again, also hasn't pitted for quite a while, quite a way off of their personal bests, maybe a bit faster over like a consistency over a run. There is no 2-minute 20s at all since we've rejoined the broadcast. So in the last 45 minutes, that car has been lapping between about a 2-minute 13.9 and 2-minute 20, which in an endurance race is pretty good. Arnie Shively has gone over the 2-minute 20s a few times, so I'd say Pinto's looking really good in that car at the moment.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Pinto has definitely got a commanding position now. Of course, had inherited that lead after the mistake there by Schoenfeld, but he's in a good spot now. He can relax. 10 seconds is a nice, comfortable margin. And the gap between Johnson and Taylor, by the way, it's opened up. It's now 7 seconds. It certainly is an incredible change there in the positioning on track here for your different classes. As we have seen this one really open up. Of course, we had that race with Campbell and Russell, but Campbell's had a problem. He's back in pit road already.
Yeah, I know. I don't think he's back in pit road. I think he's still in pit road. I think that's how much damage they had on that car. Apparently, he got tagged by someone, or there was some contact, and that was what caused him to come down the pit lane. But it's a shame either way. And from such a good position, from a podium position in the Prototype 2 class, to now be dropping down the order 17th. We've got Nathaniel Lupson coming into the pit lane as well. That car looks all right, so I don't think it's actually damage. Once again, those guys, as we've said before, recovering really quite nicely in this race, as had until the crash fairly recently, the number 3 car, which was Hodgkinson, although they have dropped a long way back now, but they've had a few crashes and stuff, but they've kept going in this race, which I think is a good spirit. I think that was a drive-through from Nathaniel Lupson.
I think it was as well. Lupson actually has managed to recover the car for now. Oh, he has gone. Okay, that's Broadbent's car. Broadbent's gotten in the car now, but they have retired that 22 machine, I think.
Something happened there. I'd like to have some. I don't even know what happened
sure,
there.
Jimmy B was getting in.
I think I think Jimmy was supposed to be getting in the car. I just think something went wrong on that stop. It's a driver swap. Oh, Lupson. Yeah, according to Behar, Lupson can't get out of the car, which would make sense. And now, yeah, I think if Jimmy rejoins.
They've had a problem. That's terrible for those boys.
AI did take over, yes. I think if Jimmy rejoins, he should be able to take over the car again.
We are being told, by the way, Campbell's not left. It's a 11.5-minute repairs they've got on that car. That's them out for a good 7 laps based on that time. So that's a big problem.
It's a long time to be sat in pit lane. Hopefully, yeah, Jimmy, hopefully he can rejoin and they can rejoin the race. They actually, technically, shouldn't lose a position.
No, based on where they're running, they are actually fairly safe.
They may lose a position to Hodgkinson, but we're not between them. Although when Jimmy actually rejoined,
well, no, if we're looking at Broadbent, Hodgkinson's 2 laps back, I think. So they
he's only a lap.
Just hold on.
I think he's only a lap. Either way, I think they'll be fairly close, and either way, it's only one position. So.
After running down at the bottom end of your top 20, that's running 10th or 11th. I think they'll take both.
I think in the end, I think Broadbent at the start of the race wasn't he running down like the 30s?
Yeah, I think they'll be dissatisfied to get a top 15 finish at this rate.
Yeah, I mean points are points. Yeah, I'm sure Jimmy will be really happy that him rejoining the car is in this position, but unfortunately, again, it's one of the lucks of races. This is a thing, as we've said before, about we don't have mechanical issues, we have this kind of stuff, which just happens, unfortunately.
It certainly will be, and we'll keep our eyes on this one as it goes forwards, of course. And don't forget, if you are running in the race, feel free to let us know what's going on with you guys, and you can talk to us on our Twitters if you want to send us a message and tell us what's going on for you and your teams. Lewis, what's your Twitter handle?
So this is the thing, is I don't do Twitter, so it'll have to be to Rachel.
Do
I
Twitter.
know it's terrible, but like I feel like an old
He doesn't
person.
do Twitter. He
No.
is an old person. If you want to get in contact, you can get in contact with me at @the_Rachel_W, and you can tell me how your race is going so far. And don't forget, you can also talk to the @RF2VEC. They are the organisers, and they love hearing from you. Jimmy
Absolutely.
will tell me not in a minute. He'll be grumpy, but they love hearing
Yes.
from you. So say hi.
Jimmy has rejoined the race. Also, if you want to contact me, just message me on Facebook or something, as most people do, as I've had from Mike Pittman, who has pointed out one interesting thing about the Vodbull car, is Jimmy Broadbent has just come out behind Adam Hodgkinson. So just behind him. But as Mike Pittman has said, Vodbull, the LMP1, finished 4th in race 1, 3rd in race 2, 2nd in race 3. Could this be the one?
It certainly has the
Spooky if it
potential to.
does.
Yeah, it really does. There's
Believe I can't remember where I think they were 4th in the end overall, but they went into championship contention into the final round last season in GTM. So clearly a quick team. That was when it was I think it was just James Johnson, Darry Tapper, and I'm assuming Seuss who did the Le Mans with them. But I know Johnson does a lot of it.
Yeah, he certainly does. And Johnson right now is he's in a fantastic spot. The gap's opened up even further. 8.3 seconds. It's only widening. Taylor really struggling to keep the same pace as Jankovic did, of course, when he was in the car.
And this is what we said about the switching over. This is why Johnson's probably a good idea, just leaving him in the car whilst he's in that focused mind. Because Taylor, he's not been in the car for a while. I think they had to do a swap though, because I think Taylor was in the car for long enough at the start. But yeah, I say with Taylor, he's not in the rhythm at the moment. It'll take him a few laps. I think once he's got to it, he'll be as fast, if not maybe a bit quicker than Johnson. But it's just about getting to that point again. It's such a hard thing on such a difficult track where you can't really see where you're going too much. It's difficult.
Yeah, no, you certainly can't. And right now, of course, they'll be pretty glad, I think, to have broken up this traffic a little bit and spread out a little bit, because it's getting very, very close to them, as that can really add to the stress in the wet conditions.
It's dark, it's wet, it's cold. You've got plenty of cars ahead of you and still a long time left. 70 minutes, in fact, of the race to go. And I don't feel, as long as things continue and James Johnson continues this pace that he has, unless Adam Taylor steps something up, I don't feel we're going to get too much of a close race between these two. I mean, 8 seconds in a 6-hour race is pretty close. But I don't know if we're going to get much more wheel to wheel. It'll just be about that mind game, keeping the pressure on, making sure that you're not dropping back too far. 8 seconds, it comes down 6/10 in the middle sector between Johnson and Taylor. So it's all about those mind games and maybe a bit of luck through traffic as well.
Yeah, they certainly will. And we'll have a good look back at our timing and scoring right now, see what else we've got going on. Down in your LMP2 categories, things are a little bit on the quiet side. McDonald leading by about a lap and a half right now over Gabriel Rossau in second place in your LMP2 category, with Tits in third place, currently in a pit stop. Robin has lost that spot to Hodgkinson back in your LMP2 one category. That's dropped him down to 13th place. Currently running in your LMGT category, we've had a swap in the car for Schoenfeld. That's Alameda in that car now, running in second place behind Pinto in first, with Demermeister in third place in LMGT. It's been quiet recently down in there.
What happened to Johnson?
Oh,
Has he lost a rear
Johnson's
wing?
lost it. He's gone.
He's lost a rear wing. He's gone off at T1.
Oh, big incident. He has lost the rear wing and front end off that car. Johnson has lost this motor race. He's thrown it away. Oh my gosh.
I wonder if he had a wheel problem going. Oh, hang on. I don't know. When did it...
Code 80 will be coming out in about 10 seconds time from what we're hearing. I'm going to look back.
I found it.
Code 80 in force on racetrack right now.
It was LMP2 coming out of the final corner. I think Johnson probably should have come off the racing line at that point, but then the P2 sort of jolted forward and made everything a bit worse. And the dark light, that's a difficult one.
Traffic problems for the leaders. This is nothing new in motor racing.
That puts Taylor in a very good position, and yeah, I don't know.
I believe it's the flatline car, we're being told.
It was the flatline, yeah.
Oh, terrible for Vodball. This is exactly what they didn't want to happen. And just absolute heartbreak. But this is the same thing that happened to, of course, the car from Virez. Only as in pit road. This is just... Oh gosh, this is awful.
Yeah, the luck going that way for Virez there, and I don't know. It's just one of those things. Again, it happens. I think every team's been on the receiving end of something similar to that at some point. And unfortunately, that is a sad way to end what could have been a brilliant race. As I say, I don't know. With Taylor, he's a smart driver. He'll try and keep it clean for the next an hour and 7 minutes once we get racing again. And yeah, sad way to end the race, really. We've still got plenty to go.
Of course, it's not over yet. They could get back. Of course, like we mentioned, Virez climbed back, and well, Johnson, with the pace he's had, he could certainly climb back. But currently 7 seconds, 8 seconds out behind Taylor. Taylor got the break he wanted, and this still not over. There is an hour and 7 minutes remaining here, and a lot could change as Johnson comes through pit road now. He'll hopefully get that car repaired, and we'll find out what's gone wrong.
Indeed. Taylor is in the pit lane. That's a fairly smart move, to be fair.
Well, you'd think he might want to come in, of course. So he's got a free pit stop here, of course. Probably won't be able to stretch this one to the hour mark, but free chance for fresh tyres with his only competition now. He's stuck in pit road for a couple of minutes. Smart move.
Ooh, that would be devious. He's going to put fresh tyres on. He's going to put fuel back in the car. Will he be able to go? Nah, 70 minutes
dash here.
70 minutes is too long, but yes, splash and dash later on in the race.
Yeah, he won't need to pit from here, but the next stop can just be fuel only.
Exactly, which saves him an awful lot of time. It'll be like a 6 or 7 second stop. We'll leave the race. We'll leave the pit lane at that point and probably go on to win. But Kieran Parkin behind. I don't know if that car's going to have the legs on it to get after Taylor, but we'll have to wait and see. Doug Henson Racing in what will eventually be the second position. This will promote, considering all of the issues that the amount of times I've seen that car without the front end, or the issues that I've had, or that I've seen with the Nikodem Wisniewski in the Feeder Ragnar simulator, that car will be on the podium. And that is how they won the championship last year, was constantly being up there on the podium. And that's how you win championships, is consistently being up there. Of course, they've missed the last round. They may be out of realistic contention for this championship, being how far they are down in the category, but still to bounce back onto the podium. They've not had a good season so far, to be fair.
No, they certainly haven't, and it's going to be one of those tricky situations for these guys to handle, but they'll have to find some way of doing it. And we're going back to green. I'm hearing from race control in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green flag is back out on the racetrack. We are racing again here at Suzuka, Lewis.
Absolutely. Jim Bob Q in the chat, absolutely fuming. That is James Johnson. And the first thing that Kieran Parkin does going down into the Casio triangle is go straight on. It's easily done. So I can't look past Adam Taylor for winning this race now. I think that car is just going to be too far out ahead and a bit too strong. But the battles for the other positions are certainly not over. Marius Burt and Nikodem Wisniewski are on the same lap. It's separated by about a sector. But there is plenty of racing further down the grid. Jan Titz is off the road with no front end, no rear end. That is at T1 as well. Could we go straight back under code 80? I wonder. Because that car is going to be slow crawling around as well.
It certainly could be, but he's back on the track and he won't be slow. We'll see.
That is broken. I don't think it's as broken as Johnson's. We'll have to keep an eye on that down in 12th position, which is a shame for Seawolf because that was in a really good position in that class. Third. Flatline Racing P2 also has no front end and no rear end, and that is in the pit lane. So Sam McDonald for the P2 leads. Looks pretty strong. He's going to be leading this by a few laps soon.
Certainly could be, and this would be a brilliant situation for him, of course. Total advantage in this situation.
Oh yeah, of course. I just remembered what the flatline PT was involved in. Yeah, it's just clicked. Obviously, the P1 crash for Vodball. But yeah, that he's just left the pit lane now. As I say, where is Tits? Coming up to the hairpin now. I think it'll be all right. We definitely won't need a code 80 from this point.
No, I think we will be okay at this time. But it's certainly getting into the crazy mistake-ridden time of this race.
It is. Yeah, it's... Again, everyone's a bit tired. Everyone's a bit just exhausted. This has been going through... Every time I've had a race at VEC or done any endurance race and I've like woke up in the morning, the night after, in the morning after being like, oh my god, I've got to get back in the car, I've got to race again, because it's the focus that it requires. It does drive you insane. It really does. That's just endurance racing.
Yeah, it certainly does. And well, as things stand, of course, it's going to be an interesting, slightly calmer run to the end here, as we have such big gaps now formed up in this race. We aren't really seeing much racing. We'll have to have a quick look back at your LMGT lead, because this is one that we could see closing up towards the end.
Absolutely. And if we haven't got any racing, if you've got any questions, post them in the chat for the YouTube stream.
We will do the VEC Ask Us Anything hour.
I mean, anything within reason. Just
yeah,
within
nothing
reason.
Sexual, okay? Nothing sexual, but we will answer pretty much anything.
I mean, I don't mind. Just
sensible.
make it private message.
Okay, well, let's not,
Right.
because we're going to get inundated, or at least you will. But
You'd be surprised.
yeah, ask us your questions. We will try our best to answer them for you on air.
Absolutely. I say, we'll just go through that, and yeah, well, we've still got a race to talk about. It's just that it seems to be just calming down, which, I mean, towards the end of the night, that's what you kind of want, really, isn't it? Just a little bit of time to focus. We've not got... Hang on, I don't know if we have any cars separated by less than 10 seconds. We do not. Every car is separated by 10 seconds or more at this present moment in time.
Which is quite a relaxed stage for this race.
Absolutely. I mean, the closest on track at the moment is 10 seconds between the number 3 Doug Henson racing car and the Flatline racing car. However, they are not in the same class.
Certainly not. And the first stupid question of the night has come in from, well, I say not stupid, but creative question from PJames91, I think it is. What brand of fridge do you own? I don't know, because it's inside my cupboard door and I can't see the front.
I'm also the same. I have no idea. It's downstairs in the kitchen.
We did get another one here from Sheedinator. More important,
That's Max.
Sim racing or real... Yeah, well, Max Sheeder, it probably would be, yes. What's more important, sim racing or real life? That's a tough question.
I do value my sim racing quite highly. Obviously, it is real life. But the thing is, I will say this. I'll use that as a good point. Because you're like going into work on Monday morning after a good race and stuff like that, and you've like won, or you've done really well, or you've watched a good race or something. It makes you happy, doesn't it?
It certainly does. I mean,
Sim
I'm going to
racing
widen that.
It does have a wide part in your life.
I'm going to widen that to not just sim racing, but gaming in general. I mean,
Yeah.
I love what I do day to day, but at the same time, I live for gaming. I love my gaming, and I work so I can game. I work so I can put more money inside this metal box beside my desk and make it go faster. And you know what? I love it. I think, gaming is more important, but at the same time, there's a race going on we should probably try and comment on occasionally, but they are still broken up by about 10 seconds, so it's quite quiet. And as Satellite Racing says, why choose do both? You know what? Yeah, do it. Definitely. If it wasn't for sim racing, I wouldn't have actually had the chance to commentate real life motor racing this year, which has been a fantastic experience, I've got to say. And, sometimes sim racing gives you opportunities in real life. There you go. See? Sim
Or
racing
wins
actually
you-
got me into real commentary.
Or wins you about 245 grand. Ask Bono.
I wish. Yeah. Oh, yes. Oh, well, yeah. 240 odd grand for Bono Huis. That's going to be an awkward flight home, I think.
It's the way the sim racing is, the effect it has, or say with gaming in general.
I think we might have lost Lewis actually at this point in time. So We are going to go back to what is going on the racetrack. As I believe we have been joined by Enzo Fazzi. Enzo,
Good evening.
Hello.
how's the
for
race been
having
going for you?
What started off, I'm in the driver for the number 33 Revolution Racing LMP2 car.
Yeah, I thought so.
Yeah, we started on pole, which was great. Then we had quite a few incidents, and when I got into the car after Jake Hall did about 1.5 hours, I think. We were about 4 laps down to the leaders in 5th place, and when I got out and handed the car over to Sam, we were leading by 20 seconds. So it went very well, and now we're leading by just over a lap.
It's been a good drive. I mean, you're leading by just over a lap. Obviously, with what's happened elsewhere in your class, we've got an hour left of the race. You're confident in Sam? I don't mean to put you on the spot on that kind of question, but there are some of my teammates I'm just not confident in, like James Wilson. That's
I
not
can
true.
get into that, yeah.
It's not true.
No, Wilson is shit.
Careful.
Nah, Sam will. All he has to do is keep it on track. We were a bit short on fuel. I think about 10 minutes short, but it's only a really small pit stop, and we're a lap ahead, so I don't see it going wrong actually.
9th in the championship, 25 more points. It'll push you up somewhat closer to the top end of the
Yeah.
championship. Something that you think you can replicate round to round, or is this more of like all three of you are really good at Suzuka, you've put it all together, and the wet conditions and everything's just sort of come together in one nice sort of present?
No, we've been fast all around. We've started on the first row every round, but at Indianapolis, Jake blew the engine. At Istanbul, we got taken out by a GT car who turned into us, and we lost about 10 minutes in the pits there. And at Silverstone, when I would take over from Jake, the AI took over the car, so we DNF'd. So we scored 0 points in round 1. I think we finished 4th at Istanbul after another recovery race, and then we scored like 2 points last round. So yeah, it could have been much better, but I think a win would be well deserved for us.
Absolutely, it sure would be, and it would be a good way to start off your VEC season in 2017. Of course, we have transitioned over into that period over the break, and so a good way to start off the year. I'll say very quickly, Adam Hodgkinson, who is in 11th position at the moment, has had a crash again. There is no front end on that car, and he will probably jump behind Jimmy Broadbent, so Jimmy Broadbent will return to that position for that car that they were in before all of this kicked off. But as I say, it's a long season to go. Hello.
It is a long season, but we mentioned Bono Huis earlier on.
Oh, yes.
We managed to summon the Dom Duhan to the YouTube
no way.
chat. So by mentioning Bono Huis, it has summoned Dom. You have some sort of sim racing radar going on that was able to overhear us. But
Anytime
hi,
his
Dom, if
name
you're
comes
listening.
up, it's just like, who's saying what?
He has a server at home, I think, that's dedicated to any mention of Redline, any of his drivers, or his name anywhere on the internet, and he can find out.
Like a spy network, yeah.
Well, I mean, you wouldn't be surprised. It's the 21st century. Who knows what's going on people?
You see the SETI in America, Search for Extraterrestrial Life? Yeah, he took it over about 15 years ago, bought them out, and it's now set as the Dom Duhan Redline filter search, and it searches the entire internet.
Interesting.
But we digress slightly. There is a race going on, I think, somewhere.
Sort of. I mean, we've got 1 minute and 4 seconds between the two leaders, and then 3 laps back. Marius Burt and Nikodem Wisniewski are separated again by about a sector, but I think Burt is catching up. I will have to check that on the live timing. About 2 seconds-ish quicker on the last lap. There's about 12 seconds between them, so that looks like it could be a battle fairly soon between Fida Ragnar Simulator and 3 Wide Motorsport for 3rd position, the final position on the podium in LMP1. Of course, it'll be the first position on the podium for Nikodem Wisniewski, or for Fida Ragnar Simulator this year. So it'll be quite important. But yeah,
It certainly could be, and I think that'll be a great opportunity for Feeder Ragnar there to get up there and get more points on the board. I mean, they are a team that should be succeeding more than they are. They've had some pretty bad luck.
Feeder Ragnar, I feel like they spent all of their good luck and all of that last season when it came to winning the championship. They really pushed themselves and pushed DHR to the limit, hence why all three of the DHR drivers that were driving that 8 car last season don't take part in VEC anymore. Because it just pushed to the absolute most uncomfortable limit. And it just kind of made it not fun anymore.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Because it just pushed us too far, really. And this season, it seems like they've sort of had it the other way around, with really bad luck, and it seems like they've been pushed to the absolute limit, and then just every corner there seems to be something going wrong.
Yeah, there really has been, and it's unfortunate we see this happen, but you do see this happen to a team any given season. It's not always the same one, thankfully, but this is sort of bug that catches a motor racing team one season, and they get into a vicious cycle and they can never climb out.
It's a very difficult one. I mean, it's a situation I'm pretty sure every sim race has been in, where you just go through a season and round to round to round, it's just like bad luck here, bad luck there, it's just bad luck, bad luck, bad luck. You even have it in, let's use iRacing. I know we're not supposed to. Well, I don't think Jimmy really cares that much, but in iRacing, for example, you'll just do like the races. Just here's a race. You'll do like 3 races around Sebring and some GT3s, and every race is affected by bad.
Oh, absolutely. It's just it does happen now and again, and you get to a point where you go through, a season, and it's been a great season, and suddenly you just have bad round, and that's what happens.
Oh. Jimmy's placed me in a timeout on the chat. That's rude.
What have you been up to?
Oh, Stephen put me on a timeout. VEC. 1 minute and 8 seconds. Again, that lead's going out. I think, unless mistake, especially with the strategy that they've got up that sleeve, considering they don't have to take tyres anymore, Virus look good for this.
Oh,
50
undoubtedly, Virus in a
minutes to
great
go.
position.
When are they going to make their final stop, though? When are you going to fill up with fuel? Do you do it really late? Do you do it as late as possible? Or do you do it pretty quick?
Well, they picked it quite late, so I think they're going to go in probably as late as they can, just to see what's happening beforehand. I think we'll see them come in the last 15 minutes.
That is what I would do. I wouldn't... when it comes... I mean, we did this at Silverstone in Season 8, where we had to come in for a splash and dash, and I was in the car at the time, and I said that I didn't want to come in until it was as late as possible. Because you don't want to kind of... You never know, like, if you need to come into the pit lane again. Say something goes wrong, and you need some new tyres or whatever. You don't really know. Could dry up. Who knows? So you don't want to waste like coming into the pit lane again and again. So it's better off to just leave that. I feel anyway, as late as you can. Really.
I mean, unless Godzilla eats a curry, I don't think there's much chance of this track drying off any time in the next 24 hours. Never mind the next hour.
Well, it's Saturday night. Though.
I don't think it's. Well, it is possible. Yeah. It could be possible somehow in some universe, but I don't think it's going to happen here tonight.
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't see it happening. I've seen Alpha Altitude tracks dry up very quickly, but this one here, considering the weather, nah. So yeah, I think I don't know. I just wouldn't spend that pit stop pretty early. It is still raining. Yeah, it's miserable, isn't it? There was just a time when
this was the Silverstone round, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Well, I remember the last season we had Silverstone, which was in October, which was dry for the entirety of the 8 hours of the race.
The first race, yeah.
And then every round, like, it was relentless. It was just rain here, rain at Fuji for the entire race, rain at Interlagos for basically the entire race. And we had the 24 hours of Spa, and it was just like, oh my god, would stop raining.
Yeah, 6 out of 8 rounds last year were wet.
Yeah.
Only Silverstone and the Nürburgring.
Yeah. Oh my god, Le Mans, the amount of rain that was at Le Mans. Oh my god, yeah. At one point at Le Mans, I was so scared getting in the car that Nikodem Wisniewski was 10 seconds a lap quicker than me.
Yeah, I was
So disappointed.
when it was drying up last year, I was 8 seconds faster than any other AM car in the rain.
It's just the confidence it can give you. Like I say, I got in the car and I was terrified. 'Cause
Yeah.
that was the first round that I did since DNF in the car at Sebring. And so I was like, I can't make another DNF. I'll go really slow. I wonder if anyone feels like that out there at the moment. I don't know. I'd probably be pretty scared to throw away, 5 hours and 15 minutes of work.
Yeah, what I do is Sam was with me with the whole 3.5 hours I was driving, and I lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah, I was really nervous as well when I started, even though we had nothing to lose because we were 4 laps down. Like, I just keep talking to Sam to just, like, nonsense, like whatever. Like, I commentate on what happens, even though he doesn't care. Like, I just keep talking, and then you get in a flow, and it's fine.
Yeah, almost something to knock your focus off of it just for a bit, so that
No,
you can
you
get
just-
comfortable.
You don't focus on what you're
Yeah.
saying. Like, I can't remember a word I've said in the past 3 hours, but you just ramble on. Like, it works for me, maybe not for other people.
See, I'm one of these drivers that when I get in a car, when I get in a race, even when it's in practice, everything has to be muted. I can't have music. I can't have other people. It's got to be me and the car.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
that's
it
it.
was like this last year as well. Like, we had to, if he like, we were on the pit wall. If we had to tell him about lap times of other cars, we had to ask him permission to talk.
To say,
He only wanted it on the straights.
don't talk to me in the corners, man.
Yeah, exactly.
See, I'm the opposite because I've worked with an engineer in the past when I've loved just chatting through the race. I will sit there and talk to him throughout the entire race, and we'll joke and laugh. And I remember a race at Sonoma when he actually said to me on the penultimate lap, the white flag, "I don't want any of that Sebastian Vettel rubbish. Don't pull your fastest lap on the last one." And I did, but that's not the point. For the win as well. But I like talking to my engineer. It's something I do. It lets me calm. It calms me down. I'm one of those drivers that needs to be calmed down. I need to distract myself from concentrating too hard.
Yeah.
However, when I've
Exactly.
been on the pit wall for that particular person himself, when he's driving, I literally can't talk to him unless I'm on a straight. Unless he's on a straight, I should say. He does not want me saying a word in the corner.
Yeah, I've done my fair share of race engineering or spotting, however you want to put it. I've done my fair share of that, but I have never, not a single time, with the exception of VEC races technically, but I don't know how they really count, I've never had a race engineer. Because I can't do it. I just sort of like, they'll be like, "Oh yeah, well, do you want to like sort this?" I'm sort of like, I'm focusing on going up some gears, mate. Please don't talk to me whilst I'm going up gears. It's so bad. It's so
Yeah,
bad.
like-
I need to be focused completely on what I'm doing, and that's why I don't win very often.
Yeah, and like, you forget to put fuel in. It doesn't help either.
Oh, thanks, mate. Yep, bring that up. Go on.
No, actually, when I handed over the car to Sam, I was coasting through the pit box.
Yeah, that's what happened at Sebring. I was just talking to the team. I was just focusing on talking to the team, and then, oh, what's just happened? The car's just died. Oh,
Yeah.
damn. Sorry, Bailey.
Yeah, I
Oh.
was, but like, why is? Because I heard like the engine braking noise because there was no more acceleration. And I thought, like, why am I braking? And then suddenly, oh shit, there's no fuel in the car.
It's an unbelievably easy thing to do, to just be so in like the moment. To be, especially if you're just talking to someone, you just sort of like drop the concentration that's required to tell you.
I think what's worse is being involved in a great battle with somebody else on a racetrack after you've both made your pit stops. And then you realise, I can't make it to the end. I'm going to have to come back into the pits and I have to let this guy beat me. Even though you were racing with that person, you were beating them, you'd gotten past them several times, you then realise you have to come back into the pits. That's the worst feeling in the world, especially when you then try and save, but it's far too late to do that.
Yeah, I say, been there, done that. I think everyone has, especially when it comes to strategy races. This is why I tend to do touring car races where you just stick a load of fuel in it and go. Don't worry about it. Just go. Just drive. Like the V8 Supercars Championship, they've got an SRC, plug alert. It's just these kind of races where you just sort of, you don't have to do strategy, just stick it in and go. And that's because I'm not trusted on strategy. You know, I'm quite good on the other side. I'm all right as a race engineer, but when it comes to driving, nah.
I think because you focus on your own mistakes, so you keep asking like, how much fuel do you have left? And
Yeah. Yeah. I've done that before. Yeah, that's what I do every time I spot for Lars Brugman, obviously previous VEC race winner twice. It's just like, how much fuel have you got left? The same as you said earlier on the straight. Great. Oh dear. I actually have like spreadsheets.
You're one of
and
those
stuff.
panicky engineers.
Yeah, I am. I've got spreadsheets for it though. I've got like everything, just so that like every question that you can ask me, I'm just sort of like, boom, here's the answer. Let's go.
like people in call centers have like a
Script.
yeah.
It's just like that.
So as a driver, I had a Swedish chap called Linus Broström, Swedish
Oh, yeah.
oval racer actually, who I have been race engineer / crew chief for the last couple of years in stock car racing, running in one of these longer year-long series. And I've gotten to the point where I don't bother with spreadsheets. I just need caffeine and nicotine, and I might get through the race.
Pretty sure I
You
was
get to that
once
point where
teammates with him.
you might well have been, yeah. You get to the point where it's like, don't. Well, no, you become a psychiatrist when you're sitting on a pit wall. You know, you work out what to say to that driver to calm them down when they're panicking, or make them focus when they're not, or somehow try and make them do what you want, and it becomes like herding cats. And I'm sure if any team managers or spotters are sitting here listening to our broadcast, you'll feel the same way we do. That, you know, sometimes it gets to the point where you're putting up with what feels like a petulant child behind the wheel of the car, and they're going to break your race car, not theirs.
Yeah. That's why I don't really team manage that often or spot, because it's just like, oh my god, you just focus on what you're doing. Stop getting angry. Go faster. Very useful tips there. You can use those ones, people sitting at home, if you ever spot him for someone. Go fast is a good one. Overtake that person. That's another one. Anyway, we do have a race in front of us.
It's a fantastic insight.
I know, it's good, isn't it? I say these are great tips. Feel free. I'll write a book one day. It'll be a great, probably about 12-page novel.
Slow in.
Should we say
fast out.
pamphlet?
Slow and fast out. That is a good one.
Or
Especially
with you,
conditions
it's
like
probably
this.
more slow in, slow out.
My
So,
favourite
thank you.
one was always my favourite one for Linus, especially if he's listening, which he probably isn't. Was always, no, don't go 4 wide.
Yeah, I think some of the people that have been going through traffic today might want to learn such a phrase. Although we haven't seen such stupidity. I've seen some in practice, but it's been all right through the race.
I think it was a lot better. Like the 3Ss, especially, like the grip difference is so much larger now with in the rain, that it's safer to pass GT cars. For me, at least. I don't know.
Here's a question for you, as someone that's been in the race. Has it been worse or better than expected? Considering how much of a tight circuit that Suzuka is, I was actually expecting it to be a complete crash fest. Has it been better than you expected? Traffic-wise, cleanly?
For me, it was definitely.
Well, I mean, you would say that in the lead, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I think. Well, especially I was driving GT last year. I noticed that in LMP2 you can sort of pick your moments when LMP1 passes you better than you can in GT, because the speed difference in the corners isn't that large actually. And especially in the wet, since there's only, or when it was drying up twice when I was driving, like there's only one line, so they'll just pick the exit anyway, because they'll never get round when there's a dry line.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that I learned as a prototype driver, was always overtake on the exit of a corner, because it's vastly superior than pushing your way through on the inside. Of course, sometimes in racing situations you do forget that, but you know.
Yeah, if there's a similar car, like a car in racing that's just behind you, then I'm like, No, I'm taking that inside. That's my piece of track.
Indeed. Well, with 40 minutes to go, I'll quickly go through the top 3 of each class at least. We've got Adam Taylor obviously leading in LMP1, who's a minute and 15 seconds. That could very well become a lap over Kieran Parkin and Marius Burt, who actually jumped ahead of Nikodem Fastevsky in a pit stop. I think there might have been a crash or something involved there for Nikodem. But if I was Kieran, I'd definitely be determined to stay on the lead lap. That would be my goal until the end of the race. For P2, we've got Revolution Racing, Enzo Fazzi's team, currently leading, and that is by quite a way. I think it's 2 laps or so over... Yes, it is 2 laps over Flatline. And the other car on 3rd position is Scuderia GT Italia. They are a long way back from 2nd position though. And then in the GTs, we've got Dark Racing from Revolution and then from Rare Endurance. The Dark Racing and Revolution are still on the same lap. Potentially with the Revolution car being a bit faster. But I think the 43.5 second gap is possibly a little bit too much for them to overcome in the final parts of the race.
Yeah,
Not
it doesn't
long.
seem that much. It's quite spread out here, in fact. And we have said we really haven't seen many close fights recently. In fact, there aren't really any going on at this time. And it's a disappointment because we had this period of time when we came back on air with the commentary about an hour and a half, or about an hour ago, I should say now, where we really had fantastic racing. We had battles in all 3 classes.
Yeah, so it's one of the things. Kieran Parker, by the way, has entered the pit lane. I don't think that is for damage. No, it's not. The car looks perfectly fine. So I'm assuming that is his scheduled final pit stop of the race. It'll be 4 tyres and fuel. And he will now go to the end. So yes, he will actually definitely go a lap down because Taylor obviously only has the fuel stop to go.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, we know he's got what he needed there. Of course, he came on last code 80, so yeah, that's just outside the window. He won't make it on without stopping because it's just over an hour, I believe. But he has a chance to actually just make it with, we said 5-6 seconds of fuel, so it'll be a very quick stop. In fact,
Yeah.
I believe Parkin is in pits now.
Yeah, so Parkin is in the pit lane, but when Taylor comes through the pit lane, he'll probably stop. It'll be stationary for anywhere between 5 and 15 seconds, depends on how much fuel he puts in, how much fuel he needs. And then it'll come out, and then that'll be that. Scheider has taken over the DHR car for the end of the race, so Kieran Parkin is now out. And that will do him for the evening, and Max will finish off the race for the car, which he's done an exceptionally good job for, especially when he got it into, or those two both got it into race contention position. They're going to finish in 2nd position. Of course, your winner back in Indianapolis, I got there eventually, is that car. So obviously they've struggled back in... Who's that? Is that Reece Gardner going off the road?
I believe that is the Australian Reece Gardner, Southpaw racer, just not heading in the right direction of the compass.
Indeed. I'm racing with Reece in a series which starts, I think it's on Thursday or something like that. Me and him are
Racing with
teammates again.
racing with race.
Racing
Or
with
Reece.
Racing with race. Obviously, talented guy, especially considering with one hand. It's mightily impressive, the speed he gets. And yeah.
Oh, it's insane. He's better than me, and I have 2.
Yeah. Anything rally related. I don't know how he does it, but anything rally related, and it's insane. He just, yeah.
Yeah, he's
And also,
wunderkind.
if you don't know of his what would be his most known series, which is the Super Series track guides, go and check those out on YouTube. Southpaw Racer, all kind of one word. Go for it. I'm sure we'll like a shout out on the stream. Some brilliant ones. One on Fuji as well, which obviously is kind of relevant to endurance racing, I guess. It's a good one to watch. He's a good lad.
Oh, he's absolutely fantastic. And I love interviewing Reece Gardner after a race that he's done particularly badly in, of course. Because being an Australian, he gets quite sarcastic in his interviews. So
He does.
every time he's had a bad race, I love getting a chance to chat to him. He is fantastic in the booth.
Yeah, I mean, we would probably like an interview with him, but he's definitely not going to be out of that car until the end of the race, as he very nearly clips the wall in the... What do they call it? I think it's the pink lol bus, is what they call it.
Yeah, it is.
Unfortunately, yeah. So welcome to Japan.
Yeah. Home turf Pink lol. But I mean, I think that livery is pretty good. Alejandro Fernandez is the one that's designed it. Looks pretty good.
I'm gonna head off
All right.
and make sure my team wins.
You do that, and you scream out with joy when you
I will,
possibly
yeah.
cross over the line in the lead. That's it.
Yeah,
All right, good luck.
Thanks for having me. See ya.
Bye-bye. And yeah, so back to that. As I say, that was Antifazi for the Revolution Racing car, the number 33 that is currently leading in the Prototype 2 class with just over half an hour to go. So it's been an interesting race, maybe ending on a complete anticlimax, but we never know. You never know. Half an hour, what can happen?
It's a race that was building up to be a fantastic volcanic crescendo of a motor race here in Suzuka, but unfortunately, as these things do, it went off a little early and it's calmed down to the point where we're waiting for this one really to crawl down to the end. 32 minutes and 48 seconds on the clock, and everyone's looking like they know how this is going to end.
Yeah, Pink Lol Boat from is what Alexander van der Velde has said about what that the Nissan for Magenta Warriors is. So it's Pink Lol Boat, not a bus. Which ran very well.
I think it's the bus normally, but it's a boat now.
Yes, because of the rain, yeah. I mean, you do need to be a boat in these kind of conditions. I think it's been all right recently, but it's the rain over the whole race. So I only found out, and I know this, that DHR only found out because last night, about 3 o'clock in the morning, Adam Hodgkinson asked the question, what's the weather like for tomorrow? And that was how we found out.
That is fantastic foresight.
Yes. It's nice to do it, you know, only like 11 hours before qualifying. Oh, sorry, 13 hours before qualifying. So, tip, always check the weather before you start properly practicing because it will be useful. The fact that no one had done a wet lap until today is quite amusing. Very organised are these VEC.
Sounds like my school of motor racing, to be fair. My level of preparation, at least. But these guys on the track, they've coped admirably. We've not really seen many rain-related incidents. Mostly it's been patience and normal racing incidents we've seen rather than anything rain-related. So it's been a fantastic job in terms of just controlling these cars in very tricky conditions.
Yeah, I'm wondering how many people kind of came into this not really expecting it to be wet and then having it wet. I mean, you kind of think, put two and two together, it's January, it's Japan. I mean,
the ambient air temperature, it should have been snow, perhaps, but
yeah,
close enough. I don't think our factor actually has snow. So
it definitely doesn't.
This would actually, if picture, guys, that it's not green, it's white, and there's snow, and those prototypes all have little ploughs in the front of them.
That would definitely be a race I'd watch. Christ, could you imagine going around
Snowplow
this
racing
speed?
would be fantastic. It'd be great.
Yeah.
Well, they do in Finland, Sweden, up in Alaska. They go ice racing, which is fantastic stuff.
Absolutely. It is always good to watch. This is why, see, this is the thing is that I'd want. I don't know if you watch Rallycross, but I watch the World Rallycross Championship. I quite like a round in snow because we don't have one. A snow round would be good. Snow racing is always really cool because it's just mental. Everyone slips and slides around, or they just like bash into each other. You know.
Oh, it would be absolutely fantastic. I'd totally watch that.
Absolutely. Jimmy Broadbent into the pit lane as well. He's one of the people, as is Pastorato. These two LMP1 cars, maybe for the final stint, maybe for damage, I'm not quite sure, but I will say that has cost Jimmy Broadbent the position to Adam Hodgkinson. I don't know if that car has to pit again. Same as with Kieran Parkin that we said earlier, that Adam Hodgkinson is a teammate, or ex-teammate rather, of Jimmy Broadbent, because Jimmy Broadbent did drive for DHR. So there's maybe a little bit of Jimmy doesn't want to finish behind a DHR car, so I think that might drive him to the end.
It depends if the Nissan can drive him to the end. Is I think the more contributory factor in this scenario of it had not been remotely competitive in these conditions.
Yeah, he is leaving the pit lanes. I'm assuming there isn't actually damage on that car, but yeah, that Nissan. Not been a brilliant car today. It's been a bit closer to their Nissan attempt at Le Mans, the real one,
which was also soggy, which could be a contributory factor.
It could be. Maybe that plays on the electronics. Not a good home showing is what we're trying to get at here from Nissan. What is the next one? Is it? It is Sepang. That one's not going to be all right for a Nissan, but when it comes to Sebring, might be all right. Then we have Interlagos and Le Mans to round out the calendar. That car
Absolutely.
could be an absolute bullet at Le Mans.
Oh, at Le Mans, I think they've got a really great chance. Of course, with the long straights, this is perfect for the Nissan.
Although, with everyone running low wing, there's a chance that it will sort of even itself out and they won't have such an advantage. So, personally, if I were looking at the calendar and wanted to compete for a championship, the Nissan definitely wouldn't have been the car to pick. Just saying.
Might be that they enjoy it and it's fun, which I think is more important sometimes.
It is the fastest over one lap in the Dry, but, I mean, is that really a quality you want in endurance
we
racing?
did see them really nearly compete for the win at, of course, at Turkey. So
They
the
did,
Nissan
yeah.
can be at the front in these races. It can be competitive.
The problems that it has, which is stuff that we've obviously not had to see today, is if it was a dry race, they'd be fast. They'd be up towards the front on pace, as Jimmy Broadbent trying to figure his way through some traffic. They'd be fast, they'd be up towards the front on pace. However, they've got one main problem, is how much it wears the front tyres, which I guess we can go into now whilst we've got time.
Certainly.
It's how much it goes into the front tyres. Now, this means they can't double stint or triple stint any compound of tyre, not even the hards. So they have to run the softs, which technically makes them the fastest car for a bit. And then the tyres overheat, and then they have to drop back a bit. Meanwhile, everyone else may be running a harder compound of tyre and double or triple stinting those tyres. So every other stop, they'll be losing 50 seconds, which is how much it is to change the tyres. 50 seconds every other stop. And it's kind of
they
like
are a
that.
sprinter rather than an endurance racer,
Yeah.
which could be a problem in this series.
So that's the problem with the Nissan, is when it comes to balancing like that. When it comes to Le Mans, though, I wonder if they'll be okay to maybe double stint some tyres, because that might, I mean, don't get me wrong, other people might be triple or quadruple stinting, but considering the pace of it, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, that round coming up on the 3rd of June, which I believe is just the week before the real 24 Hours of Le Mans. At least if I recall correctly,
I
anyway.
think it certainly is.
It was a week before last year, because I remember staying up for the 24 Hours of Le Mans for us, and then next weekend doing the same thing for the real thing. I was dead after that week. Not a good look. And then obviously with the bitter disappointment of the end of real Le Mans.
Absolutely, with Toyota going full Toyota, unfortunately. Things aren't looking well for Japanese manufacturers, and especially in the VEC also.
Definitely one of the saddest emotions that I've had last year was watching that race unfold in the final 5 minutes. Just like, oh no, I can't watch. Thankfully, well, actually, I say thankfully, we shouldn't have things like that in VEC. Although I do remember 5 minutes to go at Silverstone, red flag being flown. It was about 10 minutes, I think. But the red flag came out because a lot of people disconnected. I thought it was just me. I was just like, oh god, no. Yeah, that was not a good time. So I guess those things can happen. You can disconnect quite late. We'll hope for the best.
Yeah, we
Again-
certainly will, but I do recall actually we had a red flag, no, not a red flag, even a Code 80 right at the end of the Istanbul round this year, and this season.
That wasn't
And
quite
that
late. Yeah.
kind of broke up a potentially good battle that we had going potentially between, I think it was Virez and I think one of the
Revolution.
Henderson, Revolution Racing it was at the
Revolution.
time. It was quite close, but it could have caught them, but it kind of broke the momentum, and Virez went on to win, so it was one of those
No,
races.
it was Revolution that went
Was
on
it?
to win.
I
It was
should've
Revolution
remembered
got
I was there.
Revolution got quite lucky with that, because it meant that they were pretty good until the end of the race, and they'd just changed tyres and stuff. And meanwhile, the Virez car, I think, just missed out on the Code 80. There's only, if I recall correctly, obviously it was quite a while ago. Christ, it was 2-3 months ago. Oh, time
Certainly
flies.
was, yeah, it was. I think it was October.
Yeah, time flies. Time flies indeed. And with 24 minutes to go in this race, I'm sure Adam Taylor will want it to be over as soon as possible. He is waiting as long as possible, as it seems, to make that final pit stop. And obviously because he needs to make the fuel, because he won't go to the end on this fuel. But he should be pretty close to wanting to pit, I'd say. Maybe about 20 minutes to go to 15 minutes to go, you'll see that car enter the pit lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we're thinking on the 15-minute mark. He wants to leave it right as far as possible in case of anything going wrong.
Absolutely. Maybe a Code 80 so you get a free pit stop.
Certainly, and that would be a huge advantage.
Absolutely. I mean, he's already got a huge advantage. He's already a minute ahead. We can have a little quick look at the times. Max Scheider in the DHR car is going really quickly. I mean, he's pushing. It looks like he's pushing as hard as he can go. He's done a 52.9 on the previous lap to Adam Taylor's 54.2. Obviously, a bit fresher rubber on Scheider's car, and someone who wants to push as hard as he can. And doesn't have to throw away a win. Oh, Yuri Kasdorp. Yuri Kasdorp's just disconnected. Let's have a look at that. I think it is just a disconnect.
He has, yes. Hopefully he'll be back.
Oh,
he has,
no.
yes, he's gone. Oh.
No. He got hit by Nikodem Wisniewski.
Oh.
And it just sort of spun him around and they just escaped. I wonder if he ran out of fuel or something?
No related incident point sort of system here, is there, in the Virtual Endurance Championship? It couldn't be something like that, could it?
I don't know what's gone on there. No, I don't know. But either way, Yuri Kasdorp looks out of this race. And Nikodem
An absolute
Wisniewski,
shocker for a car that was running in 5th place fairly solidly as well. Johnson managed to get a top 5 after this.
he sure will. Which, considering the crash that they've had, the incident they've had, it won't be brilliant. Pretty sure they'll sit there and go, we should have won this race. But I mean, 5th position, and to have the pace for future rounds, you never know where that Vauxhall car is going to go. And when it comes to the championship, it's all about hoovering up as many points as you can. I know it's 2 wins in a row for Vires, and that's going to put them in a quite strong championship lead. But it's all about hoovering up these points, getting as many as you can, just wherever you can. And yeah, that'll be very unfortunate there for Yuri Kasdorp. I'm not sure what happened. I'm sure we'll have something somewhere to tell us.
Yeah, hopefully at some point we will be able to get that information. But like we said, right now, unusual situation for him and something we weren't really prepared to see. And I think we'll try and find out what happened for them. But that's heartbreaking when a top 5 was on the table. Game crash. Oh, terrible. They had a top 5 available, and that is heartbreaking.
Yeah, that is a shame. It's another game crash that we've seen. I wonder if there's something, not to throw anything at Jimmy because this is not what it's at, but I wonder if there's something on this track. Now, I've raced this track before with no issue, not a single issue. Maybe a little bit on performance because this is a heavy track on performance, but I don't know. That's an odd one to have a game crash. That is such a shame. He'll be able to rejoin and should be able to be around 7th position. I don't see him dropping back to Manasakis. Although he might have damage on that car, I don't know. But hopefully he should be able to still maintain about 7th place in that car for the final 20 minutes of it.
Yeah, it should be entirely possible, but Johnson, we think, is definitely going to come back up to 5th place, which is a fantastic recovery for those boys with Vodbull, but at the same time, last 2 laps, I think it might take a little bit longer than that for him to get back in with Kasdorp.
Yeah, and the thing is, as well, as I say, I wonder if there's any damage on that car. The thing is with these cars is they are really fragile. They don't look it, but these things, you breathe on them wrong and the suspension will bend. And when it does, the car's undrivable. And you've got to get it repaired. And then when you do, you're talking a few hundred seconds to repair the suspension. It's a long stop. Nikodem Wisniewski in the pit lane. Adam Hodgkinson in the pit lane. So a bit of activity at the moment. Adam Hodgkinson leaves the pit lane. It's evidently just a bit of a splash and dash. Yuri Kasdorp rejoins the race. Now he will... Apologies. If he's out quick enough, he might actually be ahead of Argenis Riera, who's just come up to the Casio Triangle. Now, it will say that he's a lap ahead, technically, but it will cost him a lap. But I can't remember. I'm trying to think of how this works. I think actually he will be a lap behind Argenis Riera, technically.
Should well be the way this is heading.
Because it won't start counting him again until he's completed the outlap. Although I might get a bit confused. We'll see what happens in a few laps' time and see what position they're in. Because currently it's saying that Yuri Kasdorp is actually ahead of Argenis Riera and currently holding on to that 6th position. And we're still not sure if that car's got any damage. Guess we just have to watch it when it gets onto a straight. Looks like the steering wheel's fairly straight.
Yeah, I think he might be okay, possibly, the way this is going, but it's certainly disadvantaging him at the time. But wheel straight, that's important. Even if he has got damage, he's nursing damage, you might be able to carry it to the end if the steering feels okay. That is critical. Bad steering offset, and yeah, the car just feels completely unhandleable.
Oh yeah. I've had it before. I did it at Spa. I completely binned the car, and then you've got to complete a lap. It was at Eau Rouge on my first lap. Good way to start the race. And when you're driving down a straight with right hand down, and then you're sort of going through these corners is going to be ridiculously impossible.
Oh, when a car feels it has damaged suspension, trying to corner the way it doesn't want to go is a very awkward feeling. Not quite as bad as when I bent the hood on a Mercedes AMG GT3 car, and to the point where I couldn't see the apex of right-hand turns because my bonnet was kinked up in the middle. That was a good one.
Yeah, see, I've done that before
were fine,
as well.
But right-handers were difficult because I couldn't see the apex turning points.
Yeah, I've done that. I think everyone that's played iRacing has done that. Marius Burt into the pit lane, so he'll be coming in for his final stop. He's got 2 laps over Nikodem Wisniewski, so that's not really going to change very much. And we do one positive, I guess, from this is that we do now have a battle for position. We do have 6th and 7th, which should turn into a battle for position once there's, just double check this, 163. No, they're a lap behind properly. So yeah, it is going to take that long to count them, but they might be close. Who knows?
Yeah, they could be at this time. As looking impressive for Shida and the boys from Doug Henson Racing getting that podium position up in the LMP1 category. Also with Burt and 3 Wide Motorsports, fantastic for those guys. Frida Ragnar and Vodbull rounding out your top 5 for them. And Old MacDonald had a race win in LMP2. That is, if we look down into your LMP2 category, that is not Seawolf Racing, that's actually Revolution Racing with Gabriel Rossi behind them in 2nd place with a podium there. And we also have Seawolf Net Racing, Scuderia GT Italia, Magenta Warriors are in LMP1. Or should I say our Nissan LMP BTCC class. And Champion Racing round out your top 5 in LMP2. At the moment, it's looking like GT is, a Corvette. A Ferrari's broken into the top 5, actually, Lewis, which is fantastic. As we have, of course, Dark Racing, Revolution Racing, Rare Endurance with the Ferrari 458 in 3rd. They look like a podium. Scuderia GT Italia and Sim Racing for Holland rounding out your top 5. It's Corvettes with a single Ferrari in 3rd. Absolutely fantastic for those guys.
Yeah, of course, we did see the Aston Martin of Talking Door Racing get involved with that lot, but unfortunately they have dropped down to 11th in class with their Hanjajowski going to finish the race. He was the one that did a very impressive job in qualifying. I think they ended up in 2nd position, if I recall correctly. Obviously, it's quite a while ago, isn't it? But I think they ended up in 2nd position. We're challenging from that pole position, but Arnie Schienvliet managed just to beat it by about 1.2 seconds. But Jovski down 11th. Maybe they thought it could have been better. They were the early leaders. They did look very strong, but unfortunately things just haven't quite come together for that. But it is good to see a Ferrari up on the podium. As a moment, I think last year the Ferrari was the car of choice. It was the car that ended up winning the championship, of course, in the hands of Dark Racing, which was the car that was mainly driven by Adam Taylor. So there you go, bit of history.
It certainly is fantastic history for you there. It's looking like things will be tighter here at the end. We were hoping for a bit more than this, perhaps, a bit of racing on the racetrack, but it's been a race of the clock for the last 30-40 minutes, Lewis, and right now we don't really have anyone at all close, even in GT. It's really spread out now.
Did I just see on that broadcast Burt was out was off the road, I think? But either way, right. Sure. We do have Dowie Tapper who's joined us. I wondered why he said hello to me. This is Dowie Tapper, obviously driver for Football Racing, hasn't driven this round. So talk us through what's been going on in that team since the accident, Dowie.
Well, both me and James are pretty low on morale right now, as you might imagine. The moment James managed to get the undercut on Djokovic and Taylor, I barely could control all the things that were going through me, and at one point I couldn't hold back the tears, if I'm completely honest. I genuinely hoped we had and I knew it was way too early to call it, but I sort of did mentally, and well, paid the price for it.
It's so easy to do, and but of course, this is your first season. You've moved up from GTM up into LMP1, so it's quite a jump. There, are you finding it okay? Obviously you're not struggling for pace, but are you lacking in confidence considering that you're not in the car? You've not tried the car yet.
Well, both me and James did quite a bit of testing last night to try and figure out if there was something we were missing in the dry. But then we sort of hoped for the best in the rain, and the few hours before the race, both Risto and James worked on the setup to try and get something to work. Effectively, it came down to the fact that it turned out the car was already pretty good in the rain, but it was missing a bit somewhere, a few last minute changes, and well, even though Risto and James felt great in the car, I didn't, so I decided to stay out, and I didn't want to risk any big real trouble, but well, we all know how that worked out in the end.
It's unfortunately just one of those things that happened there, I know. But look, at least you've got a good car, you've got good pace, heading into the future rounds. Obviously, you're still in a good place in Championship. 5th place isn't going to cost you too much. Is that something that you're looking at within a team, or are you just sort of ignoring that aspect, taking it race by race?
I think because it's our first season, like you said, we're mostly just going by race at this point. It's just a logical thing to do, especially with races like this. You just gotta try and put it away, no matter how hard it is, and go on to the next one and try to do better there.
Yeah, is any of the 4 tracks left on the calendar anything of your taste, Dowie?
Me personally, I know Sepang is next. I'm not a big fan of that track in general.
Hate Sepang.
So I might stay out of the car on that one as well, depending on how I feel before the race actually happens.
You got to do Sebring though.
Oh yeah, Sebring is one I'll definitely be in. Interlagos I might turn up as well. Well, I might probably. Unless it rains. If it rains, I'm staying out of the car. That much I know for sure. That's the main reason I stayed out of here at Suzuka, because I just can't work the rain at all. I always try to go in too hard into a turn on the rear end, just slaps me in the back going, nope, you can't do that.
Yeah, I just think I can't remember. You won at Kota once in Super Cup. Wasn't that in the rain, or was that dry?
Nope, that was dry.
Oh, okay then. I was just wondering. I thought you were all right in the rain, mate.
No. Well, in RF1 I could somewhat get away with it, but in RF2, no, rain is not my thing.
That's a shame, mate. That is a shame. But let's say at least you're going to finish the 5th position. It's something.
Yeah, I just said to James before I went up here. It's pretty much the best thing we can salvage at this point. So it's just about getting it home, getting the points in, and move on to the next one.
Is Risto aware as to what's happened?
Yes, he has been following all of it, and actually James wanted to swap with Risto at the end because of the crash. He just didn't feel like it at that moment. At that point, he was really angry at that point with everything that happened. But I just told James, I can't get in touch with Risto at this moment, so you gotta get it home anyway. I can't really do much about it. And he's just in the car, just like me, feeling a bit numb at all of what happened. And yeah, it just happened. I mean, there's nothing we can change about it now. 5th is the best we got.
Yeah. Well, I'll say only 10 minutes of this race to go. After 5 hours and 50 minutes, we have still Virez, our championship leaders, who are leading the way in this race. And then it's followed by Doug Henson, obviously the team that won that first round. And it's been a tough one. I'll say that. It's definitely been a tough one for some of these drivers. The fact that we've had so many finishers is quite a testament to some of the skill within the championship. We've only had 6 retirements around such a difficult circuit under such difficult circumstances. Don't you think, Rachel?
It certainly is, and this has definitely been a testament to the drivers in this series and their fantastic abilities and racecraft together on the racetrack. Let's not forget, this has not been in time trials. These guys have been out here together, and multi-class endurance racing is hard enough at the best of times. You've got fast prototype cars, you've got the intermediate LMP2s, you've got the slower LMGTs, and they all have to communicate and work together on a racetrack and make sure they don't hit each other, race their own races. They've been doing that in the wet here today, and not just the wet, torrential wetness in this race, and it has been pretty bad. These guys have done a fantastic job, and you know what? That makes sim racers proud. This has been very difficult conditions, going from daylight to nighttime and heavy rain. This has been the worst conditions we've seen all season, and possibly the worst we will see this season.
Yeah. I mean, Le Mans may bring out something, because sometimes that I feel Le Mans is either really, really like unbelievably wet, or it's really dry, just all the way through the race. There's no sort of like 50-50. It's either or. So maybe we'll see something over that end of the season. But to jump into this first round of the new year, to have it in such difficult conditions, I mean, maybe some people have been a bit rusty. They've spent the holiday eating and stuff like that. I know I did. It's Christmas spirit and all that lot. So people...
That was a long time ago. Let it go.
No, I can't. I keep eating. It's fine. But people say, like, especially over the New Year period, a lot of people just don't race. They're just like, that's one for me. I'm down now. I'm out. I just won't drive anything for a while. So they've jumped into this form of racing. Quite a lot of these drivers will be the first race of the year. To be at this end of racing as well, it's really difficult. And the conditions haven't been right. It's dark. It's wet. It's raining still. Yeah, I'm legitimately, I'm quite impressed that people have gotten this far through. I know there's been a lot of crashes and stuff, but it's difficult.
Yeah, it certainly is, and like we said, they've done a fantastic job in this one. But it's rain is fun, really fun.
Especially if you want drifting.
Absolutely, it's Japan. It wouldn't be Japan without some drifto.
Some drifto, yeah. And I'm sure the four-wheel drive prototypes have definitely been drifting around a lot. They do that in the dry anyway, so in the wet, yeah, there's going to be a lot of sliding going on.
I'll be honest, if I was in this race, I would possibly be jabbing the brake coming out of some of these corners and going to get sideways, because it's fun. Wouldn't be fast, but it'd be fun.
Yeah, it's I'm quite. That's what Jimmy Broadbent was saying yesterday. That's how he was probably going to get through this race. Or was it this morning?
Well, that is the Nissan's main advantage. Is it can drift like crazy, then puts the power down and goes straight. It's a front-wheel drive car, so if anything, they have a big advantage in terms of driving. Unfortunately, they didn't work on the speed bit along with the driving.
Yeah. Well, let's say that you might as well have a bit of fun and just slide it through the corners.
Certainly.
If
Why
you're
not?
slow, why not just have a bit of a laugh?
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha! Absolutely. I love. Look, again, this is where driving a car like that, where you've got all the front grip, you might as well just sort of slide it around if you've not got anything else in the car. If you're just so far off the pace, just have a laugh, really. But yeah,
I think we have someone for you to talk to, and they're both with us.
do we?
Do we? Yes, do we?
Do we? No, yeah.
I thought you were asking a question, not saying his name.
Do we? No,
Don't start this again, please.
I'm just talking in general. It's what I do. I just blurt things out and sort of hope for the best. But yeah, I don't know. I'm quite interested to see where the rest of the season is going to go, with whether Vires will keep us up, because they haven't got the fastest car today. I'm sure Dowie, you'll be quite happy that your car has challenged them, has taken on a car that's that quick in your first season, the top tier of VEC. But is that going to be a consistent thing? Are we going to see teams consistently taking on Vires? Are we going to see one team consistently taking on Vires? Because I was looking at the start of this championship, Vires did look to me like the favourites, to be perfectly honest.
Well, I mean, we can at least try to challenge them, right? Like we did today. I think for today, though, the weather was in our advantage, because James has already shown in other championships, like you've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that he seems to have a certain skill in the rain, and that's why I really wanted him in the car for this race. I personally don't like the rain, but I've already discussed it earlier as well. I tend to just stay away from a car when it's raining. But I do hope we can challenge them later on in the season as well. Maybe the Sebring, I don't know.
Absolutely. Say just got to take it round by round. You never know with this championship. It could be wet every single round. It could be dry for the rest of the season. You just don't know. I mean, so looking at VEC last season, the fact that we started off with Silverstone dry for 8 hours and then having some of the other tracks just pouring rain every round. It was relentless and just very difficult to deal with. And so you never know what you're going to get. Be happy.
Well, we've got
have
Sepang
confidence.
and Interlagos coming up, which both are known for their large quantities of rain when it does hit. So it's still all to play for.
Just a quick one whilst we're focusing on this. Baumbach and the likes of Bryson Baumbach and Hadlak are currently racing on track, but it's really close here between Baumbach and Hadlak on the circuit. They're running down in 27th and 28th place respectively, but it's still on here as these two are definitely not giving up on this race. I believe they're running currently just outside the top 10 in your GTLM field.
9th and 10th.
This is for 9th and 10th position, so still for a top 10 result, still important racing.
Absolutely, it is very important. Well, I mean, it's points as points, and to have a race towards the centre of the field, towards the centre of the race rather, you're going to want to go for it. You've been racing for so long, and there's a few people behind them aren't really sure what to do, which is quite terrifying. But if I was Hadlak right now, he looks very close, very close there. And but yeah, we've got proper action going on for the final 3 minutes of the race. There's really not long to go. We'll have to keep an eye on where Adam Taylor is so we know when to call the end of the race. But these two very close. I think Bryson's a little bit too far down the road.
Yeah, I think he's just managed to pull away a little bit there. He does slide off, and this could bring him back into this fight, but he's not slidden. Slidden's not a word now, no. Slid off. He is just up in front of them, actually, so they're catching him here, so it could be on the cards. As Russo, his LMP1 teammate, will actually come past the two behind him. Bryson could be caught here. Baumbach and Hadlak are still in potential range here. Baumbach is really the one that could be attacked here. Hadlak looking stronger in that Corvette.
It's another example of what we've seen quite a bit. Oh, we've got Adam Taylor behind. We've got another P1. God, this fight is taking priority here. As Adam Taylor
getting busy.
Yeah, this is a busy part of the track. Oh, we're going to go 3 wide. That's dangerous. As Johnson, also another one that goes past. Now the P2 will pass. Hadlak will be able to close up. Again, Rhys Gardner goes past as well. We've just got... Oh, Rhys Gardner gets very close. A bit of contact there with a prototype. Oh, that was a bit of... I'm not really too sure about how to judge that movie, so I don't want to be rude. But Rhys there making that a bit awkward.
Yeah, it certainly did, but this is definitely going to go down to the last wire. Of course, this is the last lap, so we'll focus on our actual LMP1 leaders here. Or you can keep your eyes on this.
Indeed, I don't know how much more racing we'll get between this lot, but you call it over the line whenever you see it. We will see these guys through till the end.
Actually, Degner 2 right now for Taylor, and the car behind him at the moment is Johnson. It's not on the same lap. They are 7 laps separated, but this is for honour. Johnson might not catch him, but he is going to try to prove a point. He wants to get up here and get past that Virez car as they're heading up now through the old hairpin, up towards now curving down towards Spoon Curve. This is the end of the lap here for Virez Racing, and what a race it has been. Team Virez have done a fantastic job. They had contact. They lost their rear wing. They were the cause of a code 80 at one point in this race through the second part of Spoon Curve. And they will head up the hill now, getting past some traffic as they do so. Johnson's not going to be able to catch him at this time, but Taylor, one half with himself and Jakovic of a fantastic duo in this motor race. And up through 130R for the final time here in the 6 hours of Suzuka here in the Virtual Endurance Championship through the pyramid section for the last time through that chicane. Now Adam Taylor will head out at the final corner now for that final time. Checkered flag is in the air, and Adam Taylor, lights flashing, will cross the line to win the 6 hours of Sebring. It's not Sebring, Suzuka.
Close. It begins with S.
But no cigar.
To the GT battle that we've had on our screen a little bit. They have not changed position. They are close, and it is going to come down to the line, but I don't think there is going to be a change of position. Hadlak, though, is going to be looking down the inside. I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, they're very close. They're going to be separated by about a tenth of a second, but it wasn't quite enough. That was a close end to that race for them. It's quite annoying after 6 hours to have it separated by a tenth, but nevertheless, that is what happens. A fantastic drive, though, from Adam Taylor. We'll go through the field very quickly. As it's Taylor, Maximilian Scheider has finished for Doug Henson Racing in the number 2 car. We've got 3 wide that are sort of cruising about. They'll end up finishing in 3rd position. And then it's Feeder Ragnar Simulator for Nikodem Vazevsky. Once again, they're also sort of cruising about. They will end up finishing in 4th. Fodble Racing in 5th. One ACO ECR, or TACO as everyone calls it, will be in 6th position after really good early strategy plays with the double stint in the tyres. It's a shame they didn't quite make that one work, but there were some excellent strategy calls for them earlier on in the race. Revolution Racing, a round of what could have been for them, they ended up in 7th position in class. Sim HQ ended up in 8th, and then we have this is going to be very complicated with how I'm going to do it, but Sam McDonald for Revolution Racing, he'll lead the P2s across, and then we have the 2 other LMP1s, which is Doug Henson Racing, the number 3, and the number 22 GNS Endurance cars that round out the top 10 of the LMP1. The number 31 Flatline Racing finishes on the podium for LMP2, and Scuderia GT Italia in 11th position in LMP1. Seawolf Net Race in 3rd in LMP2. Scuderia GT Italia and Champion Racing 4th and 5th. Magenta Warriors Racing round out the final position of the LMP1 runners, thank God, because that was going to get very complicated. And then we have our GTs. We've got Dark Racing, who win that race. Fantastic drive from them. Then it's Revolution Racing, Rare Endurance. That Ferrari getting onto the podium in that field is pretty impressive. Scuderia GT Italia in the number 91. Then it's Sim Racing for Holland, 3 wide, the number 77, rounding out the top 6. And then we have the Magenta Warriors Racing LMP2, which has dropped down to 24th position in that race. They started off on the wrong foot. They had a lot of damage early on in the race. The number 72 Atlantic Motorsports car, that's the GT. And then it's Flatline, Sim HQ, PRL Logitech Racing, and Talking Door Racing. Again, a lot of pace from that car, what could have been. Undercover Sim Racing, they were towards the front end of the field in LMP2 earlier on in the race. And then we have Atlantic Racing, Texas Squadra Corsa, and SRVN in 13th and 14th in GT. And then we have Atlantic Motorsport for the number 32, that's in LMP2. Then we have No Limit Racing, Revolution Racing, the number 89, and the number 64 Satellite Racing. Again, what could have happened with that 89 Revolution Racing? They're down in 15th, 16th, and 17th in GT-LM. And then to round out the field, finally, we have MVD Racing and DR Motorsports. Those 2 are LMP2s, and the number 66 SRVN. A lot of those cars down at the bottom of the pack ended up being retirement earlier on in the race. But that was a long 6 hours, I'm sure.
Yeah, certainly, and it really was. But it was a fantastic race with very, very challenging race conditions here. And it's been a rewarding one, of course. We've had a fantastic end to this race. Some big moments of disappointment and excitement, but it's been well worth watching.
Absolutely. It's been a difficult round for a lot of these guys. Maybe a lot of luck that contributes to the positions that they ended up finishing in, but the difficulties behind getting through such a race, obviously there is no luck in that. It's a lot of skill involved to get you all the way through such a difficult 6 hours. We'll return obviously in a month's time for another 6-hour race, but then we're quite close to the 12-hour race of Sebring, and then the 24-hour race of Le Mans to finish out the championship. We've still got a couple more 6-hour races of the season, but those ones are going to be the real tests of endurance, don't you think?
Yeah, they certainly are, and well, it's going to be a really tough one, especially when we get towards Le Mans. But Sebring, that's a very tricky track for endurance racing. It's very narrow. You think Suzuka's narrow? I'll separate these two eventually in my mind, but Sebring, that is very, very narrow. But it wasn't a great race for them, but we are going to have a quick chance to chat to Reese Gardner. I do enjoy every chance I get to chat to Reese. Not the race you would have wanted today, and a little soggy for your boat has been renamed, I believe.
Yes, yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, didn't get off to the best ending, definitely. ended up doing what GNS did at the chicane, and the front of the car came off on the anti-cut. So that was 5 minutes that we had to spend in the pits. But by that point, I think all of us at Magenta had just stopped caring, because everything that could have gone wrong in that race did. And yeah, I mean, I honestly don't think that it could have been demonstrated any more plainly than here that the Nissan doesn't have an unfair advantage, and it doesn't need its performance adjusted. So everyone who suggested that at the start of the season can eat their words and choke on them, as far as I'm concerned.
That is
And on
quite
that note,
a strict statement from you.
Oh,
Yep, and I
Shots
literally
fired.
had nothing else to say. I gotta go to bed and have breakfast, so I'll see you guys later.
Have a
Hopefully
fantastic
Malaysia
night,
is kinder
Reese.
to us. Thanks for the broadcast, everyone.
Thank you for joining us, Reese. That was quite the statement from him. We are, however, joined by Kevin Ryan and James Johnson. It's been an interesting one. We'll come to you first, James, as we want to talk about that heartbreak moment for you. Contact with an LMP2 car. You'd just pulled off the impossible and an incredible over-under during the pit cycle on Virez. You'd taken the lead. Tell us what happened.
I don't know. It's just, I'm devastated, really. It was going so well. Car was great. The set was brilliant in the wet. Yeah, I don't know, a bit of stupidity, and yeah, that's it.
It's certainly not what you wanted to have happen, but to come back with the top 5, regardless, is great points for you guys. Any plans heading on to Sepang?
Yeah, hopefully we get us up just as good. The way it's been going, we've been getting better, bro. Ideally, would have liked to have won this. We was on the way to going to do that. But yeah, hopefully, if wet again is a championship, hopefully it is. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Excellent. Well, hopefully that will be a much better round for you. Lewis, I believe you sat here with Kevin Ryan.
absolutely. Dark race number 84. How did that round go for you guys?
Yeah, well, we won, so yeah, it was
Exactly.
really good.
Talk us through it.
Yeah, I would have laughed at the start if you told me we'd win, because we had an extra penalty, and yeah, we were down in about, I don't know, 15th or something. And then, yeah, we just cut through the field and things were going our way. And then, yeah, when I changed drivers, I think we got to second place. And yeah, we ended up in first. It was great. I don't know how.
Do you think the wet weather maybe played a bit of part in your speed in that car?
Yeah, well, I can't say we were more prepared. I mean, we made the setup maybe half an hour before the race or something. Because I don't think anyone really had prepared properly. But I think, yeah, when it was really wet, we seemed to gain a lot on other people, because we had gone for a safe setup, and then even then during the race I added another click of rear wing, because we were really struggling like with the rear of the car. It was really hard. But yeah, I think we did better than others with that.
Indeed, second win of the championship for you, and that should give you the championship lead. So yeah, say it's been a great round for you guys at Suzuka for sure. We keep in, obviously, well, you're in the lead of the championship, but any rounds that you're a bit concerned about coming up?
I don't like Sebring, and I don't know, I just don't like that track, all the curves and the way you have to use them. It's just weird. I don't like it, but I think the other guys are pretty happy there, so yeah, if I just put in a decent shift there, I think we could get a good result. So
Well, thank you very much for joining us for the interview, and that'll probably wrap us up for this broadcast. It's been the 6 hours of Suzuka, and an interesting race it has been. Very difficult through the conditions, and it's been. I've quite enjoyed jumping in on commentary for 4 of the 6 hours. Of course, I'm joining qualifying as well, so it's been good fun, Rachel.
Yeah, it certainly has, and we've had a great race here today at Suzuka. And thank you for joining us, everybody watching. Of course, it's been a fantastic journey. Terrible weather, but brilliant racing. We've had heartbreak, we've had elation, and we've had a fantastic result and some great racing. And of course, don't forget, in 1 month's time, we are off to Sepang, Malaysia.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Don't forget, though, to check out in Sim Racing Club the other series that we've got. We've got the Super GT that starts up soon. We've got Virtual Le Mans series, which returns next Saturday. And of course, don't forget to check out the Sim Racing Club Academy if you're just starting out. And the V8 Supercars, again, one last round in that V8 Supercars Championship. So if you want a wildcard entry, it's in Automobilista, it's at Bathurst. Go and check it out, have a go.
That I might come and
take
join
it
you
out.
on.
Absolutely. Someone's got to get involved in the championship fight. I've got to beat Oscar somehow. But
Oscar
we've
who?
got Oscar Hardwick.
Oh, hell yes, I'm there.
Yes. He's finished second every time. Not that he'll ever let that go. But we've got a fantastic thing. And then, of course, we are back in a month's time to take over the fifth round of the Virtual Endurance Championship at Sepang. But until then, goodbye.